2 of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. Come to Sri Lanka's number sports channel, ThePapare. Yesterday we had only 71 overs of play, unfortunately, as bad light stepped in the way of getting the whole 90 overs. And at the moment, St. Peter's College decided to bat first after winning the toss. They are 176 with a loss of 7 wickets after 71.4 overs. Owen Salgado, the skipper, could only score 6 runs. Dilna Damsara, the hero from last year, almost got going yesterday but had to be part for 44. And then Nathan David scored 29, Asilis Atejana scoring 38, Sebastian scoring 27. Fernando and Peterson, they were unable to get going, scoring just 1, and Peterson didn't trouble the scorers at all. And at the moment, Karin Sanket, the highest run scorer of the season so far, he's out there in the middle, unbeaten on 20, while Pereira is on 1. 10 extras given away by St. Joseph's College, day number 1 of the 91st Battle of Saints encounter. And when it comes to the bowling, Maradana, he managed to produce that first breakthrough of the day, 1 for 53. And Yellow Devdus also taking a wicket, 1 for 38. Nushan Pereira and Damien De Silva, the key bowlers for St. Joseph's College yesterday. Nushan Pereira taking 2 for 29, and he took his 50th wicket of the season as well. And Damien De Silva 2 for 47. And when it comes to the partnerships, that the second wicket stand between Nathan David and Dylan Damsar of 76 runs. And after that, they were unable to kickstart a good partnership at St. Peter's College. That is why they are 176 for 7 at the moment. And day 2 will be very, very important, especially for St. Peter's College, on how they kickstart things on day 2 and what the score they will get in this first innings. Because at the moment, it's fair to say St. Joseph's, they are the high-riding side in this encounter. So to take you through this studio talk show before we begin the play for day number 2, joining with me once again, Rajiv Veerasinghe from St. Joseph's College, the skipper from the year 2007. Welcome, Rajiv. And Santosh Gunatilaga, the St. Peter's College skipper from 2018. So Rajiv, firstly I will get to you. When we talk about that first day, yesterday, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on both the teams, especially St. Joseph's College?
When it comes to bowling, Laksasi, they had a good start after picking that first wicket of the skipper Owen Salgado, and then from there onwards they lost the plot a bit after that drop catch of Damsara when he was 9 and the score was 36. So if they would have had managed to grab that catch by Samash at point, there would have been some sort of a difference, because Madhubhashana was bowling well at that time of the day, and then that partnership created some momentum for St. Peter's College at that time, and then they carried on. But when it comes to the comeback by the Josephians, they came back strongly. After that tea break, they were 130 for 3 at tea. In the last session, picking up those 4 wickets, there was 3 wickets for just 3 runs with that brilliant run out. And what happened was there were few, this is the highlights, there was a chance that was a bad throw by that fielder. I think it was Samash couldn't properly throw it down to the keeper. But since then, it was not bad. The bowling actually, it was economical. But I saw some defensive mode by the Josephian skipper and the bowlers, where they didn't have much of the closing fielders. They just gave away singles on and off for the batters. But what they should do is trying to come out today and probably have a good attacking field for the tail-enders.
So Santosh, thoughts on that first day for St. Peter's College, 176 for 7. Ideally not the situation that would have thought he would be after winning the toss, but let's talk about that day 1 performance.
Yes, I feel the skipper Owen Salgado winning the toss, choosing the bat first. I felt that the Peterites battered themselves out of the game, because from ball 1 they didn't show any intent at all. They were on the back foot, trying to survive only. And I felt that yes, they got a couple of partnerships in, but I felt that playing a lot of defensive strokes, not taking on the attack to the bowlers, led them to this result at the moment, because at the moment they don't have runs and they have lost 7 wickets, so they're in a very bad situation at the moment. So I think today what they're supposed to do is, they've got Tarin Sanket at the crease, their leading run scorer for the season. I think he should be given most of the strike. Lashmika, yes, is a capable batter, he should support his leading run scorer. He's the set batsman at the moment. If they can survive this 1 hour and bat till lunch and get about 225, 230, then they'll be back in the game.
So Rajiv, now coming into day 2, during day 1, I think even in the commentary box we heard a lot of statements where St. Joseph's College probably didn't stick to the plan they began with the new ball, especially probably bowled too many bounces and probably wasted that new ball a bit too much using bounces. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, what I thought was Manasa was bowling good lines and lengths in the first few spells, first few overs, and then he changed the plans to bowl short at Damsara. Then the batters were a little comfortable because he was bowling his heart out, bowling those short deliveries, and he gave his 100%, but only on the short deliveries. So he was just straying the lines. He should have had that good length area just to bowl a bit outside the off stump, make the batter play outside the off stump, probably get another nick. So because of that chance that went begging was also a front foot delivery, he went off for a big booming drive and got a top edge and the fielder dropped it. There was no chances for the short delivery, so they need to make sure that they bowl it a little front foot for the batsman, make the ball do the talking rather than just bouncing it, because it's a 3-day game. St. Peter's are trying to survive those short deliveries. They will just leave it away. So they were not going after the bowling for those short deliveries. So what Manasa should be doing right now is today he needs to bowl in the first few hours and then probably get something out, because 9 overs left for the new ball. And they shouldn't be waiting until the new ball comes, because 9 overs is like probably at least 20 runs will be leaked for St. Peter's College. What they need to do is with the old ball, maybe get some reverse swing and then probably keep it up for the batter and grab a wicket or two with the first half an hour or so.
And when we talk about St. Peter's once again, Santosh, they were 131 for 3. They were in a very decent position, but those 3 wickets that fell from 131 for 3, they were 134 for 6. So, I mean, yes, they didn't bat in that normal aggressive manner, the normal way that we see at the Battle of the Saints. So, the thoughts on that little period where completely lost the plot, St. Peter's College?
Yes, like I mentioned earlier, I think the intent wasn't there. So the Josephians also knew that when they break this partnership between Dilinath Amsara and Nathan David, that they'll be back in the game, because the partnership, yes, they got 70 runs, but they battered themselves out of the game. They were not scoring runs at a quick succession. They didn't pounce on the loose balls, they didn't rotate the strike, and it was bound to happen. They were playing survival cricket. So now, like I mentioned, it's about batting the first session, because there's plenty of overs remaining in the game. There's 98 overs today. So if they can survive this session and bat throughout, then they'll be in a formidable position.
So, Santosh, what do you think, what will Thareen Sanket do here now with just 3 wickets to go? I mean, we saw his numbers, some very good numbers. He has a good strike rate as well. He's someone who can attack as a batsman. What do you think would be his approach? Will he try to go harder from the word go? Will he try to just process the situation out there and maybe try to accelerate later on?
Initially, I would say he would first want to get himself in, because yes, we're starting. It's an early start today. The ball will swing a bit. It's a green top. Some assistance for the fast bowlers. So initially, the plan would be to survive the first 4-5 overs, and then from there onwards, maybe rotate the strike and try attacking and scoring some runs.
And Rajiv, when you talk about the St. Joseph Bulls once again coming into day 2, do you think that Manasa Badabashana will begin the proceedings today, or will they continue to, will they opt to go with the spinners who have been very consistent? They have been bowling at that one pace over and over again throughout the day.
I had a chat with the boys in the morning when they were doing the warm-up alongside with the coach, Lakmal. What the plan is actually, Laxazi, to bowl with Manasa and Yanula, probably a spinner and a fast bowler. When it comes to that rotation of the pace, when fast bowler and a spinner, because it's 71 overs, 72 overs with those last 2 balls left in the previous over from yesterday. A lot of overs have been bowled, so there will be not much effect for the fast bowlers unless you get some reverse swing. So they will have to keep it really tight until the 90th over. But what they plan is at least to grab a wicket or 2 before the 80th over. So you need to be really tight. You need to probably bowl at the tail more often. Get off strike, get Sanket off strike, and probably give him a single widespread field and attack the tail end. What we didn't see last evening, where they didn't have a close infielder in the number 9 tail ender. So that is not the option. Even if you are going for a break, even if you are going for the end of day's play, you need to have a close infield, even if it's a good batter who is batting there or a tail end. So what they need to do is probably attack at Rasmika because they need to grab wickets. If you're not getting wickets from the good batter, you probably get some attacking mode, close infielders on the tail end, and probably get a wicket or two, get that breakthrough, get the new batter in, and then proceed from there and go on. At least if they can manage to get St. Peter's all out before 200, then there's a game on. That's what the coach was saying. They need to make a game out of it. So the game on is only if St. Joseph's College can manage to get those couple of wickets early in the day.
So that's what our two experts think about the action from day one. So we have a lot of things to talk about. We are planning to close in chat with Nushan and also Assadisa from St. Peter's College. So we invite you to stay tuned to Sri Lanka Samba Sports channel, ThePapare. But before we go into a commercial break, we need to remind all of you about our studio show sponsors, our partners throughout this big match season. First, Move Spray, the instant pain relief specialist. Move Spray, keep moving. They have been a part of this journey from the first game of this year, and also we need to remind all of you about Dettol as well. Dettol Cool with the revolutionary cooling technology, delivering an instant burst of refreshing menthol coolness up to 5 degrees cooler. So a big shout out to Move Spray and Dettol as well, and we will head to a commercial break. Stay tuned to Sri Lanka Samba Sports channel, ThePapare.
C'est pas ce que vous croyez. Sérieux?
මොරටුව පානදුර යාකරන 73 වෙනි රන් මහ සටන සහ 32 වෙනි එක් දින තරගය සජීවී විකාශය ThePapare HD නාලිකා අංක 1 Dialog ViU App සහ ThePapare.com ඔස්සේ.
Please take your seats. The show is about to start.
You've got 2 minutes to change your life.
Are you ready? Go! Yeah!
That's how you rock Blackpool!
That's the kind of act that could win this show.
Britain's Got Talent, Season 18, only on Hits Now.
St. Peter's are the champions. Congratulations.
And his Department College are champions of the President's Trophy. St. Peter's College champions of Dialog Schools Rugby 7.
Dialog Schools Rugby League.
Coming soon.
They bowled really well here watching in Sri Lanka on ThePapare or Dialog TV.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
Witness the thrill of the big match season, where school pride is on the line and every run counts. Watch as heroes rise and legends are born. The big match season, live on the Papare TV, Dialog ViU App and ThePapare.com.
Here comes the
St. Peter's are the champions. Congratulations.
And his Department College are champions of the President's Trophy. St. Peter's College champions of Dialog Schools Rugby 7.
Dialog Schools Rugby League.
Coming soon.
Catch the excitement real time. Be up to date with it all. Let us capture your milestones. Get it sizzling hot off the turf. Hear the experts break it down. Dig deep into the nitty-gritties. Be inspired by their greatness. Relive all the scintillating action.
Witness.
Welcome back everyone to the studio show of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter. We are here at day number 2. We have one more day to go, not the usual 2-day encounter this time around between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. So when we talked a lot about day 1, and we talk about day 1 for St. Joseph's College. There was a special milestone. Nushan Pereira became the second bowler of the season from the school to take 50 wickets, and ThePapare is out there with Nushan Pereira to talk about his 50th wicket and to talk about the overall condition of the surface and the encounter so far.
Yesterday, when the Peterites were batting, there was one particular bowler who was going for a landmark, and he is with me now. Nushan Pereira picked up 2 wickets, and in the process with the first 50 wickets for the season. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
You bowled with a lot of control, you bowled with a lot of economy, you had a couple of successes. Just talk us through your bowling spell.
Yes, I just went to my basics, just bowl line and length, and just went according to the plan. So I hope the wicket supported me very well, and I hope I will do the rest.
See, one thing that we commentators noticed was that there were very few close-in fielders. Now, when you bowl with that sort of control, I understand you have taken an 8-wicket haul and a 7-wicket haul, especially that second against the same opposition and so on. Why was it that you couldn't employ the close-in fielders for a long period of time? Because you were bowling with a lot of control.
First in the offside field, I just had only 3 fielders, and from the leg side, I just packed my leg side field and only 1 slip and 1 silly as well. So my plan was just bowl middle stump, and just if the ball spin, so they can either they swept and just get LB or bowl, or if not, if the ball didn't turn and when it goes straight, so it could have an edge or a ball. So my plan is like just ball dot balls and give the batsman the pressure.
So what is the story now? How is the wicket behaving in your assessment?
The wicket is a little bit slow, but a bit spin as well. So I hope to bowl the same line and length and just try to spin the ball a bit, so the batsman get a bit pressure.
Just looking back at what is available, what was available for batting, you think that it will behave so when you get a chance to bat as a team?
Yeah, I guess the wicket will be set and a little bit of spin with the new ball. So I hope the first 10 to 15 overs will be a little bit hard situation for us. But I hope the openers will manage to bat, and I hope that we can put a good score in the team, the board as well, and go to a good total.
Congratulations and well played.
Thank you.
That was the bowler who took that milestone wicket, 50 wickets in the season. Rajiv, I think you have done that yourself as well back in your school days. Thoughts on that landmark achievement, and also Harit also brought up that point where probably he was not given that needed support by keeping fielders closing.
Indeed, it is a good landmark for the bowler, because when it comes to spinners, it's not going to be easy, especially on a track like this. But achieving that milestone of getting 50 wickets in his second year, but last year he played only 1 day, and but wasn't a regular member in the team last year, but coming in and being one of the leading spinners for St. Joseph's College alongside Yenula and Damien. And the off spinner picking up 50 wickets in 12 games is a great milestone. But now what he has to do right now, he's been one of the good bowlers, one of the economical bowlers in this game so far, bowling almost 20 overs. He's just given away 27 runs for 2 wickets. So that is one of the good economical bowlers. But what he needs to do is how to grab wickets. They should be knowing on a track like this how to grab wickets. When it comes to SSC, it's not a friendly wicket for the spinners. Mind you, Santosh, you must be agreeing because it's a batting paradise at SSC. But what you need to do is probably have a close infielder, and when you start up bowling on second day or probably the second innings, when you have to come back and bowl on the second innings, so probably try and attack more towards the stumps. He was talking about he loves to bring it in towards the left hand, but we saw he was containing the batter, not giving much runs. But we didn't see much balls coming towards the stumps because he can create that line and length and try to bring that ball in towards the left hand. Probably you get a short leg and bowl at the stumps. Probably you might end up getting the batter LBW. He grabbed one wicket just a similar way. So he needs to bowl more wicket to wicket to get some purchase of this track.
So from Nushan Pereira, right now we're about to hear from Asalisa, who scored 38. Was very unfortunate to get out just a few moments before the game was the day was stopped due to bad luck. So let's hear from Asalisa to get an idea from a batsman's point of view on day number 1 of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter.
ඊයේ දිනේ ශාන්ත පීතර විදුහල වෙනුවෙන් විශේෂයෙන් මැද පෙළ ලකුණු රැස් කර ගැනීමට විශේෂ දායකත්වයක් දක්වූ එක් ක්‍රීඩකයෙක් සිටියා. ඉතා වේගයෙන් ලකුණු රැස් කිරීමට ඔහුට හැකියාවක් නැති වුණත් සමස්තයක් හැටියට කණ්ඩායමේ ස්ථාවරත්වය ඉදිරියට ගෙනීමට අසදිස ද සිල්වා විශේෂ දායකත්වයක් දක්වුවා. අපේ සුබ පැතුම් ඔබගේ මහා තරගයට සහභාගී වීම පිළිබඳ අසදිස කියන්නකෝ තරංගාවලියේ එහෙම නැත්නම් තරංගයේ ඊයේ දිනේ කඩුල්ල හැසිරෙච්ච ආකාරය පිළිබඳව
එක වෙලාවක පොඩ්ඩක් කැපුණා තවත් වෙලාවක ටිකක් අනිත් පැත්තට තමයි වැඩිපුරම ගියේ මේ කැපෙන්නේ නැතුව අනිත් පැත්තට ගියා.
දැන් ඔබ මේ ක්‍රීඩා වාරයේ තුර ලකුණු අතර සිටිනවා. මගේ මතකයේ හැටියට හරිනම් 4 වෙනි අර්ධ ශතකයේ නේද ඔබට අහිමි වෙලා ගියේ?
ඔව්.
ඇයි මොකද උනේ මේ වෙලාවේ?
ඒක හිතුවට වැඩිය ගොඩක් වැදිලා ඇතුළට ආවා මං හිතුවට වැඩිය.
දැන් තිබිච්ච පීඩනය පිළිබඳව සෑහෙන අඩු වේගයකින් ලකුණු රැස් කරගත්තේ. එය කණ්ඩායමේ පුහුණුකරුවන් ලබා දෙච්ච උපදේශයක්ද කඩුල්ලේ රැඳී සිටින්න කියලා? එහෙම නැත්නම් ඔබට ලකුණු ලබා ගැනීමට තිබ්බ අපහසුතාවයද?
නෑ ටීම් එකේ ඇතුළේ තිබ්බ ප්ලෑන් එකයි කෝචස්ලා කියපු විදිහට තමයි අපි ගැහුවේ. එහෙම තමයි ප්ලෑන් එක කෝචස්ලා.
හොඳයි දැන් ඔබ සෑහෙන වෙලාවක් කඩුල්ලේ රැඳී සිටියන්නේ. මොකද හිතෙන්නේ මේ තනතිරුව පිළිබඳව? දැන් ඔබගේ කඩුළු තුන බිඳ වැටුණාන් පස්සේ ප්‍රතිවාදී කණ්ඩායමට මේ තනතිරුවේ කොයි වගේ සහායක් ලැබෙයිද? නැත්නම් ඔබගේ පන්දු යවන්නන්ට කොයි ආකාරයකට ක්‍රීඩා කරන්න ඕනේ කියලා ඔබ හිතනවාද?
අපේ හොඳට කරයි කියලා හිතනවා.
නෑ එහෙම කොහොම කරයි කියලා කියන්නේ තනතිරුවේ මීට වඩා හොඳින් පිතිකරණය යෙදෙන්න පුළුවන්ද? එහෙම නැත්නම් පන්දු යවන්නන්ට යම් කිසි මේ සහායක් තියෙයිද?
දෙපැත්තටම තියෙනවා. ඒ කියන්නේ පන්දු යවන්නන්ටත් හොඳ සහයෝගයක් තියෙනවා. පන්දුට පහර දෙන අයටත් හොඳට බැට් කරන්න පුළුවන්.
හරි අපි බලාපොරොත්තු වෙනවා ඔබට තව වරක් පිටිය මැද ලකුණු රැස් කිරීමට අවස්ථාවක් ලැබෙයි කියලා. හොඳ ඉනිමක් ඔබ ක්‍රීඩා කළේ.
Thank you.
That was Asalisa, who scored 38 runs. An interesting conversation with ThePapare. So Santosh was a vital knock from Asalisa scoring 38. I mean, he was out there and he managed to steady the ship a little bit before getting out right before the playoff day 1 ended. So thoughts on that knock? I mean, probably deserved to go on to make a half century after doing all the hard work.
Yes, I think he played a vital knock. When they lost a couple of wickets in a cluster, he came in and made sure he steadied the ship. But he faced 100+ balls. I think he could have maybe rotated the strike a bit more and maybe gone on to score a bit more boundaries and got more runs. That way, he would have been able to put the Patres in a better position. And as a result, we've only got starts, but no one went on to capitalize and get a big score.
So after having those chats with Nushan and Nushan and Asadisa. Right now we're about to take a look at some of the history stats from this 91st Battle of the Saints. Before we talk about day 2, the plans for day 2, the best bowling figures in innings for St. Joseph's College at the Battle of the Saints. So when we talk about these numbers, Rajiv, I think you have seen some of these performances.
Yeah, definitely. Shinal Varakula was 941 at the Oval. That was in 1997. Mind you, he was one of the tall off spinners produced by St. Joseph's College. Rajiv Benedict, always a familiar name. He holds plenty of wickets, and another familiar name is ThePapare. He also bowled very well, and he has plenty of wickets in this Joe Pitt encounter.
He took a 5-wicket haul in 3 consecutive years.
Yes, 3 consecutive years, and he won that Best Bowler award for 3 consecutive years, if I am not mistaken, during the era of 2006, 7, 8. And ThePapare has bowled also, so we have Fred Pereira as well. So Rajiv Benedict, there's a familiar name who holds a few wickets in that list, but the top on the list is Shinal Varakula, 9 for 41, the right arm off spinner, tall lad.
So from the records from St. Joseph's College, right now we will take a look at the best bowling figures from St. Peter's College at the Battle of the Saints encounter. Santosh, I think you might have some memory about some of these performances. So most of them have been in the 1990s, 1950s, 1960s, but the most recent one in 2002.
Yes, absolutely. Like Shinal Varakula did, even Dion Wallace back in 1947 got a 9-wicket haul. So I think, and Cyril Dias as well. So I think at that time, at that era, Pete Wrights would have dominated the Joe Pitt, but it was always a close encounter all these years, and you can see familiar names like Joe Miso, Tyrone Lemessier. So they've also contributed with the ball as well. And recently, we can see Sajitha Mendes 6 for 35. I remember back in 2016, yes, his name is not on the list, but Tanisha Veerakoon spun a web for the Pete Wrights, and that won the big match for us. So I think, yes, he's not included in this list, but he also should be spoken about.
Yeah, we can't forget Julian De Silva. He also captured plenty of wickets for St. Peter's College when he was bowling his left arm orthodox throughout. A couple of years he took 5-wicket hauls as well. So he has been one of the good bowlers back in the day. Probably he was playing 2012-13 season. Yes. Julian De Silva is also one of the good left arm spinners because St. Peter's have produced during the recent decade.
So Santosh, any other bowling spells that you remember from your time, like 2016, 17, 18, like the one you mentioned that didn't make it to that list?
Yes, like players like Amin Miflal, they've also done really well in this Joe Pitt encounters, but unfortunately they have not been able to get into the list because they're not going to pick 5, 6, 7 wickets in an inning. But they've also contributed players like Chatro Besekar, Sachin Silva as well. So they've also been able to pick wickets and get amongst the list.
So after looking at the bowling numbers, right now we can take a look at some batting numbers as well. You can see a very familiar name on this list when we take a look at the Centurions of St. Peter's College at the Battle of the Saints encounter. Your memories on some of these knocks, Santosh? Before that, I think I'll head to Rajiv as well. Rajiv, I think you can talk about one of these knocks.
Yes, the highest score goes to the next door man who is seated next to me, Santosh Gunathirika. The recent past, the highest score for Peter's College, 161 unbeaten. So, marvelous knock in 2019, 18, Santosh?
19.
19. Yeah. So, he's right next to me.
Santosh, let's talk about that knock. How good was that knock? I mean, that was a knock that we thoroughly enjoyed. How much did you enjoy out there in the middle?
To be honest, I remember missing out on my 100 in the first innings. I got off for 72, and I had the perfect platform to go and make a big score in the second innings when we were trailing by, was it 60 odd runs, and then at one point we were 100 for 6, leading by just 30 odd. And at that point, I knew that I should get a big score to save the game for my alma mater. So that was the point where I realized this is where I need to put my head down, only play balls along the ground, and I was fortunate enough to get to a big score.
I can't forget Lyra is not with you in my 5 years. Mind you, he saved the game when they were opted to follow on, and it was a marvelous innings. So I was talking about this yesterday also, so I had to remind that Lyra is 111 not out at Oval in 2007. The captain's knock, leadership quality innings by Lyra. So those are the things that I could remember during the recent past. I think Jean Fernando also got a century, right?
150 plus. Yeah, yes.
Because another promising right-hander, dashing opener, loves to go after the bowling, especially his inside-out stroke, mind you. The left-arm spinners have no idea how to bowl at him, because normally a right-hand batter is struggling against the left-arm spinner, but he likes to get some room and go over the extra cover.
So for St. Peter's College, right now we're about to see the Centurions from St. Joseph's College. Rajiva, I think we can get an idea from you about these names. Some probably played alongside you as well.
Yeah, definitely. Angelo Matthews' 2005, his 100, that saved the game for us as well. So we were struggling that year. We were the best team in 2009, and mind you, Timut Karanatha, he got 100 in the first session in 2007. We managed to get 200 runs in the first 35 overs. It was a restriction time where you had 60 overs left, but we went on to get 335 for 6 in 2007 with that Timut's century. And Harin Silva also in 2009, that was Jamir Ravira Singh's year, he got some runs, 141, and mind you, so Gian Daniel also, another familiar name, Dinesh Jayakudi. So at the bottom you can see 2 years, 2 consecutive years, 22 and 23, Sajid Jayawardena, another good leader for St. Joseph's College. He keeps behind the stumps and bats as well. So his name is there right at the bottom. Mind you, Laksisi and Santosh, can you see? He's not out. So he was not out in both those years. So, and there's another familiar name, Sadira Samaravik as well. So, Sandru and Rodrigo.
Santosh, I think you were playing for St. Peter's when Jehan Daniel scored the century.
Yes, I wanted to talk about it. They were 9 for 5 when Jehan Daniel produced a gem of an inning in 2007.
5 gets down for 9 runs.
For 9 runs in the first session. We thought we had won the match at that point, but unfortunately, Jehan Daniel just took the game away from us, and we actually lost on first innings.
Yeah, he's one of the hard-hitting batters. When he gets going, if he gets to 50, and from there onwards, especially on the spinners, he will hammer the spinners all around the park for sure. He's one of the aggressive attacking batters, Jehan Daniels.
So after looking at those historical stats, we will shift the attention back to day number 2 of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter. We have Faiz Maharouf out there in the middle with the pitch report.
Let me tell you, the groundsman and the curator from last evening have done a wonderful job. They've got the pitch ready for the game today, as well as the outfield with the amount of rain. It started raining at 6 o'clock. You know, the stadium looks fantastic. Talking about the pitch, it's almost the same from yesterday. Only difference, underneath whatever moisture which was available yesterday just before lunch, everything is evaporated. So I reckon this will be a very good pitch to bat. Probably with St. Joseph's just 3 more wickets to take. With the new ball, they'll for the Peterites, there'll be some movement, understandably, when some grass is available. But apart from that, I don't see any demons for the batters in this pitch. Talking about the game situation, less than 2.5 runs per over being maintained by St. Peter's College. For me, it is lack of intent. Probably St. Joseph's College could they attack a little bit more? Probably not, because the pitch is really good. You know, it's a belter of a pitch. So today it's all about intent. Whoever shows intent probably will end up the day on a higher note.
So Faiz Maharouf thinks about the surface for day number 2. Rajiva, first I will get to you. Your thoughts on the surface at the moment. I think we can take a look at the pitch as well. And we had a lot of rain yesterday, and along with the thoughts on the surface, let's talk about the plans for day 2 as well. After Rajiva, I'll head to Santosh as well.
Yeah, we had rain, so lost overs, lot of rain till about 8 o'clock in the evening yesterday at SSC. It was half flooded, mind you, around 5:36. So there could be a lot of moisture and it's an early start, 15 minutes early start, so there can be something for the new ball, but there could be something of the old ball if they have that shine. So still it's on the process of the first hour. I really think there can be something for Manasa. If he can get a couple of wickets, be ideal, especially the tail enders. When it comes to tail enders, if you can grab those couple of wickets, ideally it's a game in our hands. So St. Joseph's College need to restrict at least for 200 runs. My opinion is that. So if someone can chip in and take those through 3 early wickets for the Josephians, it's game on.
Santosh, thoughts on the pitch and the plan for day 2?
Yes, I gotta agree with Rajiv. There's a tinge of green grass still on the wicket, and there'll definitely be assistance for the fast bowlers. So if the Josephians can strike early and get especially Tarin Sanket's wicket, then they can close the inning as soon as possible. But if the Petrats can survive this first half an hour or so, then Tarin Sanket can get himself in and maybe get the Petrats 220, 230.
So Tarin Sanket, I think that will be the key name in this first session for both the teams. If St. Joseph's, as Santosh mentioned, if they can get his wicket early, they might have a chance to restrict St. Peter's below 200. But if he gets going, we all know what he can do. We saw his numbers. He has done a lot throughout this season. So it can get a bit dangerous for St. Joseph's if he gets going. So right now we're about to join with our commentator. So thank you very much, Rajiva. So Rajiva, 2 players, we talked about Tarin Sanket, 2 players that you think would hold the key for St. Joseph's College today.
I think when it comes to, we'll talk about the bowling first of all. So I think Nushan and the spinner Yenula Deotusa, they holds it because, and also Manasa, if we can come out something, because you need to have some energy for Manasa to come out to bowl in the second innings as well. So you can't expose him much and push him much. Probably get him to bowl 3 overs and see how it goes and bring him back for the new ball. So, but I was talking to them earlier, and what they think, and I think as well, you can't go on till the new ball. You need to at least grab a wicket or 2 in the next 9 overs so that they can come back into the game. They are in the game, they are high riding now, Josephians, but they need to come back and grab a wicket or 2. Talking about Sanket, yes, he is one of the key players. He is one of the key batters now for St. Peter's for their survival. He has been the lifeguard for them throughout the season and scored close to 700 runs. But if the Josephians can get his wicket, I'm pretty sure you can get the tail and end the innings for the Peterites. So I think Sanket holds the key for Peterites. So like you said, to score 230. If they can go up to that score, 230, mind you, they have done their survival part on day 2 as well.
So St. Joseph's College, they will come out to bat today for sure. So the 2 key batters, as you think, Rajiv?
My 2 batters, Senuja and probably Vishma down the order, and then Shamas also. They have got over 500 runs, and then Abhishek Javir is there, Kenneth Lenage. So they need to come out to this game and then score some runs, get a lead up, because if you have a lead coming into bat to the 3rd innings, even if it's 50, you might still struggle. So you need to bat on. We can't predict right now of a lead. You need to continue batting. So Senuja holds the key. He's the top run getter, as well as Yenul Deotusa. We can't forget him, one of the good all-rounders in school cricket arena. 50 wickets, 500 runs. They all need to chip in. We haven't seen a 50 yet, Santosh. So might as well from Sanket's bat. You never know. I don't want to curse as a commentator, but I think we need to see a 50 on this batting prioritize on a SSC wicket. You need to see someone getting runs, probably a triple figure mark of a ton. So let's see how it goes. A lot of action coming up. 98 overs in this day 2.
So Santosh, they'll have to bowl St. Peter's College. So the 2 key bowlers, in your opinion?
I feel like the 2 batters at the crease now, Tarin Sanket and Lashmika, will hold the key for the Peterites with the ball. But we haven't seen much of Ethan Ransilige. He can swing the ball both ways. On this surface, he might be a tough bowler to deal with as well.
So thank you very much, gentlemen. Hoping to meet all of you once again tomorrow morning and probably later in the day as well. So thank you, Rajiv. Thank you, Santosh.
Thank you.
So let's join with our commentators. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining with the Studio Talk Show. Stay tuned to Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, The Papare, for the live broadcast of day number 2 of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter.
Thank you very much, Laksasi. A very good morning to all of you. It's a brilliant day. Bright and sunny, and you can see that the overnight rain has put a lush green on all the sports field in and around here. The 91st Battle of the Saints into the second day, a 3-day match for the first time in the history of the Battle of the Saints. As we say, a very good morning to Paulinus D.S. Vijayaratna.
Good morning, Haritha, and good morning to all our viewers. Yes, as Haritha said, the ground looks beautiful. The SSC Grounds always beautiful, but today it looks really beautiful. And the second day's play about to commence. We'll have an early start due to rain yesterday. There you see the Pete Wright batting card, 176 for 7. Dylan Damsara got 44. Asad Disalva 39. Nathan David 29. Joshua Sebastian 27 were the main scorers.
And there were 3 good partnerships, 76 for the second wicket, 46 for the fourth, and for the seventh wicket 38 runs. That boosted the total to that very slow moving 176 for 7 of 71 overs, as it were. 72nd over was being bowled. The skipper Lienege had 2 victims and had a hand with the run out too.
They see the bowling of Josephans. Nushan Pereira was the pick of the bowlers, 2 for 29 of 19.4 overs. Diamin De Silva was not far behind with 2 for 47 of 16 overs. Yenula Devtusa, much was expected from him, but finished the day with 1 for 38. And Manasabad Bhashana, 1 for 53 were the wicket takers. Follow wickets, 8, 84, 85, 131, 134, 134, and 172. And from there onwards, these 2 batters have been batting. See Haritha, once a wicket fall, there are 2-3 wickets falling close by.
Yeah, the last 3 wickets fell for the addition of just 3 runs before that 38-run partnership. So that is what is important, a partnership here that would take them to a decision. Sorry, this was the first one, Ovin Salgado. And then a good catch to dismiss Nathan David after a 76-run partnership. And this was Dylan Damsara. He had survived a chance before. And that was a brilliant effort to send back Joshua Sebastian after a 46-run partnership for the 4th wicket. Jason Fernando didn't last long. He was out for 1, 5 down then. And this was a needless run out. Enosh Peterson didn't open his account. Fell down and never recovered in time. And the last wicket, that of Tejan Asidis Good bowling by Nushan Pereira, having completed 50 wickets for the season. He took 1 more. And a lush situation here. And I'm sure, Paulinus, that the bowlers will concentrate on picking up wickets, not curtailing the flow of runs.
Yes, I thought the Josephians didn't attack enough yesterday, but hopefully they will do it today. They need to get the wickets, they need to get them early. Try to restrict the Pete Wrights below 200, and they need to get up into a good score if they want to make a game of it. Well, on the other hand, the Pete Wrights will be wanting to have a good partnership, and these 2 batters are very capable of doing it, Sankeet and Pereira. They're 2 good batters. They got some runs right throughout the season. Sankeet being the highest run scorer for St. Peter's. So a lot depends on these 2. The first ball of the day, it's Nushan Pereira. Shortish outside the off-stump cutaway.
See, Lashmika Pereira is a 4th-year player and the vice-captain, so he would want to be amongst the runs and help his team. We know that he is a key figure as far as the bowling unit is concerned, but the main story is that his contribution with the bat at the moment. Good timing to get the first run, and open his account and get St. Peter's on their way.
Yes, so that was the completion of the final over of the day yesterday. So 72 overs gone. It's 177 for 7.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක. බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
So fresher, Tarin Sanket, the left-hander. Lashmika Pereira back on strike, having crossed over. But Sanket, who is now on 20, will hold the key to get them to 200 initially. Yenolu Devdusa open bowling yesterday from the opposite end, the Vidya Mavat end. He is being introduced on the second day to start bowling for St. Joseph's from the tennis courts end.
Yenulu Devdusa has been doing a lot of bowling for St. Joseph's College during the season. He is the highest wicket taker for the Josephians, but just a wicket in the first innings. Seen some great bowling performances, Harita, in this encounter. Of course, like Diane Wallace getting 9 for 53 and Shannon Warnakula getting 9 for 41. But the most amazing spell of bowling was by Rajiv Benedict getting 8 wickets for 6 runs way back in 1972. He had the P trials in all kinds of problems. Well, the P trials that year was led by Roy Dias.
Yeah, I have faced up to Rajiv Benedict at club level. I know what you're speaking. Hit the gap well, Lashmika Pereira. He's facing up to Yenulu Deltusa, playing his 5th year for the Dali Road School.
Well, there have been great bowlers. I think Diane Wallace getting 4-5 wicket hauls in the Chosen P trial. Rajiv Benedict getting 3. Cyril Dash getting 3. Tisara Pereira getting 3-5 wicket hauls. And Travis Fernando also getting a 3-5 wicket hauls. The great bowlers. All of them have been great bowlers. So we'd like to see a bowler coming up with a splendid performance like that in this game too.
You have mentioned Josephian performances. What about the Pete Wright performances?
No,
I think
this is Pete Wright. Diane Wallace, Cyril Dias and Travis Fernando. They're all Pete Wrights.
You need to say that because I wouldn't know.
Exactly. Sorry about that. Well, just 2 Josephians. That is Rajiv Benedict and Tisara Pereira. Tisara Pereira is the recent player. He got 5 for 47 in 2006, 6 for 51 in 2007 and 5 for 39 in 2008. 3 consecutive years getting 5 wicket hauls.
So this is good cricket on the part of Lashmika Pereira. He's quickly getting into the groove. Anything loose has been very well punished. So the message is there. If the ball is to be hit, hit it. His experience also comes in. In this over, 2 boundaries on either side of the wicket of Yenulu Devtusa. That's a good sign for the progress of the game.
Yes, definitely. I think the Pete Wright should come out of their shells and try to attack and get some runs by lunch if they hope to bet on till lunch. Well, the Josephians, on the other hand, might be wanting to get rid of these batsmen quickly as possible. That's the end of that over. 73 gone. It's 183 for 7.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ 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 ගෝ. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
There's some cloud cover on the eastern side of the ground. Fortunately, the western skies are all very clear. Hopefully, we will have more play today. The ground staff took a lot of time to completely cover the strip and the bowling run-ups. The ground secretary Mahinda Halangada was there right along. I saw Lal Gunasekar also in and around there, if I'm not mistaken, from this commentary position, vantage point. I don't think there is any effect as far as the outfield is concerned. It was mostly covered. Good story. Manasa Madhubhashana, I think this is a good move to get him in. 1 for 53 or 14, never mind. He would have had 2 if Dilana Damsara was held by Abhishek Shamash. But he has bowled well in patches.
Well, I really expected Manasa and Dunik Pereira to start things up, as I did yesterday also mentioned. But Dunik Pereira just bowled 3 overs for the whole day yesterday. Well, I thought the Josephians missed a trick there. They should have started off with the paces. But good to see Manasa Madhubhashana back in the attack.
Little bit of hesitation. And that's not in the best interest of the 2 batters or for St. Peter's. Head coach for St. Joseph's is Lakmal De Silva. Assistant coach is Lairu Vikramasinghe. Master in charge Suraj Caldera. Prefect of games Reverend Father Somesh Anthony. And the rector is Reverend Father Ranjit Andradi for the school at Dali Road. Head coach Nalin Vijay Singh, assistant coach Tushara, master in charge Nirmalat Priyadarshana, sports coordinator Reverend Father Praveen Vijay Sekara, rector Reverend Father Rohit Rodrigo for St. Peter's. They'll be hoping that the crowds will come, the match will be played in the right spirits, and an exciting game will be witnessed on day 2.
So hopefully the crowds will be there today by the evening. It's just defense, the first time a 3-day encounter being played between these 2 schools in this series.
A very important person will also be in Sri Lanka this evening. Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi and his entourage of high-powered political and administrative personnel from neighbors.
Well, we need to see some traffic arrangements, Haritha, because he's supposed to come to Independence Square tomorrow morning. So when we come into the game, we might have some difficulties.
I think the Maitland Place is open. So they have thought about that. I'm sure the authorities would have worked with the security personnel and those involved with the arrangements here. Good to see him at Independence Square. Very important visit during an important time. St. Peter's 185 for 7. The 8th wicket partnership looking confident on the start of the second day's play.
We've also been told by 9:30 everything should be over. With the visit of the Indian Prime Minister. So by 9:30, roads will be cleared. So there won't be any problem for the spectators to come into SSC Grounds.
Good delivery. Hurried the batter on that occasion. Pasupati Ganesh Kumar is the match commissioner. Brendan Kurupu is match referee. Ravindra Vimalasiri and Sanjay Fernando are the on-field umpires.
So it's Manasa Madhubhashana bowling his 15th over of the innings. 1 for 55. He's bowling figures and bowled him.
Oh, brilliant delivery. Played all over it. He bowled the Yorker. He didn't do that too many times yesterday, but see, this was quality bowling. We knew that he was going to cause a few problems. He starts off very well.
Yes, wonderful delivery there. You see the replay of that coming off the pad. No doubt about that. It was a good Yorker. Manasa Madhubhashana is quite quick also. So the Josephians get the breakthrough. What they were really looking forward for, 185 for 8 St. Peter's.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
So the new batter coming in will have to make sure that he will support Lashmika Pereira at the other end. Ethan Ransilige, another fresher.
There is his statistics, 12 innings, 193 runs, average of 24.12. Best been 57 not out. Not a bad average for a talenta, Haritha, 24.12.
I think it's a fairly good one. If you can improve on that, at least 20-25 runs. But St. Joseph's, they have the advantage, psychological advantage now.
Supposed to be the opening bowler for St. Peter's, Ransilige. Capable batter too.
I remember Santosh Gunatilaka mentioning that on this sort of service, he should be able to move the ball both ways. So I'm very excited to see what he can do. Yeah, Dunik Pereira. Surprise underutilization of a new ball bowler, to my mind.
Yes, definitely, because Manasa Madhubhashana is doing a lot of hard work. He would have been well spotted if Dunik Pereira cut some additional bit of bowling. So that's 74 gone, it's 185 for 8.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
Gold Deo Spray.
The standby umpire is Rasan Jadulsit. I'm sure Brendan Kurupu, the match referee, would have had a word with the players, the coaches and the technical committee about the slow over rate that we observed yesterday.
Yes, you're right, Haritha. The Josephians should have been pushing the number of overs yesterday because the Pete Rides didn't have the attacking capable batsman, but the Josephians also missed an opportunity by playing a bit of a negative cricket. They should have been attacking, they should have been trying to push the bowlers to get in more overs, but we just had only 71 overs yesterday. Hopefully we'll be able to get something more today.
Lashmika Pereira is middling the ball well. Good to see him play with that sort of authority, confidence and skill.
And the other thing, Haritha, Joseph is the 3 spinners who are operating most of the day. And definitely a poor over rate yesterday.
Yeah, sometimes difficult to explain that sort of thing. Satasyon Ravindran for St. Joseph's and Nanda Patirana for St. Peter's. Scorers that scoreboard, Taisha Sulakshana and Dilanka Sandharwan, who's helping us also keeping track of the progress of the game. Word about D.N. Patirana. He was an umpire for something like 25 years or so before becoming a scorer which has been for 17 continuous years for St. Peter's.
So that's devotion, devoting most of his life to cricket.
Yes, over 80. Still working and having a passion for the game. They've been a senior umpire. This is Ramvidra University, ICC panel umpire. Law enforcement officer. Played in the 1986 Coca-Cola one-day winning team for Dharmapala. End of 75 overs. St. Peter's electing to bat 185 for 8.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
So Manasa Madhubhashana, one of 3 bowlers to have picked up 2 wickets. See a huge gap between slip and the lone slip and the gully. Sanjeev Fernando, also a very senior umpire. If I'm not mistaken, he's from the Kaludura district. Plenty of sports happening. The National Super League 4-day tournament conducted by Sri Lanka Cricket. The Clifford Cup rugby final coming up tomorrow. Angled across the body. Good delivery. Lashmika Pereira played and missed.
Well, there was a huge appeal, but the wicketkeeper couldn't collect the ball. I don't think Manasa Madhubhashana saw that.
There's also the big matches being played in Galle, Kandy. One in up north tomorrow too, the one-day game, the Battle of the North.
A lot of big matches have been played, and most of them have been covered live by Papare.com, the leading sports hub in Sri Lanka.
They have a lot of commitment. They are very excited about the Sri Lanka-Malaysia rugby match, then the New Zealand 85 kilogram tour. That will be quite an experience for the rugby lovers.
Yes, definitely. New Zealand playing great rugby.
Would they perform the haka?
Hopefully yes, because they are representing New Zealand. That's cut up Ishley, but going towards the third man boundary. There is a fielder there. Just a single, taking the score on to 186.
What is good about Lashmika Pereira's batting is that he's hitting the ball middle of the bat. Very quickly into position once again. This was the dismissal of the overnight batter.
You see that great delivery by Manasa Madhubhashana.
Tarin Sanket had no clue. Completely beaten with that brilliant Yorker.
We have had some great batting performance right throughout the series. Haritha?
Yeah, now with Ransilige also getting off the mark and the 2 left-handers out in the middle, I think there is a tendency for the bowlers to give the batters a little bit more leverage. What I'm really missing is that Silimidov for forward short leg fielder. I mean, he is there to pressurize the batsman. And if St. Peter's are to be dismissed quickly, that would be a good option for the Josephians.
Yes, we were talking about this yesterday also. The Josephians should be more on the attacking role. So 76 overs gone, 186 for 8.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Keel's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
You know that the third Indo-Cricket Club World Series will take place in the Middle East in Dubai, and the former Josephian captain Asela Patirana, who is the national coach for Indo-Cricket, will also travel there. There's a Josephian and Peterite player each being involved in that club tournament.
And I heard you will also be joining them.
Yeah, myself and Gamini.
Congratulations to you and to Gamini. Do you know the record partnership in this Josephian Peterite encounter is for the 9th wicket? So 9th wicket partnership going on.
What's the record?
That's 219 runs for the 9th wicket. And by Fred Pereira and David Arndt. That was achieved in 1934. That I think was the second Josephian Peterite encounter. And mind you, Fred Pereira was just 15 years and David Arndt just 16 years. And putting on 219 runs for the 9th wicket.
They were not playing an under-17 game, no?
Oh, the Peterites just started playing cricket. The first Josephian Peterite was played in 1933.
You know the two captains?
The first Josephian Peterite captains?
Yeah. Find out and tell me. I know you know a lot of records and you take great effort to bring this to the notice of the people. We have some more time.
It's George Javira for St. Peter's. I knew it was George Javira, but I forgot about the name of the Josephian captain was Robert Fernando. George Javira's sons were Asita Javira and Ruan Javira, who captained St. Peter's a couple of years ago. So 77 overs gone, it's 186 for 8.
Sri Lankaවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව දැන් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට. රුපියල් 50 Melbourne සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න. Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
Yeah, about Asela Patirana, his ground record of 200 runs at Dali Road was broken by Sadish Jayawardena last year, if I'm not mistaken. There are a few Josephians who's made double hundreds. Great extension of his arms to find the ropes once again. Lashmika Pereira's third boundary.
That was a lovely shot. Beating the cow point and between cow and an extra. Lovely shot, a left-hander's cover drive is always a delight to watch. There you see, beautifully played, beautifully executed.
See, there are some good names. Peter Harmer, 280 against Wesley in 1933. Iran Jayasundara, 212 not out against Trinity in 2024. Gyan Malavarachi, 203 against Isipatana in 1983. Iran Jayasundara again, 202 not out against Royal in 2023. So, in consecutive years, he has scored double hundreds, and Asela Patirana 200 against Wesley. in 1994. That's the second time he's not picked it up cleanly. Sanuja Wakunagoda is the gully fielder.
There are a couple of double centurions for St. Peter's also.
Yeah, I was going to come into that. Santosh Gunathiraka 252 not out, the highest against Ananda in 2019. He's part of our commentary team. Angelo Pereira 239 against Nalanda. Tyrone Lemercier 235 not out against St. Anthony's Katugastota. And Clive Whitman 204 not out against St. Joseph's in 1954. The only double hundred in this big match. And probably the only double hundred in a big match in the country, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I think that's right, but I'm not. I also can't confirm it, but I think that's the correct thing. The only double hundred, the highest score in a big match. But remember, that was scored in a 2-day encounter. Now most of the big matches are being played at 3 days, and that was.
What was his relationship with Rory Inman? Cousins or what?
I think Rory Inman is nephew, I think.
Okay.
But Clive Inman, a name that has gone into a lot of history, as they had the fastest 50 in in county cricket.
Yeah, you talk about Stanley Jayasinghe and Gamini Gunasen and Clive Inman about that county circuit, and Gunasen of course for Oxford or Cambridge or whatever.
Yeah, I think Gamini Gunasen played for Cambridge.
Yeah. So a lot of history here. That is what this match is all about. It's not only a game of cricket. There's so much tradition, so much history, so much culture that goes with all this. The joint organizing committee take about Terence Fernando and Michael Elias for St. Joseph's and St. Peter's. They do a marvelous job for a long period of time. I played with against Michael Elias in that 1976 team led by Charinder Pereira. I think they became the best schoolboy cricket team that year.
In 1976, the best team was St. Thomas's College under Sashi Ganeshan.
Okay, then maybe the other following year. They had some fantastic players.
St. Thomas's fantastic team in 1976. Ajit Ganeshan, Lalit Ratnayaka, Thailand Subramaniam.
The late Lalit Ratnayaka, the late Thailand Subramaniam. Unfortunate. That was time we played against them at junior level.
Salia Hangama, Guy Always.
Yeah, Guy Always late.
And even Michael Jasekar played for St. Thomas's that year. I can remember we played the 50-over semi-final against St. Thomas's. Won by 6 runs.
An extra to end the 78th over. 192 for 8.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
රුපියල් 50 Melbourne Savory පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Combank debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
We have spoken about batting and bowling. I would like to consider fielding. There are 5 instances each for both St. Peter's and St. Joseph's fielder holding on to 3 catchers. George Jayavira, Peter Denise, David Hine, Ruchira Fernando, Kavinda Tisera for St. Peter's, Kenneth Serpanchi, Joy Alvis, Hiran Kure, Mario Perumal and Dylan Fernando Pulle for St. Joseph's. A key aspect, fielding.
Yes, exactly. Appeal, loud appeal again.
He was beaten on the stroke. Nushan Pereira from the edge of the crease once again. Hurried onto him.
I thought it went off the bat. But Nishan Pereira, Haritha, if you watch him very carefully, using the crease well, very knowledgeable. The way he spoke to you during this interview.
There's a forward short leg now. I think that I like it. It's just that he's not getting too much turn, as he quite rightly observed in that interview. So if he's using the seam, that forward short leg will come into play. Yeah, he's creating an opportunity for himself. He's forcing the batter to play off the back foot. Clever bowling this.
Definitely, because using the crease also you get different angles. Throwing the ball into the batter in different angles. There you see again going at the edge of the crease.
Quicker delivery, tripod short. He's keeping the pressure up on Ethan Ransalige. Good time for him also to settle down. Slightly overcast, the crowd cover just coming over the venue.
Again a good delivery.
Again flighting on middle stump. So see, you can see the variation being used. The captain has had 2 victims and a run out assist also.
So that's the end of that over. So it's 79 gone. St. Peter's 192 for 8.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
පිටියේ හතර අතේ ඔත්තුමි රවුදෙන්නේ
සික්සර් උඩයා වී වටේ හොට් හොට් දඟ පන්දුව ස්පයිසි උඩ පන්දුව ෆන් කප්පු සාවිනේ විනේ ප්‍රීමා ඔත්තුමි ෆන් තමයි
නෙල්ල මේකට නෙල්ල අරේක යෙනුලේ
192 for 8 after 79.
යෙනුලේ
16 runs have been scored, 7 overs this morning. We lose of 1 wicket for St. Peter's College. As St. Peter's have done right throughout from yesterday, not shown much intent. Happy to bat out, happy to play the ball on its merit. And St. Joseph's College bowling with discipline. Left arm spinner Dev Thusa. The ball is 21st over, just given away 44 runs. Picked up 1 wicket. As I say, very good morning to former Pete Wright skipper Jan Jayasuriya.
Good morning, Faraz. Quiet start by the Pete Wrights. Josephians, I think you said it at the start of the day, Faraz. The team that shows intent will forge ahead. Short on that occasion. They scamper across for a single, and thus far the Pete Wrights have been a little cautious, as they have been pretty much for day 1. And as the rate of scoring reflects, hasn't really done justice to the quality of wicket out there, Faraz.
The body language, the plan is quite simple for St. Peter's. They have the trophy in Bambalapitiya. Happy to play the ball on its merit, make sure that the Josephians have to do the talking or the bulk of the running. And I would say it's tactical more than anything.
Yes, Faraz is also perhaps a little circumspect, given that this is not a format that either team is accustomed with. First time, the Battle of the Saints being played out over 3 days. And and in some ways you could perhaps understand the cautious approach being taken here by the Pete Wright batters. Like you said, being the holders of the trophy, might want to play themselves to a position of relative safety before perhaps looking to force the issue.
Yeah, fair point, for sure. 3-day cricket, something new for the schoolboys. We saw in the Colombo game, it went down to the wire in the last half an hour or so. So I just saw, being a neutral, Jan, would like to watch or see something similar going deep into the game. Hopefully rain stays away, the weather is clear. We'll definitely have a match that goes to the wire. Crowd will be looking forward to it.
Nice bowling,
This brings that over to a close. Score reading 194 for close of 8.
Data hol cool. Celsius සංචක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිතකර පැරබන්, ට්‍රයික්ලෝකාබන් සහ ට්‍රයික්ලෝසන් රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි. පවුලේ සැමට ඩෙටෝල් ආරක්ෂාව.
ශරික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා. හඳුන්වා දෙන move spray. Keep moving. දවසකට දැනන එක පාරක් ගන්න. Gold Dio Spray.
8 overs bowled. St. Joseph's College have the option of going for the second new ball if they wish to. It's a question to be asked from St. Joseph's. I think as soon as it's available, they should go for it, and I feel they have. It's a good move. To get a spinner from one end and get Batubash from the other end.
So there'll be some perhaps some additional bounce. It'll bring another dimension into play here. So Pereira, it looks like, will continue.
As Pereira has done right throughout this game, he's bowled tight, he's bowled to a field. There's the two fielders outside. The catching position is the leg side for the left-hander. One at mid-wicket, one at mid-on, keeping square leg vacant. Given the invitation to the left-hander, if he wants to go for that stroke, go for it. 23 overs, just 30 runs, couple of wickets. Shows the dominance by Pereira, just bowling dot deliveries and bowling with good, very control.
Goes on with the arm. Spin is stop delivery. He did pick up a wicket, LBW. The ball that went straight on. Air on that occasion, which is nice to see. Always in the batsman think a little bit above the eye line.
That's a temptation, isn't it? As soon as it reaches the eye level, naturally your instincts want to use the feet or bang it down the ground. But as you said, probably the message is loud and clear for the St. Peter's College boys. Is to play the ball on its merit. And making sure outside edge, but lucky. The left hand runs Silage. There was no second slip or a gully in place. That's nicely bowled by Pereira. This will encourage the young man to flight it even more and give it more perches out of the pitch.
There you go. Just a little bit of bounce as well. You expect that from the new ball. Yeah, that's just nice areas with the new ball. Good control. And you're right, Farvi. He's getting some good revs on the delivery, making it spin and just instilling that little bit of doubt. Batsman faced 31 deliveries, runs against. His 2 runs. This time just moves on with the arm, no harm. And end of the 81st, Pete Wright's 194 for 8.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip, please. Domino's Cheesylicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
Your favorite cheers. ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව දැන් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV. අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට. Introducing the Kiehl's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
Slow and steady start for the St. Peter's boys this morning. Ransilage and Pera threatening to put a partnership, especially Ransilage have been very good. Making sure that defense is strong. He's waiting for something loose or something in his arc to score runs. At the moment, just 2 of 32. Pereira 15 of 30. Spin from both ends. Surprisingly, for me, new ball, slightly overcast conditions. Would have been tempted to bring Ransilage, beg your pardon, Madhubash, and that's nicely bowled by Dev Tusa. It's another arm delivery, just swung a little away from the left-hander.
Did indeed, Varvees, and I'm surprised I'm with you in that sentiment. I'm sure Madhubashna would have loved to have a bowl himself. That's not a bit of bad spot of outswing there, Varvees.
Famous Mohammad Nabi delivery. He all calls himself a right-arm outswing bowler with the new ball. I'm sure Dev Tusa would have got a trick or two watching Mohammad Nabi bowl. Even Dhananjay De Silva, I've seen it doing it for the national side whenever he bowls with the new ball. Nice Dikshan does it, flicks it from front of his fingers. Certainly these youngsters quite good in copying something. That's nicely bowled again, and nicely kept as well by the Josephian wicket keeper.
Yes, it can be a little unnerving if you're not used to playing a good spinner who bowls with the new ball, because it does do things that you're not really accustomed to. You expect that to turn or at least hold its line, and then as it just gently swings away, that can be a little unsettling. So good stuff here by Dev Tusa. But yes, Farviz, I would have expected the seamer to have a crack at it, at least a couple of overs. You wouldn't have loved that during your day, would you?
I'll be behind the captain's head. Give me the new ball at least for 3-4 overs.
Especially on a placid track, you want to make sure that you use that shine while it's available and that pronounced seam. But Josephian skipper with other ideas here. It's played away nicely, and a good spot of fielding. The Josephians have been sharp with their ground fielding, and that brings the end to the 22nd over. There to 194 for 8.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
කෝ. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Flexible as eggs, and I love mushrooms because
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව දැන් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV. අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
Farviz was 91st Battle of the Saints. It's being played with having played out 8 consecutive draws on the trot. Starts new over, and the last result, of course, was in 2016. The game was played in a different format, of course. It's the Josephian Peterite 2-day encounter, as it was played out. Started in the year 2000, playing a 60-over format, which was very novel at the time. Brought about some results, and when it didn't bring results, it brought about fairly exciting tactics and close encounters. Of course, the format has now changed into a 3-day format, perhaps looking to force the issue of a result. So far, Peterites have decided to play it safe and play for time, as Pereira is rushing through this over. You saw him give a little bit of flight earlier on. We haven't seen that in the 4 deliveries up until now, this over. He might just try to do that.
Forcing the issue is out of the window for the St. Peter's College boys at the moment. They're quite happy to play time. For many reasons, especially because the 3-day game, not too sure about the format, how many overs to bat, what sort of a score is a safe score to come and bowl. Lots of questions for a youngster. That's a maiden over, bowled by Pereira. 83 overs done, 194 for 8.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam, to provide healthy hydration for your whole home, and to nourish your growing family. With island-wide distribution, we've reached the homes and hearts of every Sri Lankan, ensuring healthy hydration for all. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
The 91st Battle of the Saints, St. Peter's College winning the toss, batting first, 194 for 8. Run rate just over 2 runs being maintained, and right throughout the 83 overs, 17 boundaries and 1 maximum. Left arm spinner Dev Thusa will continue. Hold again. I like this line and the length. Dev Thusa is attacking the left hand. Watch out for the outside edge, second slip fielder.
There you go, Parviz. That's what you were talking about. Just holding its line, the new ball doing its thing, and batsman just not leaving allowance for that. Expecting the ball to come in with the angle, and the ball holding its own and just deviating just enough. Keep the 2 slip fielders interested for sure.
Rolling back the years, Jan Jai Surya when he was younger, 1 foot down, slog shift to the grass banks.
Well, I'll be certainly tempted to do so. Sometimes you need to, you do need to take the initiative, don't you, Parviz, to get the bowler a little bit off rhythm. As you see now, spinner growing in confidence, bringing in a close infielder, just attacking that a little bit more, and Ransilige will be put under pressure now.
Temptation will be there for the young man. Seeing the ball being flighted, left hand, mid-wicket, mid-on, both hovering around the 30-yard circle or just around the 30-yard circle. Temptation would be there, but probably the message is loud and clear from the coaching staff. Don't you dare.
And so far, he's holding his nerve as well, Parviz. Can be very tempting, especially batting lower down the order. Your eyes light up, and you back yourself to clear the infield. Just need to hang in there to see a loose delivery. That was short. There was an opportunity. Didn't quite beat the shot in close in fieldsman.
You go into a shell of just blocking out the mentality. Most of the time, even the loose deliveries, you fail to pounce on it. Full again. The fielder at mid-on tossed the fielding. Just a single from that over. 195 for 8.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක
ප්‍රෝබයොටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල් ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න
දවසකට දැනන්න එකපාරක් ගන්න Gold Dio Spray.
Last wicket to go, Sanket. Run Ransilige and Pereira. They're threatening for a partnership. Not only about the runs, it's about the time spent in the middle as well. Pereira will continue from the tennis courts. Huge appeal by the wicket keeper, but I thought the height would have been a factor. And Vimala Siri is an umpire. He's a perfectionist. It has to be plumb in front. If not, he's not take a risk.
All right, a lot of bounce. Again, the new ball just eliciting a little bit more bounce than perhaps ideal. So that was safe for the batsman. Ransilige continues to be defensive. Both these batsmen have scored half centuries this season, so they are able to accumulate when necessary. But clearly, Farviz, like you said, the frame of mind just seems to be to just play out as much time as possible.
I reckon time is money. Just back through the overs, they know even the weather is around. The downpour expected by evening. Asking the Josephine to make all the running and be aggressive. Comes down the track for the first time. Some aggression shown by Ransilige, and he misses it. The option was right. He was trying to go over mid-on since there's absolutely no turn, but probably the length wasn't there.
There you go. It takes a lot of character to be that patient over this period of time, and it was just a matter of time, you felt. He's played out 38 deliveries now and just scored 2 runs. That was the first rush of blood, if you like. That'll make him feel better, getting off strike with a single.
Head-to-head, St. Joseph's College have won it 12 times, Peters 10. It's expected when it's 2-day cricket, plenty of drawn games, 68 of them.
Indeed, as we see another close-in fieldsman, this time a second slip coming into play. Once again, locked away at the end of another over, the 26th over ball by Pereira. It's 196 weight.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip, please. Domino's Cheeselicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍යයක තුල දැන් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
You know, for me, the season in terms of results have been fairly evenly matched between the two sides. Josephians, of course, having the edge, and perhaps psychological edge as well, from the given the fact that they have beaten St. Peter's. Outright win that was recorded earlier on in the season. I'll give them that extra bit of confidence coming into this one. Of course, different conditions. Big match always wins about different dynamics, as that's short and was there for the taking, and this time Ransilige up for the task, dispatches it to the mid-wicket boundary. Poor delivery by Deothus, really a rare loose delivery, and finally some shackles broken for St. Peter's. There you go, rank long hop there.
Yeah, long hop and immense strength when it comes to the left hand, when striking the ball. Good bat speed, holding the bat bottom of the handle means that the cross bat shots are quite powerful. And this kind of a pitch, the bounce is even. Batsman can trust the bounce and play those horizontal strokes. And the amount of time the left hand has spent in the middle, seeing the ball like a football. Next delivery, it's a good delivery. Coming back with an outswing again.
That was interesting tactics. Pull the next one a little flatter, moving it out a little bit. May have been tricky if he went for the cross-batted option. Once again, short and unable to beat the inner ring. Whereas we spoke about this earlier, and the Josephian skipper obviously opted to go with the spin options from both ends with the new ball. You say in hindsight, or maybe even as he move forward, still won't fancy seeing some seam and perhaps a change in tempo?
Yeah, definitely change in tempo. And also Madhubhashano bowled 3 overs this morning. He bowled a good line and length just outside the off stump. Just the 3 overs. I'm sure he's pretty fresh this morning. Get him for a couple of overs at least. Change the rhythm of the game and get the spin-outs afterwards. That will be my game plan going forward. Beaten outside edge again. Huge appeal. But the umpire at square leg is unmoved. Ends the 86th over. 200 for 8.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. Go.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
St. Peter's College 200 for 8. Some recovery in this morning, but that price wicket, that highest run getter for him, was the only wicket in the first of day 2. So good morning, Laksisi. Again, I think we have said that good morning a couple of times now, more than a couple of times. So this is interesting, Laksisi. The second new ball, we are seeing 2 spinners in the attack, and we haven't seen ThePapare since yesterday. He has bowled only 3 overs, just conceded 4 runs. Probably he's carrying out some injury. He is a good bat. He can bat, hit a long ball, but we haven't seen him bowling. I think there's some injury matter going on because he has not played, he has not bowled much in the games, but the games that he has played has scored over 200 odd runs. 253 runs with 3 half centuries, ThePapare, but he has bowled a very few overs.
Now ThePapare doesn't have the best of fitness records coming into this encounter, although he is playing today. Climbing on 204 in the 1954, the highest score by a Pete Wright in the history of Battle of the Saints. 71 years ago, the record still stands. ThePapare trying to find that third wicket, 2 for 33 of 26.3 overs. Very, very economical, very, very consistent when it comes to his line and length throughout this innings so far.
Laksisi, see the amounts of balls that the number 9 batter and number 10 batter has faced. It's almost 100 balls. ThePapare, 53 balls for his 21 very valuable runs in the low order. And when it comes to runs in a game, has faced 42 deliveries since that wicket. And he has scored 5 runs. So this is what the Josephians should improve when it comes to winning a game. They're bowling the 87th over. Plenty of balls have been bowled. And I can see Nushan Pereira rather having those 2 slip fielders and the silly mid-off on the offside, but he's not getting that the spin off that wicket with the new ball itself. I rather see the silly mid-off fielder going into a short leg position.
Another very good delivery from Nushan Pereira. The partnership, 18 runs of 78 deliveries, Rajiv, 13 overs, 13.1 overs now. These two have batted together. They managed to take that price wicket of Tareen inside the first 3 overs of the day.
Yeah, well, Laksisi, my opinion now, 2 spinners operating. You're not getting that wicket. Why can't you bring Manas? He picked up that price wicket in the old ball. We haven't seen him with the new ball yet. Or ThePapare. So one of the fast bowlers needs to come into the attack right now, because definitely fast bowlers can do something on this track for this tail end. So after 87 gone, Peters 204 for 8.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Gold Dio Spray.
So 204 for 8, St. Peter's College, for the 9th wicket, they have managed to settle things a little bit. Yes, they have not added the runs, but they have managed to just stop that rush of confidence going into St. Joseph's College. And Damien De Silva, he will bowl from this end.
Yeah, he's operating for the first time in today's play. Damien De Silva, one of the bowlers who can turn the ball, but the ball is pretty new. It's just 7 overs. He's bowled 16 overs, given away 47 runs and picked up those 2 crucial wickets in the top order of Nathan David and Damsara. Might see something from him. We need to break through. We need to get those 2 wickets because St. Joseph's College needs to come and bat on here. They have to build that score. It is a hard ask because St. Peter's College won't come easy when they come at the St. Joseph's College batters. That's a heaved, swept away fine towards the squalic fielder there for another single for Lashmika Pereira. So, what do you reckon, Laxisi? I really think Manasa should come into the attack because the tail end, then only you took that wicket off Manasa. Now he got a break of about 10 overs now. He needs to come in, take another wicket, get your spinner in again.
Exactly, Manasa Madhubhashana. He was bowling with a lot of fire today morning. So for the last 2 batters, it's very important that they use him as much as possible, as you mentioned, Rajiv. So they're missing a trick here, clearly missing a trick here, St. Joseph's College. And these 2, they're making full use of it. They have added 20 runs now from 185 to 205. They had a golden opportunity to restrict St. Peter's College before 200.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, even the talk show we were talking about this. You need to grab those few wickets early as possible. They took that in-form batter, but now they're struggling to take the tail enders. Now, likes of Damien De Silva, middle stump line and getting some perches, getting a little wicket turns on this wicket. So probably on this Ruan Silake, it's the better option to get that leg slip fielder. He's bowling, he's straying down leg side. That is not good bowling by Damien De Silva. He needs to act properly. So talking about Maliban Savory, what an exciting game it has been so far. Feel your cheers with the delicious crunch of Maliban Savory, whether you're in the stands or watching the game at home. Grab your favorite Maliban Crisco, Maliban chick bits and Maliban cheese bits, as well as Maliban snackers, and add some extra spice to the game. Maliban Savory, the perfect companion for every thrilling game. So after 88 gone, St. Peter's 205 for 8. Players are going for the first drinks break of day 2.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. For a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක. බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂ්‍ය පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇංකර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Crystal clear, super stylish. New ViU V60 design.
Introducing the Kiehl's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Kiehl's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving.
ශනික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා හඳුන්වා දෙන move spray keep moving.
For the St. Peter's College batting cards so far 205 rate after 88 overs. Dilna Damsara still the highest scorer, 44 of 92 deliveries. Nathan David 29, Asadi Satejan 38, Sebastian 27, Sanket scoring 21. Now Pereira, he's on to 23. Ransilge on 5. Skipper Salgado unfortunately couldn't get going. He got out for 6. Fernando for 1, and Peterson didn't trouble the scorers. 11 extras bowled by St. Joseph's College.
So talk about bowling, except for that 3 overs by Dunik Pereira, we have seen all the bowlers chipping in with some wickets. We haven't seen him after those 3 overs yesterday. So Manasa Madhubhashana 61 for 2. The ball is hard out, and eventually picked up that prize wicket today as well. So Nishan Pereira 2 and Damien Disabla 2 wickets for 48. General Devdusa 24 overs 51 for 1. So that's the start of play. So it was a wicket early morning, and that was yesterday. In fact, those are the follow wickets. That's the wicket of Damsar of the bowling of Damien De Silva. That's a brilliant catch. Some recovery after that drop catch. Avishai Samash. That was the 50th wicket for Nishan Pereira. And Yenal Devdusa is picking up that first wicket again. This is the run out. This is what changed things for St. Joseph's College. And they were at one stage, St. Peter's, 134 for 6. And this is one of the peach of a delivery. It was angling it in and getting out LBW. This was the prize wicket today in the morning. And Manasa Madhubhashana needs to come into the attack today as well with a new ball now.
So Madhubhashana 2 for 61 after 17 overs. Has bowled a lot, Manasa Madhubhashana. Dunik Pereira, he has bowled just 3 overs as Raju mentioned. So a lot to do for Manasa Madhubhashana in this game. And he has not disappointed his skipper, and he has taken 2 wickets. 1 wicket yesterday morning and then 1 wicket today morning. He has toiled hard, Manasa Madhubhashana. And
so this is the man we wanted. In fact, as Joseph and I wanted him to bowl and get these 2 wickets and finish and wrap it up for St. Joseph's College, because he needs to bowl out here. And Manasa Madhubhashana got a break of 10 overs. He's fresh now. He hasn't bowled from this second new ball. So he needs to come in and probably wrap things up. I like to see him. He's bowling from the combox end here at SSC. So Manasa needs to keep it really tight. He bowled that Yorker delivery to get rid of Sanket. So he needs to probably keep that ball up because it's still new. And I was having a chat with him in the morning and told him, don't bowl those short deliveries, keep it really up for the batter. There you go, keeping it on the strut after that first spell. 1 day, 2.
I wonder whether it's a bit too late now to bring in Manasa Madhubhashana.
Definitely, yes.
Because Ransilge, he has faced 46 deliveries, he has settled down, and now he's seen the ball a lot better than how he did when he came out to bat. So that was the moment that they had the chance to insert more pressure on the batsman.
Yeah, definitely. You should have taken 2-3 overs of a break. Have a fresh go out, remove your t-shirt, probably change of a outfit and come back, have a few drinks, and then come back and bowl at the tail end with this second new ball. So he's as you mentioned, Laxis is a bit too late right now to come in because 1 hour gone. We expected during that 1 hour St. Joseph's College should wrap it up.
So when we talk about the big match season, today we are bringing you the live action of 4 encounters, the 116th Battle of the Maroons, the Kingswood College versus the Mirage College, and this encounter, 91st Battle of the Saints, St. Joseph's College versus St. Peter's College, Richmond College versus Mahinda College, down from Galle at the Galle International Cricket Stadium. And along with that, we are also bringing you the live action of the encounter from Matra, the 125th Battle of the Blues Runa between St. Thomas's College and St. Servatius College. So Kandy, Colombo, Galle, Madara, we got everywhere covered for all of our viewers on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
Yeah, indeed. It is always Dialog Papare has been the broadcaster for all these big matches. That was heaved on the pads. Another single for Lashmika Pereira. So if not Papare, this is not going to be telecasted for sure. So hats off for Dialog Papare, covering all around. It is not only Colombo or anything, it is covered entirely. Jaffna, Colombo, Mathura, even Mahiyangane, Kandy. So plenty of action, plenty of cricket. This is the perfect example for all these cricketers to show their talent on TV as well. It is a perfect time, Laxisi. When we were playing, there was no Papare, there was nothing at all. It was only radio commentaries. So that was mentioned by even Harda Pereira. He was doing radio commentaries since those days of the Jopi, Roy, all these big matches, Anand, all these big matches. But Papare has come down and to give this live action on all sorts of encounters, even in the big matches, one-day cricket. So hats off to Dialog Papare, Laxisi.
I think behind the scenes, the boys have worked really, really hard, especially last weekend and this weekend, where we had to bring the live action of multiple encounters at the same day. Alisha, Dilhara, Suresh and the boys, they have done amazingly well throughout this big match.
Whoa! That's what I was talking. A little too late coming into the party. He should have been introduced with a new ball. Manasa Madhubhashana. That's one of the brilliant deliveries. He was angling it in, some in swing, and then straightening it up to get rid of Lashmika Pereira.
Ransilige had no answer to that delivery. What a delivery from Madhubhashana.
In fact, it's Ransilige. So tail end, it is, should be the fast bowler operating Laxisi. This is what we were talking about. So after 89 overs, St. Peter's 206 for 9.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකෙන්. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. Go 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 go.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 Melbourne සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
So the last wicket, St. Peter's College. What can they do with this last wicket remaining? Pereira, Rashmika Pereira, he has a huge job on his shoulders. He's on 24. Senvidu, can he bat for his partner? Just 14 runs this season, not a lot to talk about. Can he survive? Can Tharin Senvidu survive and let Lashmika Pereira do some scoring here?
Yeah, this is what we should be doing, Laxiti, at the middle. They should have introduced Manas a little earlier than this, because they should have, actually, Josephians should have got St. Peter's below 200, in my opinion, if Manas was bowling with the new ball. So they should have operated and brought himself back. There you go. One of the brilliant deliveries, a pitch of delivery to get rid of Ransilage. And he was foxed. All ends up.
Manasa Madhubhashana, I'm quite sure he enjoyed that thoroughly. Third wicket for him, well deserved third wicket. And Ransilige, as you mentioned, he was foxed. He was completely foxed. He didn't know what actually happened there.
So I was talking to Manasa in the morning before the talk show when they were out there doing the warm-up. I was asking him, why did you bowl short? He wanted to cramp up the batsman. I said, no, you bring it in. You need to bring the bat up front foot. This is what he has done today. He has captured 2 crucial wickets at crucial stages. He came into the attack, get a wicket, helped his team out, and now probably finish things up. He was bowling. The previous wicket, it was a bowled, and the 8th wicket also to get rid of Sanket was also a bowled. It was straight on, stump to stump. Keep it simple.
It was a prize wicket. The wicket he took in the morning of Tarin Sanket, which opened the doors, and after that, as you mentioned as well, probably missed the trick by removing him from the attack so early. So Mansa Madhubhashana, 2 spells on day 2, 2 wickets.
He just bowled 4 overs for the second day morning. And those intentions are clear. There you go, Lashmika Perera. He has the last man in standing with him. He needs to get some runs, so he's the responsible batter to get some runs out there.
And now it's all about trying to get some quick runs. And Lashmika Perera, he understood the assignment, exactly what's needed to be done, and he's doing that. We can expect to see some lusty blows here.
Yeah, definitely. So you're having that deep mid-on, the long-on fielder on a 3/4 position when there is a very big, huge vacant area. So now the fielder is down there at the boundary. That swept fine again towards that mid-wicket region.
So now Senvidu, he'll be on strike against Yanula Devutusa.
If I'm Kenneth, I will bring 2 close-in fielders, give him pressure. There's 3 balls. You need to finish things up. So the best option right now to bring in 2 close-in fielders at least. 1 centimeter off and a short leg. Probably get a leg slip as well. So this is the perfect time when you have the number 11 batter in. You have 3 balls, not just 1 ball. You have 3 balls, and Senvidu has to survive 3 balls to come out and let Lashmika have those lusty blows in the next over. So they have a leg slip as we were speaking, and a short leg and a slip. So a perfect chance for Devutusa to come and just add 1 more wicket to his column.
Oh, peel from Devutusa, but going down leg.
Yeah, indeed, definitely it was throwing down leg side. So number 11 batter. First ball, it is always a story. And there you go, throwing down leg side. And they sneaks a single. Probably they will go for the second run. So valuable 2 runs of Senvidu's bat.
Sneaky single, sneaky double rather. 2 runs he begins his account, Senvidu.
Yeah, still 1 more ball. Yanula Devutusa can go at it at the number 11 batter. There you saw the balls. I mean, still the ball is new, Laxmi. So it's straying towards the pads. Probably he should bring it away from the off stump. Probably try to hit the stumps. There you go. That's what I was talking about. That's a good delivery. And that ends the 90th over. St. Peter's 230 for 9.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Go 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 go.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comeback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Gold Dio Spray.
Welcome back. St. Peter's 213 for 9. Revised timings. Yes, early start because of yesterday's early finish. 9:45 to 12 o'clock. That's the first session. Then the second will start at 12:40 to 2:55, and then third one 3:15 to 5:15, which also can be stretched for another half an hour. but not sure how far it will go with the weather. And joining me is a former skipper from St. Peter's, Vishen Halapage. Good afternoon. Good morning, Vishen.
Good morning. Michael, last man standing for the Pietrites is Lakshmi Papare. I guess Lakshmi Papare should stay in strike more than Senvidu at this point of the game.
I think also the message is clear for him to go for runs. The more runs he can get. 213, if he can get another 10, 223 is better than 213. It will look better. So a little bit of intent now. But I was surprised the way the Pietrites batted yesterday. They were very cautious. I know it's 3 days. Sometimes when you say extra day, you know, like, my gosh, it's extra day. But come on, it's you should just play a normal game, not worry about it. Because runs on the board will always keep you in the game.
Yes, because the Pietrites in the season they haven't played this game before. They have started to play this game in the main game of the season. And here you go, Lakshmi Papare takes his single once again, giving the strike to Senvidu. I guess at this moment, Lakshmi Papare should play more balls than Tharin Senvidu and get not the single, to get some boundary options or double options there.
Well, yes, point, yeah, right on point, because he's leaving the number 11 for deliveries to face. And the bowler has 3 wickets to his name, so he has the ability to get the wickets. Just playing into the Josephians' hands where they given a single to Pereira and got him on strike. Oh, so Senvidu just 1 run in the season. How many matches has he played?
He's played 9 matches, 8 innings.
8 innings. So maybe not have got much of batting.
Yeah. So, like an experienced batsman like Lakshmi Papare should be at the striking end at this point of the game, because Pietrites have fallen in deep trouble. They are 214 for 9 in a 3-day encounter. Is not the best start for the Pietrites.
Yeah, definitely. But look at that delivery. Ball into a number 11. You've already got 3 wickets. I thought he would have been right on the money, try to target the pads or try a Yorker. But that was way bad. Another run added. 215 now.
I was very surprised when Maradana was not given the new ball to bowl.
Yes, I also thought that he should have been given straight away from one end. Again, just wide outside of some. Just wasting the deliveries. Need to get that batsman to play at it. I think the Josephians also got their tactics wrong from the first ball. Manas generally is known to swing the ball a bit. But yesterday we saw him going mainly with the short deliveries. It was not the way to go. And all his wickets came when he pitched the ball up, getting LBW and two batsmen bowled.
That's true. Tharin Senvidu should stay the stand for the Peters when Lakshmi Papare is in the other end. At this moment, Michael, if you were the Josephian captain, what would you do at this point of the stage?
Well, from the start I would have set my fielding. The fielders in different positions and got a major attacking field yesterday, and one of the main things I would have done was try to get as much of overs as possible yesterday, because when the Pietrites were going on the defense, you should have had at least 80 to 85 overs bowled with the spinners. But that was one of the main reasons. But now at the moment, nothing much that you can do, because you got the number 11 facing 4 deliveries, and then you have your bowler bowling it right outside your stump. So just that one delivery that he had to face, others were just, he had to let it go. Yeah, that's much better. Make him play, then he'll have to do something different and hope that you can get something.
Well played there by Tharin Senvidu as well, playing it solid. Maradana, every time he was given the ball, he picked up the most important wickets. The trump card, Tharin Sanket was also bowled this morning.
Yes, and even Ethan also bowled. So you see, every time he pitched it up, he got the help. But yesterday I have no idea whether it was his plan or whether the coaching staff's plan to just get him to bowl short and continue to bowl short. We have not seen Dunik bowl too much because I'm told that he's having a slight niggle, so they don't want to aggravate that.
And that's the end of the 90th over. St. Peter's 214 for 9.
Dialog cool. Celsius සංචක පහ දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිතකර පැරබන්, ට්‍රයික්ලෝකාබන් සහ ට්‍රයික්ලෝසන් රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි. පවුලේ සැමට ඩෙටෝල් ආරක්ෂාව.
ශනික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා. හඳුන්වා දෙන Move Spray. Keep moving.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Lashmika Pereira on strike. Kenneth Lienegay is doing all his tactics here to get this duo into the pavilion.
Yes, I think 91 overs they've been on the field. We had a break yesterday, earlier break, so the fielders won't be that tired. I'd always like to.
Pete Wrights must have been very happy with the break yesterday for the last 20 overs.
Yes, definitely.
Because if the Pete Wrights had played the last 20 overs and the last 3 wickets have gone, Josephians can make an advantage of it.
Correct, that's true.
This is not the best bowling from the Josephians here, and that runs away for the boundary. Lashmika Pereira moves on to 34. This is not good bowling by the Josephians.
Definitely.
Dushan Pereira, an experienced bowler who picked up his 50th wicket at the big match.
And he's bowled a lot of overs during the season, so no excuse. You don't bowl those lines. Try to give him a single and then get the new batsman to try and face.
Because he takes the singles as well. Not much crowds, Michael. Probably today after 12, after 1, these stands will be packed.
Yes, it should. Well, tomorrow, of course, I think there will be a crowd. But the thing is, sometimes what happens is...
Well played again by Lashmika Pereira. Very well played, and that runs away to the boundary as well. Lashmika Pereira moves on to 38 with 2 boundaries in 2 balls. Nushan Pereira under pressure.
That was a bit in the air. Not sure, but there's a valiant diving effort.
That's the only gap for Lashmika Pereira at the moment. He makes an advantage of that.
They got that fielder down there, but still couldn't. It was away from him, but good effort.
Very good effort
as a
there.
Fielder, but no chance of stopping that, and the boundary. So 2 boundaries in this over.
Senvidu is doing his part very well as well, letting Lashmika Pereira score his runs by not losing his wicket at the other point.
Yes, I think normally when a tailender comes out to bat and there is a batsman.
Oh, very well played. Intentions are clear. That's launched out of the ground for 6.
Just the second 6.
Lashmika Pereira for 44. Nushan Pereira has been backed for 14 in this over for 3 balls. St. Peter's 229 out of nowhere.
So now score looking even more respectable.
Yeah, as you mentioned, 220. Now it's close to 230.
Exactly. So now they must be having just going 10 by 10. That's the
A
thing,
great
if you
shot.
can get another 10.
Brilliant timing of the ball by Lashmika Pereira. Very well played.
Not afraid to go off it because there were 2 fielders there in the area, but 3 of them, they were just standing and watching.
He has no other option to do at the point.
A small drinks break at the moment, the batsman.
He's a batsman who can bat the top order. For the Pete Wrights, the Pete Wright top order is packed, where you get no chance to have a small place even the highest run scorer, Tarin Sanket, bats number 8.
So that's good to have when you know that you have batsmen at number 8 and 9. You know, the side, even the top order, they can go out and play their shots. There's little, maybe the 3-day game coming, it's a big match, so everyone was very cautious.
From those 3 shots, the scorecard extremely changed. Though that's why I said positive cricket will change the whole game of the impact of the game.
Definitely. Now they must be targeting to get somewhere close to the 250.
Single again, Tarin Senvidhu has 2 more balls to keep his strike. Let's see if he can make this over a good over for the Pete Reds.
I think Rashmika has a lot of confidence in Senvidhu. He's not worried. If the single is there, he's going to take it. So maybe even Senvidhu has said, don't worry, I'll hold my end up. You just go about doing what you have to do. Sometimes it's always tricky when you have a fast spinner and when you have to block it. You know, if it's a fast ball, you're much more easy because you just see the ball. Okay, if it's outside the stump, you let it go. If it's in line with your stumps, you just defend it.
On point, Michael. On point. That's true. As a batsman, talking about the insights, that's very true.
Tailenders, they get a bit worried when they see a fielder closing.
And Nushan Pereira is not a much turn of the ball, so there you go. That's what you're talking, Michael.
Exactly. You're not sure whether it's going to turn, whether it's going to go straight. Then you have to worry about whether you get your pad in front and get hit on the pads.
There you go. Good ball. That's the line to bowl to Lashmika Pereira as well. Shot. They don't take the single. That's the thing they should do. End of the 91st over, 230 for 9. Peters have done well in that over.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ 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 ගෝ.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. හැම සිතක්ම පිපිදේ, රස lemon රසයේ. ජීවිතයම මිහිරයි. Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, chill when lemon.
See that fall of wickets. Manas will continue. Bowled his heart out. 19 overs, 3 for 64. Looks a bit tired, but you can't blame him. He's been running in every time the captain has given him the ball. Just had the wrong idea, I would say, on the first day. Opted to go for that short delivery, and most of the Peter top order were just getting under it, letting it go past.
Shot.
They went and then decided against it.
That's a good decision, Michael. That's a really good decision because Lashmika Pereira is an experienced campaigner in the side.
And it's the first delivery, so maybe if it was the third or fourth, he might have taken it. Why settle for one flavor when you can have 4 in one pack? Enjoy 9 minutes for that spicy kick, garlic, bold flavors.
That's a great shot by Lashmika Pereira. Runs away to the boundary. Lashmika Pereira just one run away from his half century. Flat back into the boundary straight.
So this is where it's going to be a bit tricky. Even the captain, you can be clueless sometimes because you're not sure exactly what to do. You're leaking the boundary, and then third or fourth ball you give the single. It's very hard for even the bowler.
Lashmika Pereira just one run away from his half century. The first half century in the
season?
No. In the 3-day encounter
in the big match.
Yeah.
vice captain of the side. So he has done his part so far with the bat.
That's runs away for the boundary again. Lashmika Perera. That's his half century. Very well played, Lashmika. A great knock down the order. What St. Peter's needs at the moment. A great knock by the St. Peter's vice captain, Lashmika Perera.
Well, that hurried on to him, but he got it away from the wicket keeper, and what a knock.
Under pressure.
Under pressure, needed to stick out there and make sure that gets the side to some reasonable score, and he's done it, and done it really well. I'm sure he's having ideas of taking it even longer. 53 now of 74 deliveries, 8 fours and 1 6. No, nice. That's
will that run away for the boundary? Yes, that runs away to the boundary as well. A misfield there by the Josephians. Everything in Peter's ways.
Well, not sure what really happened there, because he had it covered and then he was late going down. You see that taking a thick edge. You can see the fielder having covered that.
St. Peter's 242. Michael, what are your thoughts on this?
I have no words. Not sure exactly what they're thinking. Even Manas, the bowler, is wondering what's going on.
Oh my, Michael. This is great cricket by Lashmika Perera. Changed the whole game. You're surprised as well, Michael.
I'm just trying to think of picture what happened there. What's the excuse you can give for him missing that?
I guess he slipped there, Michael.
This time he decides to take that single.
Samitu has one more ball to survive.
This is going to be interesting now. What sort of field are they going to bring in? So that's the Keel's best. Like they said, Naimir is for the spicy kick, garlic for bold flavor, cheese and onion for a cheesy delight, and chicken sausages for a classic taste. What else can you expect, especially in a big match like this?
One more ball for Tharins and Vidudu. Play in Manas Madhubhashan is over. The pick of the bowlers for me.
Interesting, 2 slips and a gully.
Let's see what will happen this ball. Well left. St. Peter's 243 for 9, end of the 93rd over.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
පිටියේ හතර අතේ ඔත්තුමි රැව් දෙන්නේ.
Sixer udaya ViU App. Hot dang pandu atte spicy ude pandu. Fun kapu savire vive. Prima kutumi. Fun tamai.
Fall of wickets, 9th wicket fell at 206. Ever since then, it has been a very good partnership building for the last wicket for St. Peter's College. 37 runs been added, rubbing salt into the wound of St. Joseph's. Number 9 player is on 58. That's Pereira for you. The left hand has been hitting some big hits and being busy. Understandably, he's using the kitchen sink for a very good effect. Santosh Gunathilaka joins me. Must be a happy man with the recovery. When I say recovery, the run scoring of St. Peter's.
Absolutely. I think from the position the Peterites were at half their way through to a respectable total, courtesy Lashmika Perera's late order blitz. At one point the Peterites were not even targeting a score of 220, but right now they're on 243 for 9. Still having Lashmika Perera at the crease, unbeaten on 58.
He's targeting the deep mid-wicket area. There's a big gap between the mid-wicket and the long-on fielder to the grass banks, to the Salan Bank Pavilion end. And the other option would be straight down the ground, trying to target the side screen, with long on being quite wide as well as long off. It's quite square. And Devtusa, he will not flight the ball, that's for sure. Flatter, outside edge, or top edge, and easily taken at cover point. Trying to milk it towards mid-wicket for a single, gets the top edge. And Devtusa, the left-arm spinner, had the last laugh, not before. Pereira scored a magnificent 58 of 78.
Full credit to Devtusa there, swinging that ball away from Lashmi Pereira, not flight in the delivery for him to get underneath, but credit to Lashmi Pereira. What a knock he's played, trailing from behind, and he's produced a gem of innings for the Pete Rides. Took them out of any scare, and there's 243, a respectable total for the Pete Rides from where they were.
The easy catch at cover point, not before Pereira. Effective, important contribution of 58 in 79 deliveries. Impressive strike rate as well by the young man. He was hitting the ball really well, taking that responsibility. St. Joseph's College, they did really well. I thought yesterday they bowled with discipline, they bowled with good venom, especially Madhubashan, the fast bowler, who picked up 3 wickets. Even the spinners, there was not much purchase out of the pitch yet, but they made sure they kept things in control, keeping the run rate in check.
Yes, indeed. They had one plan from ball one, and that was to curtail the run flow for the Pete Rides. They did that brilliantly with Nushan Pereira being very economical, was right on the money from ball one. Manasa Madhubashan picked up 3 wickets. So the bowling unit has been brilliant for the Josephines, and the captain will be really happy and proud of what his bowlers were capable of doing.
The innings breaks in Peters College, all out finally. Score of 243 is a decent score, I should say, on this pitch. Not before batting out 93 overs, which is valuable time. Right, taking a look at the batting card for St. Peter's College. Salgado missed out, LBW to Madhubashan and Damsara David. They looked threatening, both dismissed for 44-29 respectively. Tejana Sebastian again, they got the start but could not kick on to get a big one. Fernando Peterson missed out. Sanket, useful contribution of 21. Russell Uge and Sevendu as well. But the man of the first innings for St. Peter's College is Pereira, who scored 58 in 79 deliveries, a useful contribution.
This is the bowling card for the Josephines. Madhubashan leading the way for the Josephines. 3 for 77, he's bowled 20 overs. Devtusa 2 for 58 in his 25 overs. Nushan Pereira was pretty accurate. He picked the 50th scalp for the season in this big match. He ended with 2 for 50, and Damien De Silva 2 for 48. 12 extras, 93.3 overs. The Pete Rides only managed 243.
Plenty of bowling for the fast bowler, the left arm spinner, the yaw spinner. Madhubashan, for me especially, was very impressive. He ran in hard, 20 overs with high quality fast bowling for a schoolboy. He showed a lot of control, guile. He's someone for the future for sure. Right, let's take a look at the St. Peter's wickets. Starting off, the captain was a plumb in front by Madhubashan. Ball swinging back, plumb in front, and Bimala Siri had no hesitation. Outside edge, easily taken in the slips.
Absolutely. This was the big wicket of Dilena Damsara. Damien De Silva picked up Damsara when he was looking good, and then it was Nushan Pereira's 50th scalp. Joshua Sebastian going for that sweep shot, but getting the glove. And this was a beauty from Devtusa. Ball pitching and going away from the left-handed batsman. This was the total mix-up. It's a wicket gifted to the Josephines. He knows Peterson on that occasion. And another beauty from Nushan Pereira, the well-set batter. Asadisa Tejana losing his wicket, and this was another beauty from Manasa Madhubashan. And today in the morning, Ransilage got a peach, and this was Lashmi Pereira to end things off. not after he scored a brilliant 58.
Yeah, brilliant 58 indeed. And 58, 243 all out in the first innings St. Peter's College. We're going to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have the reply by St. Joseph's College. Beg your pardon, St. Peter's College.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs. As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry,
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක. බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
තව හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. කෝ.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. හැම සිතක්ම පිබිදේ, රස lemon රසයේ. ජීවිතයම මිහිරයි. Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. Chill when lemon.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Keel's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස.
ලස්සන පල්ලෝකේ කොත්තුමි සර විහිදේ හිත් එක සිත බැඳා ෆයිවල් ෆැෂන් අපේ හිත් එක බැඳේ වටේ හොටල් ස්පයිසි ගස් මාතේ රසේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆාම් තමයි.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. කෝ.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
පිටියේ හතර අතේ කොත්තුමි රැව් දෙන්නේ.
සික්සර් උඩයා ViU අතේ hot දඟ පන්දුව ස්පයිසි උඩ පන්දුව ෆන් කප්පු සාවිනේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆාම් තමයි.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Keel's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheeselicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
Give for me. Give for me. Give for me.
ශනික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා. හඳුන්වා දෙන Move Spray. Keep moving. Dettol Cool. සෙල්සියස් සංචක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිතකර පැරබන්, ට්‍රයික්ලෝකාබන් සහ ට්‍රයික්ලෝසන් රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබා.
Welcome back to the SSC for the 91st Battle of the Saints against St. Joseph's College versus St. Peter's College, live from the Singley Sports Club grounds. Batting first, St. Peter's College was dismissed for 243 all out. And they'll be getting to the field just about under 25 minutes or so, possibly 20 minutes. With the game schedule starting about 2-3 minutes. We'll be hoping at least to get one wicket to get to the lunch break, and that'll be the clear message for the St. Peter's side.
Absolutely, it's going to be an important session for both teams. The Josephian batters will want to survive this session till lunch, maybe get 15-20 runs, and on the other hand the Peterites will want to get early wickets, strike early, put the Josephians back on the back foot, because the momentum right now is on the Peterites, and if they can strike early, then they can put the Josephians in a spot of bother.
Also interested to see what sort of a game plan or mentality, intent shown by the Josephian players. Remember, they got to make the, you can say, walk the talk. As safely the cup is in Bambalapitiya, the Battle of the Saints. So I reckon the first probably 10 overs, possibly the first 20 minutes of these innings before lunch, they'll go to that survival mode, just get through to the lunch break and then reassess where exactly they are after lunch, and have a decent go at the bowlers of St. Peter's College. And Joseph's players are generally quite attacking, quite aggressive. But this kind of pitch is all about making sure that they get through the first initial part of the new ball and then reap the rewards later.
Indeed, I just hope that the Peterites will show some positive intent with the ball. They didn't show much yesterday with the bat, but with the ball in hand and the momentum with them, I hope that they just show some intent, play some attacking field settings, and maybe get some early wickets.
The message will be loud and clear by the coaching staff of St. Peter's College. Try and get at least one wicket to the lunch break, and possibly whoever gets to the first 20 minutes unharmed. If St. Peter's College picks up one wicket, they'll be happiest side. If St. Joseph don't get through the probably 4 to 5 overs in the little spell, they'll be happy side as well going into the lunch break.
By the looks of it, Ethan Ransilige is going to get the new ball for the Peterites. He's a bowler that can swing the ball both ways, get some purchase off this wicket. It's got a tinge of green grass. The new ball is going to be a very important spell for the Peterites. Ethan Ransilige, we haven't seen much of him with the ball, but he's very capable, and a lot will be depending on him.
Abhishek Jaivir, the left-hander, reopening the batting for St. Joseph's. 13 games, 15 innings, average of 15. That's something that he'll definitely want to improve on for opening batter. That is not good numbers, if I'm being very honest to you, Santosh Gunathilaka.
Absolutely, I think as an opening batter, you would have loved to have better numbers, especially that average. You get more time to batting opening. So I think he'll want to improve on that. He'll want to make a statement for himself. And no other place than the big match, the biggest stage for him to perform and make a name for himself. So he'll be itching to get past a big score and get his team into a formidable position.
Joining the left-hander is Avisha Samash at the non-striker then. Two slips, a gully, a car point, short extra cover, mid off, mid on, square leg and fine leg. Here comes the first ball. Straight away, trying to pitch it up, as you said, Santosh Tilaka may be looking to get some swing back into the left-hander. That's a loosener to start by Ransilage.
Absolutely, looking for a swing early on. Ransilage just over pitching on that occasion, but lucky to escape. Jaivira missing out on that full toss, and Avishwa Samash, the second leading run scorer for the Josephines. 12 matches, 14 innings, 506 runs, held the average of 42. So he's a batter that the Josephines would want to depend on. High expectations on him. There's he once again swinging away. Good start from Ransilage. That's exactly what the Pete Brett would have ordered.
Yeah, Avishwa Samash, the non-striker. Before I speak about Samash, let's take a look at the numbers of Ethan Ransilage. And all round, isn't he? Economic rate under 4, best of 3 for 26. 14 wickets. Even those numbers can improve in playing his 11th game. And that's something that I've gathered. The records of some of these players, I don't like to compare, but some records of both the sides is quite poor.
Absolutely, especially when you consider batting stats. I think they've just got one or two batters that have performed for them.
Outside edge, and St. Joseph's College is off the mark, streaky but mighty effective.
That's a good delivery from Ransilage. He got the edge of Jaivira, but unfortunately that fell short and went into the gap. And that's first runs for the Josephines. There you see, right in the gap, bisecting the two fielders there. That's a welcome boundary for the Josephines. It's pitched up and swinging away. So good stuff from Ethan Ransilage. That's good signs for the Pete Wrights. If they can strike early and get Jaivira's wicket, that will definitely put pressure on the other batters.
Outside edge again, but not carrying. Jaivira showing some intent by walking down towards the bowler. It's a good length by Ransilage. You mentioned about him being a swing bowler, so the length has to be full. There you go. Walks down the track, gets an outside edge, but lack of pace from this pitch, making sure the ball dies down when it reaches the gully fielder.
Yes, impressive stuff from Ransilage. That's exactly what he would have wanted to do in his very first over just before lunch. Getting the edge of Jaivira on consecutive deliveries. So it's good signs for the Pete Wrights. 2 balls to go in this over.
Two slips and a gully in waiting, anticipating a catch. Beautifully bowled again. This occasion it goes away from the left-hander. This is a good start by Ransilage. Length, line, perfect.
Causing trouble early on, Ransilage. I see once again swinging the ball away from the left-hander. High arm action. He's getting a lot of purchase off this top here at SSC.
It's more than swing, it's seam movement. Understandably, with the sun baking down, whatever swing was available in the morning has just vanished. It's all about seam movement. Attacking here, St. Peter's College with another slip fielder with square leg has moved to the third slip. Outside edge again and dies down. The 3 edges in the over, but no damage done. 4 for no loss after first over.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
රුපියල් 50 Melbourne සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
St. Joseph's College in reply. Just ball the 1 over from Ethan Ransilage from the far end. 4 for the loss of no wicket. Abhishek Jair quite a testing over first up from the Pete Wrights.
Joshua Sebastian will operate with the new ball from the tennis court end as I welcome Jehan to the combox. So very good morning to you, Jehan.
Good morning. And interesting first over there. Couple of outside edges falling short of the slips. So you see the statistics of Joshua Sebastian, 23 wickets in 11 games. So some good right arm seam. Nice shape away.
This will be a very tricky period, Jehan. Heading into lunch, approximately around 15 minutes more for that lunch break. Josephine batsmen will be quite watchful. This is a good time to bowl as well, Jehan. With the new ball, try and make something happen. They posted a formidable total as well, 243 from where they were at stumps. I think that's a remarkable turnaround for the Beat Rights.
Quick single there. Indeed it was. I think we said at the start of the play, anything Beat Rights were able to add another 50 runs to that total. They started off at 170 plus. 240, I think they'll be very, very satisfied with, given the position they were. The big beyond what they would have had hoped for. Hoped for just over 200 runs. I think they probably got about 25-30 runs more than that what they would have expected to have curtailed the Beat Rights to. But nevertheless, 243 is perhaps in and around the pass score.
Indeed, Jehan. Thanks to Lashmika Pereira's pretty 50 runs and welcome runs for St. Joseph's. They wouldn't mind it how it comes, as long as it comes. Beats everyone and just raises away to the fence.
There you go, just a little bit of bounce, uncomfortable there for the wicket keeper. It's always a challenge standing up to the new ball. That occasion, well, yeah, I'd have to say that was a tough one. But if you're keeping up with the stumps, you'd expect to have that covered. Just got up a tad early and could not get body behind that. Tad bit of swing, as you've seen throughout the day with the new ball. In fact, even saw that with some of the spinners as well.
Indeed, always a natural here at the SSC, the swing early on in the morning. But this late, it's quite surprising. But with the new ball, surely these two new ball bowlers would want to try and find an edge of these two batsmen in the middle. Abhishek Jayavira and Avisha Samash, right and left hand combination as well in the middle.
Yeah, tricky passage of play. 15 minutes before lunch. No opener really enjoys batting that kind of session. As a new ball bowler, you cherish that because you almost get to have 2 cracks at it while you're fresh. It's before and after lunch. So the Beat Rights will be looking to just inject some energy here if they can squeeze in a wicket just before the break.
Once again, a really good delivery, but two batsmen managed to get through for a single. 2 overs completed here. St. Joseph's College in reply now. 10 for the loss of no wicket.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. go. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Sinhalese Sports Club St. Joseph's College trail by 234 runs. 10 runs on the board in the first 2 overs for St. Joseph's. Ethan Ransilage tested Abhishek Jayavira in his first over from the Vidyama of the end. Jehan will continue to do the good work. He has 4 slips in place. He'll find the outside edge around 4 times in that previous over, so it will be interesting to see how we get on with these things in the second over.
Well, just there and thereabouts is Ransilige. It'll be interesting to see how the Josephians really take the initiative. We saw, and we felt that the Peterites were very cautious, Rishwan, when they first got out there to bat. It wasn't really until that last, that 8th wicket fell really, or rather the 9th wicket fell, that we started to see Peterite batters taking the initiative. Fairly defensive frame of mind pretty much throughout the innings, just about 2 runs and over they maintained throughout that innings. Interesting to see how the Josephians take on matters with bat in hand.
Indeed, a very interesting reply from the Josephians if they would go for that defensive mindset, because we saw the Patriots were quite watchful last morning as well. Just got the 56 runs in that first session. Throughout the day as well, they maintained that 2.5 run per over for the run rate. Nevertheless, it's been a watchful start by Jayavira. This is good bowling. This is absolutely good bowling from Ethan Ransilige, questioning Jayavira. Always good to see your new ball bowler bowling this line and lengths, Jayan.
Indeed. Just wondering if that had fairly appreciable movement off the seam. Got it on the high end of the splice there, but yep. Good sharp bowling by Ransilige, asking questions of the Josephian openers. It's going to be a quick single for Jayavira. Nice crowd here today. Of course, the schoolboys from both St. Peter's and St. Joseph's out here enjoying the game. The 91st Battle of the Saints. Spoke about the change in the pace of the game in terms of rate of scoring compared to previous editions, where the playing conditions are such that there were 60 over limitations in the first innings, and that forced different tactics. Of course, first 3-day version has meant that both teams have approached this with a little bit more caution. You see Ovin Salgado there, speed right skipper. Once
again a dot ball from Ethan Ransilige. 2 overs completed for him, as St. Joseph's now 11 for the loss of no wicket after 3 overs.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Jayavira has done the bulk of the facing in this phase of play. Continue to be on strike against Sebastian.
Wow. Now that was a big appeal. The Peterites seem convinced. The umpire anything but. As skipper is apologizing. Let's take a look at this one. Again, good seam movement. Well. Sometimes you can go by the instincts of the fieldsman. They seemed unanimous. Seemed very convinced, but the umpire unimpressed.
Indeed, cutting him off on that occasion. Jai Veera was beaten quite convincingly.
Joshua Sebastian is very much sticking to a plan. He's adopted this line of attack around the wicket, moving the ball in to the left-hander. He's bowling against Jai Veera, who's played 12 games for St. Joseph's this season. Hasn't really had much in terms of statistics, averaging 16, 224 runs throughout the season. Quiet, you would say, for a opening batsman for St. Joseph's.
Indeed, it's not been the ideal season for Jai Veera, but in the previous edition of this Battle of the Saints, in the 90th one, he scored an 80 and not out, Jahan.
Indeed he did, and he'll be looking to for a repeat performance of that and make amends for somewhat quiet season this year for St. Joseph's. See Sebastian again, this time in line, drifting down leg, which allows Jai Veera to comfortably work that down to the fine leg fieldsman for a single. His partner, Avisha Shamash, has had a comparatively good season. Just over 500 runs in 12 games with an average of above 42. He now takes strike.
Samash, he's been quite a spectator from the other end as he drives this beautifully. And that will run away to the fence. Welcome runs for the Josephians of the bat of Samash as he gets his first boundary.
Yeah, beautifully played. Almost a touch of lazy elegance. Look at that, just stroking that into the gap, easy as you like, and he middled that as well. Races away to the boundary. Nice way to get some momentum going into the innings. There you go again. Yeah, just pure timing, isn't it? And placement.
Brilliant, always eye-catching when a right-hander plays that stroke. Samash getting on with the things now. Good comeback delivery from Sebastian to end the fourth over. St. Joseph's 16 for the loss of no wicket.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස
ලස්සන පල්ලෝකේ කොත්තුමි සර විහිදේ හික්කක සිත බැන්දා මාතේ ෆයිනල් ෆැෂන් අපේ හිටක බදේ වටේ හොටල් ස්පයිසි ගෑස් මාතේ රසේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆාම් තමයි.
As you see in the background there, the most of the schoolboy tents and good crowded attendance, like we were saying. The fact that this is a 3-day game and 2 of those being school days as well, it's allowed for more schoolboys to be able to come out and witness, which is always nice.
Indeed, Jahan always brings a lot of flavor into it as well. Possibly the final over coming up of this session. Looks like Patriots will turn into some spin before they head into that lunch break. Senvidu will operate with his left arm spin from the Vidya mouth end, and Jai Veera gets off strike. Possible 2 runs, but he sent back Avisha Samash.
Yep, interesting change. And you're right, this might just be the last over, the final over before the lunch break, and Win Salgado's chosen to introduce some spin, and those are the statistics for Tharin Sanvidu. Left arm orthodox, 18 wickets this season.
He's bowled 147 overs as well, Jaya. That's a lot of overs. He'll have to do the bulk of the bowling this afternoon as well. And against the right-hand Avisa Samash, this is going to be a very interesting battle. Leg slip and a slip in place.
Yep. Well bowled there. You see more and more spinners in the schoolboy circuit being comfortable to operate with the new ball. Tharin Sanvidu is no exception. Yep. Again, nice loop and trajectory. Yes, it does bring about some doubt in the batsman if you're able to spin that odd delivery away. And then of course you'll have that natural variation that you'd expect with the new ball to go on with the arm, and there you go. That's what I was talking about. If you're able to make one stand up and have some purchase off the wicket, that then brings about some doubt. There you go. Yep. You can see the batsman was a little circumspect. It's good over so far. Good bowling by Sanvidu, and you'd expect the Pete Wrights to crowd Josephian batsman a little bit. Silimidov now in place as well to Jayavira. Well, he did manage to defend that, just bouncing in front of the fieldsman. Don't think that was a chance of any shape or form, but pressure. There you go. That was sharp and bounced well in front of the fieldsman, but I like this tactics from the Pete Wrights. Make the batsman sweat it out before the break.
Indeed, brilliant from Sanvidu, but just probably spoils that over. A very probing over from Sanvidu, ends with a boundary. An edge, but a win for the bowler as well. Samash lived quite a charmed life in that final few deliveries of that first over of Tharin Sanvidu, as the umpires will call for lunch. St. Joseph's College have survived a brief period in the middle. 21 for no loss. Abhishek Jayavira and Avisha Samash will breathe a sigh of relief as they walk back for that lunch break. Very interesting session as well, Jehan. Just the 3 wickets being fallen. St. Joseph's as well, inside that 5 overs, they have managed to get 21 runs.
Indeed. Talking about these passages of play being tricky for opening batters, and the Josephians will be happy with how they countered that. Pete Wrights went with a bit of seam and ended up with a little bit of spin as well. And the Josephians have survived it, and survived it well. 21 for the loss of 21 for no loss.
Indeed, just 88 runs in the session with 3 wickets fallen. All 3 wickets were Pete Wright final 3 wickets, and it's been a very good bowling effort from the Pete Wrights as well. Can go back with some confidence into that lunch break. As you see the Josephian batting card in reply, Jayavira 8 of 20 deliveries, and Samash 9 of 10 with 2 boundaries in it, and plenty of batting to follow for the Josephians. Just the 4 extras in it, and just the 5 overs. 21 runs scored in that brief period for the Josephians.
As you see the Pete Wright bowling card there, just the 2 opening bowlers with 2 overs apiece, and just the 1 over from Sanvidu, who bowled well. Take that boundary towards the end.
Indeed, he did bowl that final over quite well. Absolutely troubled Samash in the middle. This is the session highlights from the day 2. Lashmi Papare absolutely started off well. That was the wicket. Manasa Madhubasana got that big wicket of Tharin, the top run getter for the Pete Wrights. Then Lashmika Pereira absolutely played a gem of an innings for St. Peter's College. Took on the bowlers with its merits, put away the bad deliveries and negotiated the good deliveries. This was once again a ball of the day for now. Ethan Ransigley was castled by Manasa Madhubasana, and then this was the 50-run shot for Lashmika Pereira. Well deserved half century for him, and then he absolutely took on the bowling since then. That was a massive heave over mid-wicket.
Excellent innings under pressure, playing with the lower order and farming the strike, just taking ownership to see the Peterites through to a decent score. Very mature knock by the youngster. It really made the difference between what would have been a sub-par total to perhaps something just about par before he was dismissed by that delivery that just moved away a tad. But overall, the Peterites, given the position they started off, would have been happy with a score of 243. They came out with the hope of trying to knock off a couple of Josephian wickets, and the opening bowlers got a little close there. A couple of snicks, but overall, I felt the Josephian openers encountered that little session quite well. Again, an edge to just finish, but no harm done in the end. 21 for the loss of no wickets. Fairly evenly poised, you'd say, at the lunch interval on day 2.
Indeed. Jayan, as you see the match summary, St. Joseph's College bowled first, St. Peter's College won the toss and chose to bat first. They post 243 runs, top scores from vice-captain Lashmika Pereira, 58 of 79 deliveries, Dilna Damsara, 44 of 92, and Tejana, that long vigil of his, really managed the batting lineup for the Peterites, 38 of 101 deliveries. And for the bowlers of St. Joseph's, pick up the bowlers, Manasa Madhubasana, the pacer, 3 for 77, did a bulk of the work, and Nushan Pereira as well, 2 for 50, and Yenula, 2 for 58. And in reply, currently St. Joseph's College, 21 for the loss of no wicket, as they trail by another 222 runs here at the 91st Battle of the Saints. And to talk you through the session, we have Laxisi De Silva down there with the talk show.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the studio. St. Joseph's College 21 for no loss the lunch break. St. Peter's College scoring 243 runs in their first inning, so 222 runs behind. If we talk about that first session for St. Joseph's College, Manasa Madhubasana was brilliant with the ball, and Lashmika Pereira the hero with the bat for St. Peter's College. So to talk about everything that happened in that first session, joining with me once again is Faiz Maruf. Welcome to the show, Faiz. So Faiz, let's start with Manasa Madhubasana. Even yesterday we had a chat about him. Was brilliant. All 3 wickets that he took, all 3 deliveries were absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, I thought he bowled really well. Not only yesterday, this morning he bowled 3 overs with the older ball, then he came back with the slightly older new ball. But I was quite surprised the tactics used by the Peters captain by not, beg about St. Joseph's captain, by not using Madhubasana the new ball straight away, having 2 spinners bowling in tandem. So I mean, that's something that would have picked back St. Joseph's College probably 8, probably 10 overs. But whenever he had the ball in hand, he looked really good. And what I like about his bowling is his attitude. He's willing to run in all day, every day. It's not easy conditions out there to be a fast bowler. But whenever he had the ball in hand, it looked like there was something going to happen. So that's a very good position to be as a fast bowler when you're in top rhythm.
So if we talk about the batting aspect of St. Peter's College, they didn't have a half centurion yesterday, but Lashmika Pereira, today when they began the day St. Peter's College, they were 176 for 7. They ended up on 243, and Lashmika Pereira, he was on just 1 run. So out of the 67 runs that St. Peter's College scored, he scored 57 of them for a brilliant effort batting with the tail from the youngster.
Yeah, total domination. Reminds me a bit of Tisera Pereira, former Josephian, how he batted, the slog sweep that he played, showing the aggression, docking down the track to the fast bowler. A lot to like about Lashmika Pereira. He waited till the last wicket, and he didn't probably trust the number 11 batter. I mean, that usually happens. That's a norm in longer version of the game. But whenever he was striking the ball, it was clean as a whistle. So that's the impressive part. And it's not only about the leg side, even through the offside. And definitely one for the future, young Pereira.
Showed a lot of Lashmika Pereira batting with the tail, making sure the team got to a decent total from 176 for 7 to 243. So two very important sessions coming up, Fervis, when we talk about the whole complexion of this game.
Yeah.
So what's next? What should be next for the two teams in your opinion, especially during the second session?
Hopefully the weather stays away. That's something that me, you, our viewers, everyone will be hoping for. If the weather stays away, if we can have close to 60 overs, I think probably the first hour is going to be important, because St. Joseph, as we said yesterday as well, need to make the running. They need to have the upper hand by trying to be dominating to win the game, the 91st Battle of the Saints. So to do that, to play the platform for the players to be aggressive, the batters to be playing their natural game, the first hour is going to be important. So if they get through that passage unharmed, scoring runs, I think St. Joseph's College will go for it, and they'll be aggressive, at least try and get 3.5 runs per over or 4 runs per over to maintain that level at the end of the game.
So ideally, to have a chance of maybe getting a result in their favour, what should be their total, as you think, at the end of this day for St. Joseph's College?
I mean, it's very difficult to mention an amount, but end of day, 60 overs, 4 runs per over, that's 240. If they can get the lead above St. Peter's College before end of play today, that will be a huge bonus, and then anything can happen on the last day. We've seen it in the Rohito, why not in Jopit?
Exactly. In most of the games this big match season, Fervis, as you mentioned, a lot of things happen, especially during the last day. So anything can happen. So as I mentioned earlier as well, two very important sessions coming up, and we talk about that first session once again. Both the teams had their chances, both the teams had their moments. St. Peter's College scoring 67 runs, and then St. Joseph's College taking 3 wickets and making sure that they got through that tricky period of 5 overs and scored 21 runs. This is the match summary at the moment. St. Peter's College won the toss, decided to bat first, 243 runs. Rashmika Pereira 58 of 79, Dilna Damsar 44, Asadi Satejana 38, Manasa Madhubhashana 3 for 77, Nushan Pereira 2 for 50, and Yellow Devutusa 2 for 58. St. Joseph's College at the moment 21 for no loss, Samaj on 9, Jaivir on 8. They trail by 222 runs at the end of the first session of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter. And I told all of you that what happened during the first session of day number 2. So Faiz, I think even you will agree, it's a shared session.
Completely. I thought both the sides played equally well, so it should be shared, and rightly so, it's been mentioned.
So that's the update from the SSC at the moment. The game evenly poised, anything can happen from here. So Faiz, thank you very much for joining with us, and hope to meet you tomorrow as well. So right now we will head to a commercial break, and after that we will be back with the live action from the second session of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter. But before that, we need to remind all of you about our sponsors: Move Spray, the instant pain relief specialist, and Dettol, the ideal companion to make sure that you stay cool in these scorching conditions. So Move Spray and Dettol, another big shout out to our sponsors of the Studio Talk Show. So we will head to a commercial break right now, and we'll be back with the second session of this encounter. Stay tuned to Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස. තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව ටැන්ක් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
You're watching ThePapare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. I'm Khadija Nazahim and we are here at the EVA Leading with Confidence All-Ireland Netball Tournament 2024-2025. Come, let's go have a look and see how she leads her team.
as a brand has been involved with the Western Province Netball Association for the last 30 years. It's been an amazing partnership that has grown from strength to strength year on year. And one of the main reasons that we've been partnering this event is because we feel that netball, the elements of netball or the sport mirrors the brand EVA, because it's about teamwork, perseverance and resilience. As the #1 sanitary napkin brand in the country and a brand that stands for leading with confidence, we want to empower girls starting from teenage years and as they grow beyond, to support them and guide them to lead with confidence.
Come on.
This year, the 2024-2025 tournament saw participation across over 145 schools from across the country, which is an achievement that's amazing, and we see the popularity of this growing year on year as well. And we also see a very strong bond between the participants as well as how they would interact with our brand on ground as well as in the future as well.
Come on, go. Come on, come on, go. Come on.
And I'm happy that Sujata Vidyalaya under 17 team won the EVA Netball Tournament Championship. Netball is a sport that a lot of people do, and it is really supportive of those sponsors like EVA to support us throughout this journey. We are young players and it really helps us focus on our future more.
තරඟ හතරකින් අපි දිනලා තමයි ෆයිනල් වලට ආවේ. ඊව එක අවුරුදු 30ක් විතර මේ නෙට්බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාවට ස්පොන්සර්ෂිප් ලබා දෙනවා. අපි වගේ ක්‍රීඩිකාවන්ට ඒක ලොකු අත්තරක් වෙනවා අපේ ක්‍රීඩාව ඉදිරියට ගෙනියන්න.
එයාෆෝස් ටීම් එකේ A ඩිවිෂන් මේ පිට ජයග්‍රහණයකට තුන්වෙනි වතාව අපේ කණ්ඩායමට විශිෂ්ට දක්ෂතා දක්වමින් මෙවරත් ඊවා කුසලානය ගුවන් හමුදාවට ගෙන හැකියාව ලැබුණා. බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාව ඉදිරියට ගෙනියන්න ආයතනයක් විදිහට ක්‍රීඩාවට නෙට්බෝල් ක්‍රීඩාවට දෙන සපෝට් එක සෑහෙන වටිනවා. මේ වගේ තරඟාවලියක් සංවිධානය කරලා ස්කූල් ලෙවල් එකේ ඉඳන් ක්ලබ් ලෙවල් එකට යනකම් ප්ලේයර්ස්ලට ඒ අවස්ථාව ලබා දීම ගැන වෙස්ටර්න් ප්‍රොවින්ස් නෙට්බෝල් ඇසෝසියේෂන් එකටත් අතරම ගොඩාක් ස්තුතිවන්ත වෙනවා.
Life of an athlete.
Hi guys, I'm Oliver Kellard. Come spend the day with me. Today we're going to be going to the training center and I'm going to take you through my whole day. Come on. We've reached Betagana Training Center. Now time to get to work.
Hi, Kellat. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
So, I'm good. How are you?
Good.
So, how does your typical training day start?
Typical training day will be waking up at 7.
Right.
Out of the doors around 7:20, and then we'll head to the training ground. Arrive at around 8, and then training will start. And we'll finish around 9.
Yeah.
9:20. And then we'll head straight to breakfast and brunch.
Nice.
Yeah.
So, Kellat, how has your life changed after representing Sri Lanka football?
To be honest, not too much. I mean, I normally live my day as normal, but obviously coming into the country, people start to notice you a lot more. And I guess you start to become more of an example for the people who look up to you.
So, Kellat, can you tell us how did everything start? How did you get involved with football?
I think it first started from my brother. So he's 6 years older than me. And I think when I was at that young age, I just wanted to do anything that he did. And one of the sports that he picked up happened to be football. And from the age of 4, I've just been playing and fell in love with it.
So, Kellat, talking about family, born in Australia for a Spanish mother and a Sri Lankan father. How was the house? How was home for you?
How was home? Pretty normal, I guess. I mean, they're obviously culturally very different. So I think one good thing is I got to have Spanish food and I got to have Sri Lankan food, but not too much was different. I mean, I was brought up in a very loving home.
Being born in Australia, playing professional football in Iceland.
So my football journey began when I was around, I think the first club was when I was 5 years old. And I played for a club in Melbourne called South Melbourne. And yeah, my journey embarked there, and I played until I was 17 in Australia. And then I had an offer to go to Spain, which is where I spent 4 years there. My mum is Spanish, but I never knew how to speak the language, so it was a big cultural difference. I mean, having to learn the language and adapt to the culture there.
Yeah.
And then when COVID hit, obviously football stopped all around the world. And Iceland happened to be the only country that was still playing football.
Nice.
So that's why I embarked my journey to go to Iceland, because it's obviously not normal.
Nice. And did you have a cultural shock?
Yeah, definitely from Spain going to Iceland.
Yeah.
I mean, the cultural shock being the weather,
Yeah.
which was challenging.
Nice, Kellat. Let's go get prepped for the training.
Let's go.
So does it have like a particular number of balls that you carry every day, or how?
Well, at the moment, I think there's only 7 balls here.
Right.
That's because I think that's all that's available to me at the moment.
Nice.
If it was up to me, I'd probably have a bag full of 20 balls, but
Okay.
I've only got 7 to work with.
Okay.
So I mean,
So you'll be training with all 7?
yeah, all 7 balls.
Excited to see, like.
Yeah.
22, ideally 22 players, you'll play with 1 ball.
Yeah.
But why does a footballer, while he's training, need so many balls?
Well, that's a good question. I guess if you miss the goal, say if you're doing a shooting drill, I
Yeah.
guess you have to go and and get the
Right.
ball every time.
Nice. Okay.
So I think the more the better when you're training.
Yeah.
As well, when you're doing drills, to keep the tempo of the drill, I think you need as many balls as possible to make the training session flow. This is my magic wooden stick. Yeah, I normally use it to help my foot slip in the boot better.
Right.
Because normally what happens is,
Yeah.
you can see here,
Yeah.
if you don't use it, you start to get holes in the back of the boot,
Okay.
which I noticed.
Okay. So is your phone on Do Not Disturb now?
Yeah.
Yeah?
I might get an emergency call. Maybe my partner might ring me.
Right.
So I can't put it on silent.
Life of an athlete.
Yeah, so depending on, I guess, what I do during training just now, will depend on like if I have the pitch or not, because sometimes, I mean, the space is being used.
Yeah.
So I have like a certain regime that I'll follow throughout the week.
Okay.
But it obviously has to be adjusted to, you know,
Yeah.
if I have the field and if I have the goals or whatnot.
Okay.
It's always changing throughout
the
week, depending on my plan.
Right.
Yeah.
So Kelat, can you just tell us how did AFC and FFSL approach you to represent Sri Lankan football?
So it was actually originally from Amir Alajic, which was the previous coach. He got in contact with me and phoned me up and kind of pitched me the idea of his vision of what he had for Sri Lanka in the future. And obviously, you know, having a Sri Lankan background, my father being born in Sri Lanka, it was a no-brainer. But the hard part was how it all was going to come together.
Yeah.
And I guess it was a long process, but eventually we did get it sorted. But yeah, the initial phone call and getting in touch with him was undescribable.
Okay.
Yeah, it was a great feeling.
Yeah. Kelat, we're almost done with the training session. Tell your fans and what are you training for this season?
So at the moment I'm just in my off season, so just trying to keep fit. And my goals and objectives for this season is the SAF in the middle of the year. We're looking to hopefully win it on home soil, and the qualification for the Asian Cup. So hopefully if all goes well this year and next year, we're going to try and win as many games as possible and classify for the first time in Sri Lanka's history to the Asian Cup.
Nice. Wishing you luck for it, but it's not done yet. I'm going to challenge you. Can we have a crossbar challenge?
Ooh, okay. Let's go.
Let's go. So, Kelat, what's your most memorable goal?
Have to be against Cambodia in the second leg.
Yes.
Just for all the emotions we went through and then the penalties at the end as well,
Yes.
scoring a penalty.
Yeah.
Yeah, number one on the list, Cambodia for sure.
Go, Kelat. Ooh, so close. So Kelat, talking about the Cambodian match, tell us how was the field, how was the atmosphere when Claudio shot the goal after the 90 minutes?
To be honest, I think we knew we were always going to score, or we always knew we were going to classify to the next round. But just in the way it happened was an incredible feeling. On the 90th minute, the long ball came off the crossbar.
Yes.
And then he touches it in. It was just it was an indescribable feeling, and it's something that I think I'll cherish and remember forever.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was such a big moment as well to go to the next stage of the qualifying round.
Indeed,
so
yeah.
It's good.
Ooh. Okay, so talking about you all got qualified, how was the team? What was the
What was the team discussing at the venue after you got into the college?
Yeah, so as soon as we qualified, I guess we tried to enjoy that night and the days after, but I guess it's sunk in that the job's not done and still got a journey to continue with, and that will start this year in March against Thailand. But yeah, all of us are really focused, and I feel like that game as well bonded us as a group. I mean, because we've been working together now for just over 2 years. So yeah, that made us even stronger, and it gave us a lot of belief and hope to go into this year.
Yeah. How was the dressing room atmosphere that day, that night?
That night and that day in the dressing room, I don't think we slept. We had the flight the next day, and yeah, most of us didn't sleep.
So Kelat, you have 2 more chances.
Okay, here we go.
So Kelat, 1 last shot to go. Let's see. Yeah.
Good afternoon to all the viewers. It's 91st Battle of the Saints, St. Joseph's College versus St. Peter's College. It's the post-lunch session. We had plenty of action in the second day, first session.
Good afternoon, Rajiv, the captain of the St. Joseph side on 2006, if I'm not mistaken, 2007.
That's the match summary so far. St. Peter's College winning the toss and decided to bat first. Some valuable runs Vishen. St. Peter's College from that lower order. Lashmika Pereira, in fact, 58 runs was valuable runs. They were 176 for 7. Had stumps on day 1 when play interrupted by rain. Currently, St. Joseph's College 21 for no loss. Good start, battled 5 overs, maintaining that 4 runs per over. So, lot of action to come, lot of things, lot of planning. They are still 222 runs behind of the first inning score posted by St. Peter's College.
Lashmika Pereira, under pressure, struck one of the best innings in these 2 days for the Pete Wrights. The Pete Wrights were troubling at one point of the match, and then Lashmika Pereira stood very well.
Yeah, indeed, perfectly spot on, Vishen. Once they follow wicket of the highest run scorer for the season, Tharin Sanket, when he got out earlier, and then he made himself one of the responsibility batters out there in the middle and got some valuable runs, which created some life for the Peter Wrights. And then coming into this game, because at one point I thought that the Peters will get all out for below 200 run mark, but he stepped up and got some valuable runs, some sixers, some boundaries, and that partnership of the last wicket, which created some runs, 37 runs if I'm not mistaken, in the last wicket partnership, added some bonus runs. So that made St. Peter's College to go up to that 243 runs all out at the end. They see the Peter Wright boys having the huddle before the post-lunch session. So some advice by Owen Salgado. The openers walking in, Avishek Shamaj and Abhishek Javira for the Josephians. So normally at SSC, this is the best time to bat on. We saw even with the new ball, there was nothing much. Some runs for the Josephians just before the lunch break. So they have to bat positive. And when it comes to the Peter Wrights, they probably need that dot ball strategy, because you can't buy wickets on this track. You need to keep it really tight. If you keep it tight, Vishen, probably the batters might do some mistakes. So you need to wait until the batters do mistakes on this track. We saw even there was no bowler dominating. It was economical bowling by especially Nushan and Yenula and the spinner Damien De Silva. Manasa created some different tactics where he had mostly the short ball tactic, but right now today he bowled a little straighter, little more front foot to the batter. So that created some chance for him to grab those 2 wickets, especially the one early in the morning.
Spot on, Rajiv, spot on. Talking about Abhishek Shamas and Abhishek Jaivir had a great knocker in the 90th Battle of the Saints as well. He played a tremendous knocker for the Josephians as well, and the Josephians might expect him another one this year. And Samash as well, he has been in the runs for the Josephians. He has scored mostly closely to 500 runs this season.
Yeah, indeed, Abhishek Samash has gone past the 500 run mark, but Abhishek Jaivir 250 runs only. So that shows that Abhishek Samash playing his second year, a regular member now than last year, but he has been one of the top run getters from the opening stands. When it comes to the top order, you need someone to get some runs. So he has delivered for St. Joseph's College. So Joshua Sebastian bowled 2 overs just for 7 runs. Is continuing to bowl from the combox end.
So with a lot of experience coming to the 91st Battle of the Saints, and here you go, Joshua Sebastian, the first ball after lunch. Well bowled by Joshua Sebastian and very well played by Abhishek as well.
Yeah, good start on money, on the spot there. He loves to bring the ball in towards the left-hander. Probably he's one of the bowlers. Doesn't have much pace, but swings the ball. Especially when it comes to right-hander, probably it'll be a good option for Winsalga to continue bowling Sebastian from one end, because the ball is still new. It's early days.
Oh, there you go.
Struck on the pads, huge appeal. But probably because he's bowling around the wicket, that angle creating the ball to go towards the leg side.
2 experienced umpires around the Virumasuri and Sanjeeva Fernando.
There you go, that's the shout. You can see where the keeper is standing. He's right on the leg side of the batter.
As you're talking about your school cricket career, captaining St. Joseph's 2007, any thoughts on playing your last big match?
Yeah, last big match, we had a good time out there. We won the toss, batted first. With Coronado getting 100 in the first session, scored 335 runs, and we got St. Peter's all out in for 190, with ThePapare getting 5. And we had to give St. Peter's College a follow on. And I repeat, is coming with a brilliant century, unbeaten century of 111. And I think Anuk Silva also got some runs, about 70 odd runs. So at the end of the day, St. Peter's were 275 for 3 at day 2.
And those days it was 60 overs, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that time it was the 60 over rule, Vishen, but until the last year. So this was, I'm talking about 16, 17 years ago. I played 5 big matches. So that was a very long time ago.
Nowadays it's really hard to play 5 big matches, Rajiv. You've been amazing playing 5 big matches in your school career.
How many big matches did you play?
4.
Vishen? 4 big matches for one day.
Yeah. 5 is like a huge task.
I think Sadir Shamararik on the Suwani. Oh, that's a
loose
lose-up
ball.
delivery. That's driven firmly along the ground towards that extra cover boundary. Has the ball had firepower? Yes, indeed. It's a welcome boundary. Some runs just after lunch for St. Joseph's College. A juicy full toss that was driven firmly along the ground by Abhishek Jaivir. There you go, the replay.
Jaivir got his nerves up there.
Placed it nicely in between that gap. And there was firepower for that stroke to go along towards that boundary.
Valiant effort by the highest run scorer of the St. Peter's, Tarin Sanket.
I like to see the leg spinner. Is Tarin Sanket is the leg spinner?
Tarin Sanket and Dylan Damsel, both are
leg spinners. So on a track like this, a wrist spinner might get some purchase, Vishen, because the finger spinners, we saw Damien De Silva getting something to get rid of Nathan David, getting that outside edge. And love to see the leg spinners coming into the game.
Dylan Damsel is quite an experienced bowler, and he bowled pretty well this year in the season.
Yeah, I haven't seen him bowl last year when you were captain. And did you give him bowling because you're the leg spinner?
he was bowling fast bowling at the
Really?
time.
And he started bowling leg spin this year and captured
no, I told him
30 wickets.
Yeah, I told him to bowl fast bowling and over spin. That's true, Rajiv.
Yeah, at the end he has done a tremendous job for Peter Wrights, capturing close to 40 wickets this season, 38 if I'm not mistaken. And as a leg spinner, you're coming into bowl in your first season, getting so much wickets, and it is a tremendous because a leg spinner needs to control the ball. It's not easy, as a leg spinner. It is hard to control the ball, and you are becoming a new bowler to the arena, a new leg spinner. So it is something hats off to Dylan Damsara, because you guys searching for a bowler who can take wickets, and he has delivered. So with that, dot ball ends the 6th over. St. Joseph's College 25 for no loss.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. go. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න. Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
Ethan Ransilige brought into the attack again. He was given a break in the last over. Tarin Senville was brought to ball. But
Vishen, just over the scoreboard, did you see that dark clouds? Well, we lost 18 overs yesterday, and from the comm box I can see the clouds gathering from that left side above the scoreboard where the rain came down even yesterday. So I hope those clouds stay away, because we might lose plenty of overs and a result as well. As we were speaking, we've had those rain interruptions in this Joe Pate
for the last 4 years.
Yeah, for the last 4 years, to prevent a result for these two young lads from both schools. So it becomes a spoiler to the game.
True,
the
Rajiv.
rain interruption.
Very true, because at this point of the game, we can get a result if the game continues. But if the game stops at this point, I don't think a result will come in both ways, and it will end in a draw. And
yeah, it is very disappointing if there's a rain interruption coming into the second day as well. When it comes to Joe Pete, it is always the rain interruption, and when it comes to one day, there is always no rain coming in.
That's true.
So there's plenty of crowd. So there'll be plenty of crowd gathering tomorrow to get some life into this game. A party atmosphere at SSC. But normally when it comes to Joe Pete, it is the party atmosphere comes into the one day. You know very well that that's driven straight to the stumps.
Talking about Ethan Ransilige, he's not a bowler who has a lot of pace.
Yeah, talk about Anchor New Deal highlights the importance of gut health for overall well-being, immunity and mental health focus, especially for athletes. The gut is linked to the brain and influence mood and anxiety performance. Anchor New Deal offers a new range of products with the yogurt drink, flavored milk and drinking yogurt, especially designed for your gut health. Customers can experience this in fun way. Anchor New Deal stalls customize their drinks with the toppings. Anchor New Deal keeping your gut ready for fun.
Don't you use that as well, Rajiv?
I would love to have a drinking yogurt right now with this heat. My favorite is strawberry, mind you.
That's true, Rajiv. Actually, my first club captain was you when I played first Panadura club.
Panadura, yes, indeed. So it has been a nice journey for you as well. You have been playing for Panadura Sports Club for a long time, and then trying to build up that first class level career. Indeed, it's a long way, Vishen.
once again left alone by Avish Samash. Ethan Ransilige should let the batsman play some balls.
Talking about Ethan Ransilige, he's one of the characters. A lot of people talk about him. A huge social media character, isn't it?
Yeah, true, Rajiv. A lot of talk about him. He's actually a great all-rounder for the St. Peters. We saw him batting about 40 to 45 balls today.
Yeah, that's what is the more highlighted performance for Ethan Ransilige, because the time that he walked into the crease where they had that early wicket fallen off, and then when he came in, he had to do that job. Without the runs, just bat on, let Lasmika score some runs.
That's true. I would like, Rajiv, if they can get Senvidu from one side, because actually Senvidu bowled his one over brilliantly. There was a small chance in the silly field as well. What do you think about that, Rajiv?
Yeah, indeed. Probably the skipper and the coaching staff has that idea, because the ball is still new, and probably to give a couple of overs each for these two fast bowlers and get Senvidu from one end.
Yes, because Tarin Senvidu is a bowler who can bowl pretty well with the new ball. So that advantage will be highly in note for the Pete-Rights. If you're removing your sunglasses also and having a look at whether there is rain coming.
Yeah, the looks a little gloomy, so we'll get back to that after 7 overs. St. Joseph's College 25 for no loss.
ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එක.
බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස. තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
St. Joseph's College after 7 overs, 25 for no loss. Joshua Sebastian is continuing from the combox end.
Joshua Sebastian, Sri Lanka under-17 youth cap. Did pretty well in the youth series as well, and couldn't do much in the big match, but scored about 28 runs. Magnificent 28 runs. Joshua Sebastian is a threat to the left-hander. He brings the ball into the left-hander and out to the right-hander.
Yeah, he's creating that swing more when he bowls from that around the wicket angle, and probably Abhishek Jayawira needs to bat straight. The moment you see the ball pitched up, he needs to bat straight. If not, there you see, there is 4 fielders on the leg side with a square leg and a short, probably shortish kind of a mid-wicket there, waiting for that flick shot probably. And so he loves to bring that ball in. Probably I like to see him bowling a little wide outside the off stump, probably not so wide. Just that creating that angle to come in towards the batter, because with this line, if he bowls straight stump to stump, he cannot get an LBW, because the ball keeps on going, swinging in, and there you see, in that occasion he's trying to bring that ball straight and just swinging away from the left-hander's leg side.
That's true, Rajiv. Talking about the Pete-Right spin attack, they have quite a lot of bowlers in their spin. They have used Tarin Sanket, Vinna Damsar, Nosh Peterson, Lashmika Pera. A lot of options for them, but none of them have passed the 50 wicket mark, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, there you go. This is what I was talking about. The clouds, the dark clouds, just appearing behind that scoreboard.
Oh, that's close. That's going as well. That's going as well. Round the Vimulsari changes.
This is what I was talking about. The angle that he creates bowling from around the wicket, he cannot get an LBW. probably he should bowl over the wicket and bowl just outside the off stump, on the fourth stump probably, and bring the ball in. That might create some doubt on the batters if he can struck the ball bringing in towards the batter, and probably he might have a chance to get rid of Abhishek Jayavira.
Abhishek Jayavira, an experienced campaigner in the Josephine side. Owen Salgado. Owen Salgado is another experienced player in the Pete Wright camp, the captain of the Pete Wright camp. If Joshua Sebastian can strike here for one wicket, that will be one of the good moments.
Yeah, now it's going to be interesting. He's coming over the wicket on the right hand. The ball is taking away on the offside. Probably there are 3 slip fielders, 2 slips and one like a 4th slip, waiting for that outside edge.
True, Rajiv. Pete Wrights have a lot of fast bowling options. Satish Akariyavasan is not playing today. He was also a great bowler for the Pete Wrights, who can bowl in good pace.
There you go, swinging away the right hander. Good delivery to end the 8th over. Joe's 26 for no loss.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
Introducing the Kiehl's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
So Joe's 26 for no loss after 8 overs. Plenty of action to come in. If those clouds stay away, you can rain anywhere, but not at SSC, Vishen.
That's true. You can't party, Rajiv, if it rains in the evening. A lot for you to do in the evening, Rajiv.
Well, I have plenty of work coming up in commentaries even tomorrow. So let's see how it goes.
Other than commentary, Rajiv. So Jayavira is 13 from 32 balls. Samash is 9 from 17 balls. They are not hurrying much.
Probably they have that idea and a better view of those clouds coming in. So probably because of that, the urgency of runs have been on a silent mode now. That's a pitched up delivery, well left.
Talking about the field, Rajiv, what do you think about the field?
He's bowling on the outside off stump, which creates the batter to go away outside the off stump, making him trying to drive on the offside, getting that ball, do the talking, and he loves to bowl, I think, away towards the left-hander.
If you were the captain...
There's 8, in fact 7 fielders on the offside, and there's a mid-on and a fine leg at the boundary, and he's attacking mode. He's outside the off stump. There you go, keeping it on the spot there, bowling to the field, which captain has given it. Make sure he wants the batter to go after the bowling on the offside.
and some dot balls as well, Rajiv.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we were talking. We were talking about the spinner coming in, but the ball looks pretty new for me still. And that gives the fast bowlers some effectiveness on this wicket, because there is something for the bowlers, and the weather,
That's
the
true.
gloomy conditions helps
The fast
bowlers.
Very true, Rajiv. Well played by Abhishek.
So best bowling figures in an innings for St. Peter's College, Dion Wallace, 9 for 53 in 1947. I think we spoke this in the talk show as well, as Shinal Warakula as well, picking up 9 for 41 in 1997 at Oval. For St. Joseph's College, that's the best bowling for the Josephians. And on the other side, it's Dion Wallace is the best bowling figures for the Peter Wrights in 1947.
Let's see if someone can break this today.
Indeed, but on this track, Vishen, it is something he will have to work on pretty hard. So, quick 2 runs for the batter, Abhishek Jayavira, on that vacant region. So, what happens is, if he tries to bowl something on the pads, there's no one down there. There's only one fielder at mid-on and a deep fine leg, which creates the batter to go for 2 quick runs because it's at the vacant region.
Very true. The crowds still coming at the SSC. Not much crowds, Rajiv.
All the old boys from both schools come down to SSC.
Probably tomorrow we can see a lot of crowds.
Yeah, I hope there won't be an interruption coming in by the rain, even today and tomorrow. So, after 9 gone, Joe's 28 for no loss.
Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. Hamasitakma pipide, rasa lemon rasa ye. Jeevithayama mihirai, Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, children lemon.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
So St. Joe's College 28 for no loss. In reply to St. Peter's 243 all out. 9 overs completed. Josephians really need to get some runs, and they should get those fast.
After lunch, 4 overs have been bowled and they've added only 8 runs.
That's definitely not good enough, Haritha. You see the best bowling figures for the Peter Wright is 9 for 53 by Dion Wallace in 1947. Joshua Sebastian to continue. He's bowling his 5th over. 12 for no loss.
When you start talking about the highest total by St. Joseph's College in the series, 382, 1952. 382 all out, is it? Try to get who was the captains of the respective schools, 1952. Very close to being a wide.
Ken Serpanchi and the Pete Wright captain, Dr. H.I.K. Fernando.
Really? Herbert Fernando?
Yeah.
Played for the national team. Yeah, reminds me of talking about the national players from the respective schools. The highest total for the series, 382 all out in 1952, 380 all out in 1934, 359 all out in 1951. 2-day games, mind you, these were. Those three were for St. Joseph's. St. Peter's, 345 for 9 declared in 1938 and 335 for 5 declared in 2007 under Rajiv Veerasinghe, our commentator colleague. That Veerasinghe family, being the great double for his younger brother Shamira Veerasinghe, 100 wickets and 1,000 runs.
I think Haritha, Shamira must be the first Josephian to get 100 wickets in a season.
Yeah, I remember Thanisha Veerakon also, I thought, got 200 wickets.
That's played but gone, taken the edge and gone towards fine leg. Well, we're talking about the national cricketers.
Josephians have 9 of them. Ashley De Silva, Chamin Dabas, Michael Van Dort, Angelo Matthews, Tisara Pereira, Dimut Karunaratne. Dimut Karunaratne scored 100 before lunch, if I'm not mistaken. Sadira Samar Vikrama, Roshan Silva and Dunit Vellalage. Vellalage went on to captain Sri Lanka under 19-2. St. Peter's, 7 of them. Stylish Roald Dash, Vinudan John, Rumesh Ratnayaka. I thought Ratnayaka captured 100 wickets a season. Is that right?
Yes, Rumesh Ratnayaka definitely captured. And he
Amal Silva, the famous wicket keeper. 10 overs completed. St. Joseph's in reply, 29 without loss.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Keel's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
Gold Dio Spray.
Well, Harthi, we're talking about Dimut Karunaratne's 100. In 2007, he got 131. Well, he completed his 100 before lunch, batting first. Wonderful innings that was.
Was he captain in the side then?
No, he was not the captain. Dimut Karunaratne.
8 runs, Siligay to continue. Yeah, 2 others in Test cricket for St. Peter's. In fact, 3. Russell Arnold, the international commentator now. Played in World Cups too. Kaushal Lokuarachi and Malin Davarnapura. He has been a commentary colleague. He is now with Sri Lanka Cricket as specialized batting coach.
Malin Davarnapura is the only player in the history of Joseph Peter to get 100 in the 2-day encounter as well as the 1-day encounter.
Yeah, these statistics only on ThePapare and only by Paulinus D.S. Vijayaratne.
No,
take about.
This is available in the Suwani even, if you take the 2 Suwani.
Yeah, but then the Suwani readers are not commentators.
Oh, thank you, Haritha. Anyway, it's good to know the statistics.
Yeah, it takes a lot of hard work to prepare these statistics. And I remember, if you get back into that, I remember the late Archibald Pereira, who did the scoring for St. Peter's and for the Board of Control for Cricket in Sri Lanka for international cricket too. I fondly remember him.
Oh, wonderful scorer he was. I've seen some of the score sheets or score books which he has maintained.
Yeah, he was not the only one. His son, Jeremy Pereira, also did scoring. I don't know whether he did so for the school, St. Peter's. Apart from the Test cricketers, there are 11 from St. Joseph's who played 1-day internationals, 13 from St. Peter's who did so. Educated leave. And in T20 cricket, 6 from St. Joseph's and 4 from St. Peter's. The last to do so from St. Peter's, Janith Lianage. For St. Joseph's, Siobhan Daniel in T20s. The same goes for 1-day internationals too.
There is the Josephian coaching staff eagerly watching that, watching the game. wanting the batters to get on with the game. Cloud cover is developing, Haritha.
Yeah, the western skies are relatively empty, but the clouds from the eastern side are slowly gathering on top of the venue too. That is one of the reasons why this rather bleak weather. Unfortunate though.
Well, the only twin centurion in this encounter is Rohan Buljans. I can remember Haritha, Rohan Buljans getting his 100 in the second innings. He was partnered by Kito Fernandopulle.
Ah, Kito. Yeah, he and Michael Elias, Angelo Matthews, the late Ashok Vitarna all played for St. Peter's when I was in the Dharmapala team. The match was played at Bambalapitiya. Took a tumble. Ransalige. No ball. He went for a yard of pace, I suppose.
So once
watch this. Okay.
Was stepping. Is once Rohan Buljans got his second 100. That's in the second innings. There was a huge crowd invasion. The Peterites in particular ran into the field to congratulate Rohan Buljans. And the Josephians, they ran in just a couple of overs remaining. They took the stumps and ran away. And Kito Fernandopulle was denied of a chance of getting 100. He was not out of 70 odd.
Oh yeah. The way Kito Fernandopulle batted, he was a absolute basher of the ball. Brilliant cricketer he was. Lifelong friendships with him because we all came from the Dehiwala area and we used to play softball cricket at Fraser Avenue. The likes of Russell Arnold, Ramesh Ratnayaka, Kito Fernandopulle. I remember all of them played that cricket. Not together so. Kito and myself was same era.
Yeah, Kito captained St. Peter's that year, and the Josephians were captained by Lakshman Aloysius, who played for Tamil Union.
Yeah, Kito was quite outspoken too on the field. He was everywhere. He was a very aggressive player. I think he played 5 years for St. Peter's, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, that's right. He played a long time. And also...
wide. Ransalige. Second extra in the over.
Yes, definitely that's too wide. And also what I wanted to say is yesterday we were talking about 9 brothers keeping wickets of St. Benedict's.
Yes.
And one was Kito's father, Camillus Fernandopulle.
If you are listening, Kito, by any chance, if you are not at the venue and if you are listening, say thank you to Paulinus.
Okay. Well, Kito's father had been working with me at the bank.
More to come, more to come. Here or in the Middle East?
No, here in Colombo.
Slower delivery.
What a wonderful gentleman he was, Camillus Fernandopulle. That's the end of the 11th over. St. Joseph's 31 for no.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough? A cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheeselicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
In that team, I was talking about 1976, Angelo Vikrunathan was vice captain. He was the opening bowler. He smashed a 47, 3 balls into the canal, one over the pavilion. And Rohan Buljans played it inside the late Ashok Vitarna. The only reason I moved from Moratua CC to BRC because he was captaining. And then Angelo Vikramatne, we know what he went on to become in the rugby scene. Worked with him at Atkins Pence Insurance, Lloyd's Agents, for almost 20 years.
Yes, I can remember, Haritha, the Josephine Pete ride also in 76. Or was it 75? 75, yeah. Angelo Vikramatne and Peters was struggling at one stage. They were 30 odd for 5 or 6 wickets. Angelo Vikramatne came in, as you said, he was thrashing the bowlers all around the corner.
That's the only way he knows how to play. He was a very attacking opening bowler too. He was fast, he was big made, he was strong even then.
And he really took that stint out of the Josephine attack, and the Pete Rides managed to score something like 120 odd in the first innings.
Yeah, when you talk about National Rugby, Hisham Abdeen and Angelo Vikramatne right up on top. Priyantha Ekanayaka probably in that group.
Yes, they're a great sportsman, no doubt.
Yeah, there were a few Pete Rides who came on to play for BRC over the period of time. Vinu Mohoti was the former captain. Then Danal Hemanand a couple of seasons ago. I wonder where Jai Veerabandar is.
Danal Hemanand was quite impressive.
Yeah, he was good.
He had a good big match, I can remember.
I know. He partnered Santosh Gunatilaka.
St. Joseph's now suddenly gone into a shell. Before tea, I thought they got a couple of overs, they got 20 odd runs, 5 overs or so. The next 5 overs, just 10 runs on the board up to now. Now 7 overs. It's the 7th over.
Nathan David keeping wickets. Brilliant Yorker. Very well dug out by Abhishek Jayavira. Good cricket all round on that. 12 completed. St. Joseph's in reply, 31 without loss.
Sri Lankaවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව දැන් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV. අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
ලස්සන පල්ලෝකේ කොත්තුමි සර විහිදේ හික්කට සිත බැඳා ෆයිනල් ෆැෂන් අපේ හිටක බදේ වටේ හොටල් ස්පයිසි ගස් මාතේ රසේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆාම් තමයි
දවසක දැනන්න එකපාරක් ගන්න Gold Dio Spray.
After 12 overs, St. Joseph's College 31 for no loss. As I welcome Michael back to the comm box.
Good afternoon, Rashwan. Rashwan, had lunch?
Yes.
Good.
It's been a brilliant bowling from Ethan Ransilike. Just a lengthy over in his previous over. An overstep and a wide delivery. Made that over quite long.
This one, ball keeping low. Bowling to his field, wide field on the off 7-2 field.
St. Joseph's have managed just to add 10 runs in the past 7 overs. Michael, it's been watchful. Josephians had a good start, not so convincingly, but they got runs on the board. But, right now, after that post-lunch session, St. Peter's have done well with the ball, especially Ethan Ransilike from the Vidya Mavath end. Has caused some trouble to the likes of Avish and Samash as well.
So not a lot of problems for the batsman. Pitch, a really good one to bat on.
Indeed, Melbourne Savory, what an exciting game it is so far. Fuel your cheers with the delicious crunch of Melbourne Savory, where you are the stands watching or from home. Grab your favorite Melbourne Crisco, Melbourne Chick Bits, Melbourne Cheese Bits, and Melbourne Snackers, and add some extra spice to the match. Melbourne Savory, the perfect companion for every thrilling game.
Must have had some of those savories, Resha.
Indeed, always a tasty munch. This time around driven well, but fielder will cut it out for just a couple of runs. Runs haven't been coming easy, Michael, for the Josephians since that lunch break.
Yes, I think just about 4 or 5 overs before lunch, looseners for the bowlers, so it was a bit easy. Now they got into a rhythm. Rashwan, so he was talking about those munchy savories. I have had them too. The Melbourne savories.
Indeed, always a tasty munch. And especially in games like this as well, Michael.
Would it be nice to have some now?
After lunch, would you have some of those?
I would eat it at any time. I'm sure you would.
Indeed. Ovin Salgado, the Pete Wright skipper on your screens.
The hand is bandaged for the injury that he had. Told that he had 5 stitches.
Always not a pleasant sight coming into that big game with an injury as well, Michael. Didn't put up a good performance with the bat in hand as well. But you have to feel for him. He's playing with that injury on his hand. But he's leading his side well in the field. Curtailed Josephians well after a very, cannot say a very expensive start in that brief period they had in that first session. But after that lunch break, Petrets have been tight and right on the money, the likes of Ethan Ransilage.
Let's hope the weather will hold. Get some overs in.
Indeed, last evening as well, we lost some overs. Today was scheduled to play 98 overs. And the light is not so good, but as of now, play could continue. Again, flicked of that Fuller delivery, but no run on that occasion as another over comes to an end. 13 overs completed. St. Joseph's College in reply, 33 for no loss.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ 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 ගෝ. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
ශනික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා. හඳුන්වා දෙන Move Spray. Keep moving.
රුපියල් 50 Melbourne Savory පොඩ්ඩෝ එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
So still 33 for no loss after 13 overs. Vice captain on 15 Javir and Samash on 12.
Joshua Sebastian, Michael, he's been not very express, but he's kept that ball in a very good length, and he continues to do so as well, which is always good to see. He's not that fast. The keeper is up as well, and always a handy operator to have in your sides. Especially always he's handy with the bat in hand as well. He's under 17 national cap as well.
Well, this happens when the wicketkeeper is up to the stumps. It's not easy for the batsman. They would like to bat out of the crease, but not being allowed to with the wicketkeeper coming up to the stumps.
Abhishek Jayavira tried to steal a single on that occasion, but he was sent back by Avisha Samash. We tried fielders on high voice now. Samash and Jayavira in some pressure. Plenty of work for these two batsmen in the top of the order, Michael. St. Peter's College did post 243 runs. Mind you, they were reduced to 176 for 7 as well. That late order really came into the party and put St. Peter's in a good position, a decent position from where they were. And most wickets for St. Peter's in the series. Dion Wallace, 32 wickets. Michael, I'm sure you know much about him.
Well, not a lot. Been not sure which. Yeah, must be a senior. That's a lot of wickets in a series.
Indeed. Once again, Sebastian continues to raise questions. Jayavira stuck on one end, wants to get off strike, but this tight bowling are not helping the cause for Jayavira as well. He's faced 48 deliveries for his 15 runs.
Well, let's run just to give our viewers a ball. It was 1947. It was 32 wickets. Well, they say that during that period they were not covering the wickets much, and so it would have been helped. I wonder if it rained like yesterday, there would not been play on the second day.
Indeed. Hopefully for the weather gods, that they will stay away this evening as well. 98 overs of play can absolutely bring up a very interesting day tomorrow as well, as another over comes to an end. Watchful over from Jayavira. Sebastian continues to raise questions. There's St. Joseph's College, 33 for no loss after 14.
Dettol Cool සෙල්සියස් අංශක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිතකර පැරබන්, ට්‍රයික්ලෝකාබන් සහ ට්‍රයික්ලෝසන් රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි. පවුලේ සැමට ඩෙටෝල් ආරක්ෂාව.
For no loss St. Joseph's College in reply. Spinner will be reintroduced from the Vidya Mav end, replacing Ethan Ramsilige. It is Tarin Senvidu. He bowled a very good over in that final over of that first session. Really troubled Avisha Samash. Interesting battle coming up, Michael, now against the left arm spin, the right hander Samash.
Samash normally would like to go after the bowling, likes to play shots. Not sure what the coaching staff and the plan has been, but so far he has been quiet. 36 deliveries for just 12 runs. Normally likes to go at a runner ball. We wanted to see how this track, what it has to offer, but generally the SSC wickets day 2 and 3 are generally very good for batting.
Indeed, and this period of the day as well, Michael, it always favors the batsman. As we speak, Samash takes on Senvidu to the fence, and welcome runs and a welcome boundary for the Josephians.
Well, he said, I've had enough of this nonsense. I'm going down on my knees.
Indeed, well played stroke. Samash against the run of play when the dot balls were piling up. Samash goes aerial.
was right in the gap, so no chance. It was not in any danger. So he had it under control. The key needs to play the way he knows to play. No point in changing his game.
Surely, Michael. Once again, that one just a bit of bounce. As you see on your bottom of your screens, Michael, Harin Silva's 141 in 29 was the highest score by a Josephian in the series. I'm sure you have found the memories of that innings as well.
Yes, I watched that innings. It was a great innings. Certainly had not got a lot of runs in that series. He was the vice captain. And then coming and scoring the biggest knock. To get back to that 15 gone is 37 for no loss.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your comeback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
And talking about Harin Silva, I think that season struggling for runs. I'm not sure. I don't think he even made a 50 in that whole season. But came into the big match. He saved everything for that last and gave it all. That was a major innings.
Scored big when it mattered. Michael Harin Silva. His 141 will be remembered for a very long time by a Josephian in the series. Currently, if I'm not mistaken, he's residing in the land down under in Australia. Many batsmen have come close to break that record, likes of Sadira Samarikram as well. Scored a big century, I remember. But that 141 is yet to be broken.
Seen a few good knocks in this Josephian Peter series.
Indeed, Abhishek Jayavira still not being able to get a run. So played a string of dot balls now. This is concerning from perspective of Jayavira. Not the best of throws as well. Almost Jayavira, he did raise question at Asadisa. Jayavira is not a batsman who bogs down like this as well, Michael. He gets his runs quickly, but today 15 of 53, quite uncharacteristic from him as well.
They're just taking their time.
Indeed, well and surely taking their time. Josephians want to try and push up this score of rate. Try and get to a good total at the end of day's play if they are lucky to get a full day's play. But still, Jayavira stuck in one hand. He's absolutely put into test here against a medium pacey of Joshua Sebastian.
Sebastian has been bowling on both sides of the wicket. Let's see, to the left hand, he has a spread field. He's not bowling to just one end. Got fielders on the leg and on the off, and you can see the wicket keep asking him to go outside the off stump. But that was much better. Straighten down the leg side if not.
Indeed, 16 completed, another maiden over. St. Joseph's College, 37 for no loss.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව දැන් සිංගර් වෙතින්. Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
Spin will continue from the Vidya mouth end. Left arm orthodox of Tharin Senvidu. Took the attack on Afish Samash in that previous over, and this time around tried to creep in for a single, but sent back by Jaivira. The right thing. Surely single was not on offer.
Yeah, it was just there for the wicket keeper. They've been asking for trouble. Need to place it a bit more away from where the wicket keeper would be. This time takes a step out and goes over the head of the bowler, or running down towards the boundary and dragged in nicely by the fielder. The batsmen have completed 2. So that's what Samash can do. If it's in his zone, he'll go for it.
He's surely showing some intent. Didn't get good meat of it, and 2 batsmen thought that it would tickle away to the fence.
But I think he didn't hit it in the middle of the bat. The bat slightly turned in his hand. He managed to get 2.
Left alone by Samash. These 2 batsmen are known to get their runs quickly, Michael, but they're surely put into test here at the big game. Pressure is quite on high as well, as once again drives it neatly, and this will be quite the teaser, but it will race away to the fence. Samash is getting a move on here.
Oh, that was the Rashwana. Beautiful shot. Packed offside field. Got it in between those 2 fielders down to the boundary. See that beating 2 fielders there. Right in the middle. No chance for either of them.
Did brilliant stroke play from Avish Samash. This is what is needed, Michael. Intent. And Samash will surely bring that to the table. This will just ease Abhishek Jaivira as well. Runs from the other end. Will help Jaivira to settle down and get back into his groove, because when he's in his groove, he'll get runs and get runs quickly.
Well, if Samash is getting the runs, Abhishek just needs to get the single and watch from the other end. That's the best place they say to bat.
Indeed, that rotation of strike will be important. 6 boundaries already in this innings. Once again, a dot ball to end. Rocks on the back foot well. Samash ends that over. Well, a 6-run over. St. Joseph's College 17 completed, 43 for no loss.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
St. Joseph's College 43 for no loss at the moment over 17 overs. Jaivir on 15, Samash on 22. In the last couple of overs, the 2 batters showing a bit of aggression here, probably trying to get a move on after getting through that tricky period. They are behind by exactly 200 runs. So joining with me is Santosh Gunatilaka. Good afternoon, Santosh.
Good afternoon, Laksisi. Yes, these 2 batters have looked solid at the crease. They've managed to put on a small partnership here for the Josephians. But credit to the Heat Red bowlers as well. They bowled 12 overs after the lunch session and conceded just 22 runs. So curtailing the run flow. But the key factor here, Laksisi, is that the Heat Reds haven't been able to get a breakthrough. They haven't been able to get that first wicket of the Josephians. So it's important that the Pete Wright captain find his resources to get that breakthrough and find inroads in the Josephian batting lineup.
Exactly, Santosh. Although they are not batting that freely, it's very important that they get that first wicket as soon as possible, because this opens up a whole opportunity for both these batters to express themselves later on. So it's very important that they remove one of these batters before they settle. Only batter to carry the bat through an innings, Yasa Ratnayaka for St. Joseph's College in the year 1953, 72 years ago, unbeaten on 75. That's quite a feat, isn't it, Santosh? Batting through the innings and ending up being unbeaten.
Indeed, it's not an easy task batting throughout the innings and ending up not out for your team, but there's one guy that has done it long years ago. St. Joseph's at the moment 43 for no loss. Sebastian is into his 9th over. He's been economical, Laxisi, but he's not brought that X factor. He's not created that opportunity for the Pete Wrights to get in to this game. I see the plan is quite clear from the Pete Wrights, trying to bowl in that outside off stump line and trying to curtail the run flow. But at this point, if they are to get back into the game, they need that initial breakthrough, Laxisi.
Exactly. With the two slips in place, as Santosh mentioned, the plan is clear with Sebastian. They're just trying to bowl outside the off stump and get that fall stroke, get that outside edge towards one of those two slip fielders. A lot straighter this time from Sebastian to end the 18th over. 43 runs on the board for St. Joseph's College.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Keel's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
Your favorite chair.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව ටැන්ක් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV. අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
ලස්සන පල්ලෝකේ කොත්තුමි සර විහිදේ හික්කට සිත බැඳා මාතේ ෆයිනල් ෆැෂන් අපේ හික්ටක බැඳේ වටේ හොටල් ස්පයිසි ගෑස් මාතේ රසේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆාම් තමයි.
Crystal clear, super stylish. New ViU V60 design.
Flexible as eggs, and I love mushrooms because
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව ටැන්ක් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV. අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
උස්වත්තු පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයිය. Chirpy Chips. රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍යයක තුල දැන් සිංගර් වෙතේ Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
So we're back after the mid-session drinks break. St. Peter's College winning the toss, batting first, put on 243. Lashmika Pereira 58, Damsara 44 and Tejan 13. Madhubhashana, the chief wrecker 3 wickets. Nushan Pereira couple and Devtusa a couple of wickets. St. Joseph's in reply, 43 for no loss. Samash 22 not out and Jaivir on 15. St. Joseph's College trailed by exactly 200 runs.
St. Joseph's College, the key factor here is that they have not lost any wickets, as we talked about earlier as well, Santosh. Now, anything that you would change if you were the skipper for St. Peter's College to try to bring out a dismissal here?
Absolutely, I would mainly attack, bring my spinners in. We haven't seen much of the spinners yet. As I speak, we've got a bowling change. Dilana Damsara is brought into the attack. He's the leading wicket taker for the Peterites. So this is what I was expecting. We need to start attacking. Picking wickets is the only way we can get ahead of the game. So if we focus on bringing the spinners in and attacking to get wickets, then we'll be back in the game.
The highest wicket take of this season for St. Peter's College, Dilana Damsara, the leg spinner. 2 leg spinners in their arsenal. St. Peter's College, Sanket, the highest run scorer, so also a leg spinner. So very, very interesting stats when it comes to St. Peter's College. Dilana Damsara, who's more of a batter, he's the highest wicket taker. Tharin Sanket, who's more of a bowler, we can say he's the highest run scorer.
It's very interesting, but it's always good to have right arm leg spinner in your arsenal, Laksisi. But Peterites are fortunate to have 2 of them, because right arm leg spinners, or if you say wrist spinners, are genuine wicket takers. Luckily, they can turn the ball, pick wickets on any surface, and this will be a good change up between Samash and Dilana Damsara, and we're hoping that it will be a thrilling encounter between these 2.
Exactly, and it's something that we don't see a lot. 2 leg spinners in a side, so it's really great to see this for St. Peter's College. Going for that quick run and a misfield, a clean collection. Would have been very, very close.
There was the opportunity for the Peterites. There you see once again, one-handed pickup, but he didn't have his eye on the ball. Slight mistake from the Peterites there. Dilana Damsara's stats, 13 games, 39 wickets, a good economy rate and a good average. Laxi has a best of 5 for 35, so he knows how to do the job for the team. He knows how to pick wickets.
Now, leg spinners always genuine wicket takers. Santosh, and Dilana Damsara has been exactly that for St. Peter's College this season. Can he be that partnership breaker here for the Peterites? They need a wicket. They need a wicket very, very quickly here. Otherwise, St. Joseph's College are just starting to stamp their authority a little bit in this encounter. They can't afford to do that. They need to make sure that they chip away with wickets regularly.
Dilana has looked good in these first 5 balls. His ball is found some perches off this wicket, Laksisi, and the captain will definitely depend on Dilana to break this partnership.
The last delivery of Dilana Damsara's first over coming up. Overpitched that time, but straight to the field. And for another 2 runs off that over. 45 for no loss in Joseph's College.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. Go 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 go. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Detol cool. සෙල්සියස් සංචක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිත කර පැරබන්, ට්‍රයික්ලෝකාබන් සහ ට්‍රයික්ලෝසන් රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි. පවුලේ සැමට ඩෙටෝල් ආරක්ෂාව.
St. Joseph's College 45 for no loss in reply to the Pete Wrights 243. It's a good opening partnership from the two opening batters of St. Joseph's. Sebastian to continue. He's into his 10th over. He'll want to get that initial breakthrough for his team.
And bowling 10 overs on the trot, Sebastian. Yes, he bowled 2 of those overs in the last session, but still his 8th over in this session. Now, Santosh, what's the number of overs that you have bowled? The most number of overs you have bowled consistently?
As far as I remember, I think it was 8 to 10, I suppose. And it was during school and in a club game as well. I managed to bowl about 10 overs on the trot. It's not an easy task, Laxisi, with this heat. And bowling 10 on the trot, credit to Sebastian. But the important factor for the Pete Wrights is they haven't got that initial breakthrough. They've been economical, but I think the reason for that is they haven't been attacking much. Just the same thing they did with the battle yesterday. Their intent wasn't positive with the ball as well. They haven't found that positive intent, that positive approach to get that initial breakthrough and put the brakes on the Josephian batting lineup.
Surging for wickets here, St. Peter's College. Sebastian, 10th consecutive over for the youngster, putting in the hard yards here. But unfortunately, the results just not coming his way at the moment. Avish and Jaivir doing really, really well. St. Joseph's College here. I think most of even some of our commentators expected St. Joseph's College to go at a much better pace, but better speed of when it comes to the run rate. But St. Peter's College, although they have not taken the number of wickets that they were expecting to get, they have managed to make sure that they have not given away easy runs to St. Joseph's College. Only batter with twin 50s as a fresher, Leslie Jacobs for St. Joseph's College, 70 and 58 in the 1940, 85 years ago. So another very old record when it comes to the Battle of the Saints encounter.
Mix up. Wave a throw, and that will go down to the boundary. So that was the runs, that was the boundary that the Josephians needed. That will just break the shackles for the Josephians. Just a slight mistake from the Pete Wright field on that occasion. A wave throw resulted in 4 runs to the Josephian scorecard.
In search of that dismissal, they have given away 4 free runs, we can say, to St. Joseph's College. He's not happy. He's not a happy campaigner. Yeah, bowlers never happy when that happens. Santosh, I think you can relate to that.
Absolutely. On that occasion, Sebastian livid with his field. But can't expect the fielder to do much. He came in and he wanted to get that run out.
He did what was needed. He had to go for that direct hit. So another over comes to an end. 49 runs on the board, one short of that 50-run mark in Joseph's College.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Keel's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
So Santosh, 3 other games also taking place at the same time on Sri Lanka's Zamboa Sports Channel. The Papare, St. Thomas versus St. Servatius encounter. St. Servatius College 70 for 3 in their first innings at the moment. Had a rain delay. Oh, he goes, tries to go for that big hit, and he connects it 4 runs. Probably didn't get the connection he was looking for, but at the end of the day, he got the result he was looking for.
Yes, that was a long hop from Dylan Adamsara and Samaj quick to pounce on that. Let's see once again bowling that shot. He went over short mid wicket. There was no fielder back in the boundary in the deep mid wicket region. So welcome boundary to the Josephians, Dylan Adamsara. He looked threatening in this first over.
Yeah, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant from the fielder in the deep. Saved 2 runs, I believe, for his team. Good diving effort.
So showing some intent here, the Josephians on that occasion. Samaj going down on one knee and sweeping Dylan Adamsara. He picked up another couple of runs. Already 6 runs in this over. And yeah, valiant effort from the fielder, Ethan Ransilage. Saved a couple of runs. So good energy from the Pete Wright fielders.
And I think, Santosh, the intentions are quite clear. They're trying to put the most prolific bowler of St. Peter's College under pressure, trying to get some quick runs off him.
Absolutely. I think taking him out of the attack will help the Josephians to get more runs, because it will just hamper with the Pete Wright bowling attack. Good lines there from Dylan Adamsara.
And the Battle of the Saints encounter, always such a great game to be at. And while enjoying this game, make sure that you have a Keel's Crest sausage party platter. Why settle for one flavor when you can have 4 in 1 pack? Enjoy 9 minutes for that spicy kick, garlic for bold flavor, cheese and onion for a cheese delight, and chicken sausage for a classic taste. And also that make sure that you purchase some of the jumbo peanuts as well. Such a great combination to enjoy a game like this. Seven boundaries so far in this St. Joseph's College innings. They were 21 for no loss when this session started, Santosh, so 34 runs.
Yes, finally showing some intent, Laksisi. The moment the Josephians 55 for no loss at the end of the 21st.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. Go 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 go. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comeback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
So, the Josephians 55 for no loss. Good opening stand. They're batted for 21 overs. So I have with me a guest, the co-chairman of the Josephian Pete Wright encounter of the organizing committee, Mr. Terence Fernanda. Good afternoon, Terence.
Good afternoon, Rajiva.
So give us a roundup. What sort of an effort that you have to make to bring this event a success? Because I know you have been in this organizing committee for a very, very long time.
Yes, too long probably. Michael and I have been chairing this committee for, I'm sure, at least 5 years now. But we do it for the love of our respective schools, and also with the intention of doing something better every year. Yes, your question about the effort that goes into organizing a match of this magnitude. We start around September, and of course the initial task is to get in as many sponsors as we possibly could, because that is what the joint organizing committee is there for, to try and bring in some funds for both schools, because through the funds that we raise for the colleges, that is what they spend on trying to maintain the standards of cricket at the two schools. And cricket, as you know, Rajiva, is played right through the year. The first 11 season starts in around September, goes on till March, April, and then the junior season starts and is played during those months. So cricket has actually become a very expensive sport for every school, because the players have to have their nutrition, their kits, and unlike in our time when college had a common material bag for everyone, now almost everybody has their own equipment. So fortunately, the equipment is not a big cost, but there are other related costs that have to be taken care of by the schools. And cricket is also one of the most important sports for both schools.
Indeed, hats off to the joint committee organizing this kind of an event, especially Terence, when it comes to playing at SSC, because it's really hard. All these teams wants to play their big matches at SSC, so coming out here to book this particular venue, the home of cricket in Sri Lanka, is the SSC, because for the past several years, in my time, I played the big match 5 years at Oval, and during the past 15 years, it's I think the third or fourth time we are playing at SSC, the big match, especially the 2-day encounter. Now it's becoming 3 days.
3 days, yes. I think we moved to the SSC around 2017 or 18. Initially, it was not easy to get a date at the SSC, because, as you quite rightly pointed out, most of the schools have booked the venue, and every weekend gets booked up. So we used to play a one-day match, and the reason we moved from the Oval, the Pisara Stadium, to the SSC was mainly due to crowd control issues, and particularly for our one-day match, which brings in about 8 to 10,000 spectators, we needed to have that crowd control, and that is the reason why we moved to the SSC. So now we've got a foot in, and yes, Sri Lanka Cricket has come to our assistance this year by asking us to play an additional day ideally, and also funding us for the additional day. And now that the schools cricket tournament is of 3 days in the final round, I think it makes sense for them to play 3 days now.
Yeah, indeed, because during our time also it was really hard to get a result.
Absolutely.
So coming into a 3-day format, still it is going to be hard, because when the format changes, the momentum of the game changes as well.
Yes.
Now currently we are in almost the 5th session of this 3-day encounter, so it is still a long way to go apart from the rain interruption yesterday itself, but hopefully it will not affect for the rest of the 2 days of this game, because if there is only a game, the overs can be bowled, we can have a game, because for the past several years there has been something with this rain interruption.
Yes, absolutely. So we were actually planning to play this game in the 3rd week of March. Unfortunately, due to the ordinary level exam.
We'll get back to that. That's the end of the 22nd over. Joe's 56 for no loss.
Yes.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. go. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
So 56 for no loss after 22 overs. Yes, Terence, you can continue.
Yes. We actually, I think the
planning for the 3-day now supposed to be now even for the next year. You'll have to go. Start proceedings, booking the SSC venue from now onwards, I suppose. And you were talking that it was supposed to be played on the 3rd weekend, somewhere on the 21st to 23rd March. If I am not mistaken, due to that O-level examinations, you have to drag it to April.
That's right. We had to postpone the big match from the 3rd week of March to the first weekend in April because of the ordinary level examination. I think both schools had 5 or 6 students on each side that were
doing their O-levels. So that was the reason why we had to move it. And I guess at some point, Rajiva, we would have had to move to a 3-day game because we are also approaching our 100th match. And I'm sure that, in 10 years' time, we would have played the 3-day match as did the Royal Thomaian when they played their centenary game.
It will come in 2034, if I'm not mistaken, the 100th game. Yes. So probably the planning, I think you will have to be there for sure, Terence, because I would love to see you around the 100th game as the chairman of this organizing committee to support cricket, to get involved doing and coming out with such a magnificent event. And I am pretty sure you have better plans coming up for the one day as well, because that's the crowd comes. Normally it is the Josephian Peter Wright, the one day encounter, where you bring the plenty of crowd. You'll be busy around in that day, 26th of April.
Yes. So last year, as you know, we played our 50th one-day match. We were the first school to play the 50th match, and there was obviously a lot of effort that went into organizing that.
We'll get back to continue this discussion after 23 gone. It was a maiden over by Damsara, 56 for no loss, St. Joseph's College.
ජීවිතයම මිහිරයි Maliban lemon puff puff lemon puff Maliban lemon puff Maliban lemon puff chill when lemon
ලස්සන පල්ලෝකේ කොත්තුමි සර විහිදේ හික්කසිත බැන්දා මාතේ ෆයිනල් ෆැෂන් දපේ හිටක බදේ වටේ hot and spicy guess මාතේ රසේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆාම් තමයි.
So, Joe's 56 for no loss. We are seeing a bowling change. Lasmika Pereira is being introduced for the first time in this innings for St. Peter's College. He added some valuable runs. Talking about this game, Terence, now that partnership in the last wicket added 37 runs. St. Joseph's College didn't manage to get that last pair out. At the end, Lasmika Pereira added some valuable runs with 58. And being the number 9 batter, getting some runs on board was an additional X factor for St. Peter's College in this game.
Of course, I was unfortunately not able to watch the game when he reached his 50, but definitely an important partnership for St. Peter's, knowing that they lost a few early wickets today, and 240 plus is, I guess, a very reasonable score.
Yeah, it is. Apart from the score, the amount of overs that they have had, close to 100 overs.
Yeah.
So St. Joseph's College had that defensive approach when it comes to the last pair, the last tail enders. I think that was on the back foot for me. They would have attacked more to get those last few wickets. When they came in today at stumps yesterday, 176 for 7, and they got out the informed batter for St. Peter's College, the run getter, most run getter. So talking about Lasmika Pereira, 14 games, 38 wickets, being 7 for 60 is his best in this season so far. So I think there was a slight advantage for the Peter Wrights with those tail-enders coming in and getting some runs. And we saw Ransilo batted for almost 50 deliveries, just scoring 5 runs.
Yep.
So that created that time, the drag of the making them getting all out for St. Joseph's College. So that was a little back foot in the terms of this game for me. 2 quick runs for Abhishek Jayavira. Moves to 23 now. The score is moving very slow and steady. But this is one of the greatest venues in Sri Lanka.
For sure.
You can see these two batters batting well, and with the bowling attack of St. Peter's College, they haven't managed to get anything close to a wicket for me.
Yep. Yeah. And I'm actually a little surprised that St. Joseph's is also not attempting to score at a quicker pace. 23 overs for 59 runs.
And not even 3 runs per over.
Yes, and generally Avisha Samash is known to be someone who scores at a
one of
fairly
the
quick
one
pace.
of the attacking batters who is
Exactly.
batting a little positively. But I'm really surprised by what sort of an approach that they have
Yes.
when it comes to big game like this. I mean, there's a lot of people watching this game. It's telecasted on TV, so you need to show your colours for sure.
Absolutely. Yes, I don't know what the plan is. That St. Joseph's is that's the first wicket.
Oh, there you go. It's a commentator's curse, Terence. We were talking about St. Peter's College not even close getting a wicket. There you go. Last wicket Pereira. Probably he's there getting some runs. And now, Owen Salgado brings him in and gets that breakthrough off the first wicket, taking that leading edge. Cotton ball out. Abhishek Javira departs for 23. That's the first wicket gone for St. Joseph's College.
I think
St. Joseph's College 59 for 1.
I think he checked his shot. That's what happened.
Yeah, Abhishek Javira departs facing 80 deliveries. You see the strike rate is far more below than par, I would say. And St. Joseph's College 59 for 1.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
So, Senuja, we're going to go to, he's the new batter. The highest run getter, 552 runs for St. Joseph's College, and he's one of the key batters for St. Joseph's College. One of the future good prospects is he, Senuja. We're going to go to 11 games, 14 innings. See the average, Terence. We're talking about one of the promising batters. Best scores, 156. We have a lot of batting to come. A lot of batting until Dunik Pereira,
That's
number
right.
9. So when it comes to batting, so I like to see that approach, that your mode of the game. Like when it comes to this kind of a format, even if it's 2-day or 3-day, you shouldn't be changing your approach in the middle.
For sure.
So after 24 gone, Joseph 59 for 1, a wicket taking over for St. Peter's College.
රුපියල් 50 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
So Joe's losing their first wicket in the previous over. Abhishek Javira getting out, caught and bowl off the bowling of last wicket Pereira, the partnership breaker. Probably he's there, Terence. He scored some runs, valuable runs, and now coming in and being handy with the ball. Oh my gosh. That's
Lot of
some turn. This is another fine for St. Peter's. He wasn't bowling last year. We were having a discussion with Vishen Halapagat, last year's skipper. There, see, this is interesting. That spun right from the off stump and getting some bounce as well.
Yep.
This is what happens. The momentum changes. It's shifted back now after
Yes.
that follow wicket, that breakthrough for St. Peter's College. And the next, very next over, the first ball, and Dylan Adamsara bowls a ripper. So Terence talking about now after this encounter, it is the 1 day, which is the most, the best encounter that a lot of the spectators, a lot of the old boys looking forward to, because you get a huge number at SSC. For the past several years now, it has been at SSC because of the crowd control, everything. And I remember during my time, we played at the R. Premadasan as well. even with white ball and red ball as well. But now here at SSC, what sort of a plan that you have? Because it is outnumbered, it's going to be packed.
Yes, the one-day game is the bigger of the two games. We will attract between 8 to 10,000 spectators at the SSC for the one-day game, and I guess even for the batches that generally bring in the numbers coming in over one day rather than, if particularly if they are working, they've got to take leave, things like that. So Saturday, the 26th of April is bound to have a good crowd. As far as the plan is concerned, Rajiva, it's pretty much the same. We are glad in a way that we have a 3-week break in between so that we have enough time to get the show on the road, as it were. And we are looking forward to having a good crowd.
Yeah, indeed.
And a good match.
Yeah, indeed, because that is the time. We all gather around the Josephian Speed Rides. It's like the annual event for a get-together.
Yes.
People, the old boys come along and having a lot of entertainment, a lot of fun in between this cricket game going on. So invite all the Josephians and Peter Rides to have a blast at the 51st Battle of the Sens one-day encounter. So after 25 gone, St. Joseph's College 62 for 1. Thank you very much, Terence, for joining with me at the commentary box, and we'll see you soon, probably in the days come.
Thank you, Rajiva, and thank you also to Papare for your support for all the Josephian Pit Ride events. Many, many thanks.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. Go. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your comeback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Sun is back out, and that's good news for both set of players. Joseph's College 62 for 1 currently. Senator Wakanagura and Avisha Samash in the middle. As Vice Captain Lashmika Pereira will continue. Got a breakthrough in his very first over. He's having a really brilliant day. The morning session got that half century. Now backing it up with a good bowling performance as well. We'll come back, Jehan, to the comm box.
Good afternoon, Rashwan. Right, ThePapare having quite a day. Just taken a vital breakthrough for St. Peter's. Now starting to grow in confidence in just his second over.
Surely Pereira will be eyeing that wicket of Senator Wakanagura to the left hand, and as we speak, booming sweep shot from Samash beats him. As you see on the bottom of your screen, only batter with the hundreds in both innings, Rohan Buljans, 109 not out and 100 not out for St. Peter's College in 1979. It would have been quite a headache to the Josephian bowlers, Jehan.
Indeed, and this one is a chance, and that's the second wicket down. Well, Pereira's day just got better. A big breakthrough there for St. Peter's. Samash, who was batting well on 32, and has now been dismissed. So both openers back in the hut. There you go, that's a replay. Yes, just giving that some air, going for the sweep. Well, easy catch in the end, almost a mix-up. But Pete Wright fieldsman does well in the end to hold on to that. I think that was Joshua Sebastian. And the Josephians now lose their second in quick succession, 62 for 2.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගත් එක ready කරන්න.
Come back 62 for 2. Lashmi Papare has just struck twice in 2 overs. Good spot of bowling really by the Peter Wright vice captain. His off spinners. In operation now are the 2 spinners for St. Peter's who have actually been top the tallies in terms of wickets for this season. Dilip Damsara, the leggy, and of course Pereira, who's made the 2 breakthroughs. So we see the new batsman is Nimtaka Gunawardena.
Another left-hander joins in the middle. Lashmi Papare with his off-spin will threaten these 2 batsmen in the middle. Nimtaka Gunawardena didn't have any say with the ball in hand, playing as a third fast bowler. This time around he has an opportunity to do well with the bat in hand. As you see his stats, a best score of 49. Nimtaka Gunawardena. Lashmika Pereira's day has just got better, as Jan mentioned. He's brought into the attack quite late. Average of 16.134 Nimtaka Gunawardena in this season. Strike rate of 55.
I really like the pace at which the off spinner is operating. Just giving it a little bit extra rip, a little bit of time to turn. That's the end of the 26th. St. Joseph 62 for the loss of 2.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades to help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam, to provide healthy hydration for your whole home, and to nourish your growing family. With island-wide distribution, we've reached the homes and hearts of every Sri Lankan, ensuring healthy hydration for all. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
2 new batsmen in the middle. Sadly, Josephians feel a lot of pressure now. Pete tried to well and should be high on confidence, the likes of Lashmika Pereira. Damsara will continue from the Vidya Mavata end.
Whether that was one from the back of the hand, but nicely worked away by Vekunagada. He's coming into the big match encounter with a lot of confidence. As you see a replay of that dismissal, you can see the near collision. In fact, there was a collision, but Sebastian had got it under control, and celebrations all round for the Pete Wright vice captain. 2 important breakthroughs back to back have brought the Pete Wrights back into this game. Poor delivery on that occasion. That's easily pulled away.
That's what needed. The bad delivery has to go. Nimtaka Gunawardena, having no second invitation, puts that to the fence. Some welcome runs for the Josephians and a welcome boundary as well. Not the best of deliveries from Damsara.
Well, you'd expect that from a leg spinner, the occasional weak loose delivery, and that's one was good enough to just pick up a boundary.
Indeed, Anchor Noodle highlights the importance of gut health for overall well-being, immunity and mental focus, especially for athletes. The gut is linked to the brain and influence mood, anxiety and performance. Anchor Noodle offers a new range of products including yogurt, drinking yogurt with milk and flavored milk, all designed to support gut health. Customers can experience this in a fun way at the Anchor Noodle store by customizing their drinks with toppings. Anchor Noodle, keeping your gut ready for fun. Couple of runs surely, but fumble in the field, but the batsman won't cross over for another single. Just the one run in it. I'm told, Jehan, that Nimthaka Gunawardene is fresh off a half century in that mini battle which happened last week. 76 runs for Gunawardene. Surely he'll be on good confidence with the bat in hand against his opposition St. Peter's. That was the mini battle laid up in Dali Road. Once again a dot ball to end the 27th over. St. Joseph's College in reply is 68 for 2.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades. Made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. For a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
Lashmika Pereira will continue from the tennis court end. He struck twice in his 2 overs, 2 for 3 as you see his figures. Last batsman to be dismissed, Avisha Samash, 32 of 72 deliveries. Pereira now once again into his 3rd over. Nimthaka Gunawardene looks quite a solid batsman. Told you he has not batted at number 4. Fresh off a half century in that mini battle will give him a lot of confidence heading into the middle.
Yep, just continuing to ask good questions, Pereira. These 2 batsmen coming into the big match with a lot of confidence, with runs under their belt. It's a crucial passage of play. There's Josephians having lost 2 wickets after a good start. Once again, Pereira just hitting the right areas. Gunawardene very watchful in defence.
Indeed, he's been solid with his defence. Once again, left alone.
Just teasing a little bit outside the off stump, almost inviting the batsman to go for the drive. That goes on with the arm. Natural variation for the off spinner. A little bit of excitement there, but the close-in fieldsman, no damage done.
This is good bowling, Jayan. As you see, testing Gunawardene in the middle is Lashmika Pereira, vice captain of the side, leading from the front, you could say, with the bat in hand and with the ball in hand as well now.
Well, change in angle to complete that over. Lets that sail by harmlessly. That's the end of the 28th. Joseph's 68 for 2.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ 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 ගෝ. දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comeback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Josephian prefects with the flags. Been rallying around their team all day, yesterday and today as well.
Yes, just a good crowd in attendance here at the SSC. It's been slow going, but there's been no shortage of entertainment for those out here. Good playing conditions all around and good camaraderie in the stands. And it's particularly pleasing to see schoolboys from both St. Peter's and St. Joseph's participate in their numbers, both yesterday and today. Just encouraging their cricketers along. As we see Sebastian, the opening bowler. Joshua Sebastian back in the attack.
Indeed, Jayan, always good to see schoolboys coming out to support their mates here. Gives a nice colour as well. Flags are flying around. Sinuja Wakanugoda on strike. Another under-17 national cap. Joshua Sebastian as well was in that squad to play a Bangladesh under-17 a couple of months ago. I'm sure these two know a lot about each other. Joshua Sebastian and Sinuja Wakanugoda. Very interesting battle in the middle. Two under-17 national caps going at it.
There's no shortage of batting talent in this St. Joseph's 11. In total, 4 centurions in this batting order. Wakanugoda happens to be one of them. As Sebastian continues to peg away with that line and length, keeping things quiet. He's bowled 11 overs, he's in his 12th. 18 runs so far conceded.
Indeed. Wakanugoda is a batsman who gets runs and gets runs quickly as well. He's been among the runs for the Josephians throughout the season, throughout the last couple of seasons, you could say. Once again driven, but no run. Sebastian has kept it tight, Jan. He hasn't let the batsman any loose deliveries. He's been right on the money.
He has, as have Peterite bowlers for the most part. One thing interesting is that we spoke about the firepower in the Josephian batting order. And we've spoken a lot about intent throughout the game. We didn't see the Peterites really push the run rate above 3 for any meaningful period of time. And the Josephians, who have all the capability to, this batting order to accumulate runs quickly, have also gone at a very similar pace under fairly favourable batting conditions.
Indeed, both teams have rather lacked intent with the batters. Once again driven firmly straight at Sebastian, but no harm done. Made no, but nevertheless 29 completed, and we have Sajani Ratnayaka with an interview down there. Over to you, Sajani.
I am here with ThePapare and Michael Javadana, the co-chairs of the sponsorship committee for this year's Joe Pete. Could you tell us a little bit about how it's been like, sorting out this event?
Okay, thanks a lot, Sajani. So, hi everyone, I'm Michael Javadana and this is ThePapare. We are co-chairs from St. Joseph's and St. Peter's from the sponsorship committee. So we took over the sponsorship committee about, I think, 4 years ago, Chaminda, yeah? And I think the match has come a long way since we started the sponsorship committee in a more structured manner. Currently we have 22 sponsors, and the sponsorship contribution has also grown significantly in the past, I would say, 4 years. As you can see, sponsors have come from different fields. We have from real estate to conglomerates, and of course we have you guys, Dialog and Papare as well, contributing. And I think there's a lot of value sponsors can get from Joe Pete, which is the premier big match for the Catholic schools. Chaminda, what do you think?
It is an inspirational brand because myself, we started working from last 2 years ago. So when we started and now where we are, very much happier because the sponsors that we are working with very much they're keen. I mean, no sooner than this season's finished, next season, when you go back, they're always waiting for us. So it's fantastic. I mean, we are growing every year, so we're looking forward to more growth. I mean, we must thank people like Papare, Dialog, the Marina Square, and Elephant House, are big time there with us. So we're looking for the long-term sponsorship for all the sponsors. So it looks fantastic.
This is the first year that you all are doing a 3-day big match, I believe. What is the most significant thing about this on your end?
Yeah, so a 3-day match is something. Now this is a 91st match this year. So generally you do a 3-day match after 100 years. But I think because of the support given by Sri Lanka Cricket, we were able to kind of advance that. And I think the players and the spectators are extremely happy about this initiative. I think because you get a lot of experience playing for 3 days, and maybe there could be a result, and the entire energy in the match has really improved. And I think even sponsors are benefiting because now they have 4 days together with the 1-day match. And even sponsors like Haley Solar has been with us for the past couple of years. And as my colleague Chaminda was saying, sponsors who have come on board with us generally continue with us, and I think they're in it for the long term as well. Chaminda, what do you think?
Yeah, I think it's a benefit for the players because Sri Lanka Cricket wants cricketers to play the long game. So plus on the second round matches also be played for 3 days. The big matches 3 days is a great initiative because Sri Lanka need cricketers for future and when they play the long game. So I think it's a great thing. It's challenging, but it's fantastic for the kids and the future of the cricket of Sri Lanka.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sajani. Some insights from the group who is absolutely doing brilliant stuff behind the scenes of this 91st Battle of the Saints. Rashmika Pereira. So again, this is a good stroke. Played it quite late. That will be quite the teaser, but the fielder will cut it out for just a couple of runs. As Josefians and Senaja Wakunagoda will look to get a move on here. 30 overs completed. St. Joseph's College, 71 for 2.
ලස්සන පල්ලෝකේ කොත්තුමි සැර විහිදේ හික්කට සිත බැන්දා මාතේ ෆයිල් and fashion අපේ හිටක බදේ වටේ hot and spicy guess මාතේ රසේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆාම් තමයි.
Good news here at SSC. The sun has popped out. We had one hour with some cloud covering over that behind the scoreboard. But right now, it's bright and shine. Good news for both teams because you need that overs to go on because of that lost overs yesterday. 18 overs lost. And even to bring out a good game of this 3-day encounter because we all love to see the boys out there in the middle. So good afternoon, Santosh.
Good afternoon, Rajiva. Yes, absolutely. We all want to see a good game of cricket here at the SSC. We were disappointed when rain played spoil sport last evening, but the sun's out and cricket is on, Rajiva. Josephians.
Yeah, definitely the sun's out and the gun's out. The two gun batsmen, one other informed batter. Nintaka Gunawardana. My Jesus, that's a brilliant delivery. There you go, Joshua Sebastian. He brings his guns out now and to get rid of Nimtaka Gunawardana. That was clean bowled. He played completely in the wrong line. There you go. Definitely his front foot should have been covering that off stump, Santosh. So St. Peter's College coming into the game after that first breakthrough by Rashmika Pereira. He picked up 2 wickets. Now Joshua Sebastian getting into the party. And that's the end of Nimtaka Gunawardana. He was out for just 6 runs. Jose, 71 for 3.
Sixer udaya ViU App. Hot hot dang pandu hot and spicy uda pandu. Fun cup usa bhi re.
So the new batter walking into the crease. He is another prolific run getter for the Josephians. So these two batters have that responsibility, Santosh, because both have had, they're out in the middle throughout this season. Plenty of times, plenty of runs have been scored. Over 1,000 runs have been scored by these two batters. They see 12 games, 12 innings with an average of 51.5 and 515 runs. And the best score being 138. Yenulu Deutusa is welcome into the crease by Joshua Sebastian after that brilliant delivery to get rid of Nimta Kagunawardana.
An absolute seed from Sebastian to get the biggest wicket of the Josephian lineup. But the two informed batters here at the crease for the Josephians, Yenula Devtusa and Senuja Vekunagoda. Did I say that right?
Senuja Vekunagoda.
Vekunagoda. All right. So a rebuilding stage here for the Josephians.
Definitely, it is more appropriate if you can get that front lawn angle. There you go. He completely misjudged the line. His front foot was on top of the leg stump where it should have been covering his off stump, isn't it? You're a top order batter. You should be knowing more, Santosh. You need to cover your off stump when you're batting there at the middle.
Indeed, I think he was expecting more swing of that delivery. He played down the wrong line and got beaten. But credit to Sebastian. He's been brilliant with the ball.
Yeah, he was completely beaten and just kisses off stump there. That's the setup on the fielding. It's a 6-3 field on the offside where Sebastian loves to take that ball away from the right-hander. Not good signs for the Josephians. 3 quick wickets since the fall of Abhishek Javira for 23. Tandems, they haven't had that partnership built yet. It was 59 for 1, 59 for 2, and then now 71 for 3. So you can see it's all pumped up down there. You can see the enthusiasm that from the wicketkeeper behind the stumps.
So that's a good delivery to end that successful over for the Pete Wrights. St. Joseph's 71 for 3.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. go.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
St. Joseph's College 21 for no loss at lunch. You know, they have just added 50 runs. You can see the fall of wickets, a quick succession wickets. 59 for the first wicket, then became 62. Obviously, Shamash getting out. And the last wicket falling, Nimta Gunwardana for 71. So now these two batters have that responsibility of building a partnership. Now, this game, for me, both teams look even Stevens.
Absolutely, I think both teams are in this game right now. Lashmika Pereira, as I mentioned earlier, in the talk show, Rajiva, if you remember, I said that Lashmika and Tharin Sanket holds the key when it comes to the Pete Wright bowling. And didn't Lashmika deliver? He got the breakthrough. He broke the opening partnership and also got the second wicket, and it brought the Pete Wrights back in the game.
There you go. Most runs for St. Joseph's College in the series is Jehan Daniel. We were talking about him about the century. Scored 325 runs. And his time spending there out at the middle between these two teams at a big match. Santosh, I like the likes of Lashmika Pereira, his pace. It is interesting. A similar kind of a bowler like me doesn't give much space on the ball. He loves to bring the ball slower and give some air. And apart from Nushan, these two have a different variation of pace.
Yes, Lashmika is known for his variations. He's a quite smart bowler. He loves to vary the pace. He has a bit of variations up his sleeve, and he's been successful for the P-Trace throughout this season, and he's just conceded 7 runs in his 5th over and picked up 2 prize wickets for the P-Trace. So a lot will be depending on Lashmika. High expectations for him to deliver big.
He's the vice captain of the side.
Absolutely.
And playing his 4th year. The right arm off spinner did some contribution with the bat today, scoring 58 runs. Now, those 2 crucial wickets on a flat track like this. And that is one of those handy all-round performance when it comes to the awards in this game.
Indeed, he's definitely in line for the best all-rounders award. Rajiv, he played a crucial knock for the P-Trace. Important runs laid down the order. Got a half century. Incidentally, the highest run scorer for the P-Trace this inning.
Yeah, if him to get beaten by one of the Josephans, it is Yenul Deotus's from his bat. There you go. Shot, cut away, and he's off the mark. Yenul Deotusa.
An absolute gift from Lashmika to his counterpart Yenula, and Yenula gets off the mark easily with that boundary as he shot outside off. So that was basically a free hit for Yenula Deotusa.
Even any right-hander would put that ball away to the boundary ropes because it was short, wide. Just you need to get pat on it and make sure the ball goes into those gaps. It will race along, Santosh. So welcome boundary for Josephians. They were in a bit of bother, and those runs from now on, the confidence for a batter come down there in the middle, getting some runs straight away from a boundary gives that advantage to go for a build-up score. So after 32 gone, Joe's 76 for 3.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
St. Joe's College 76 for 3. We are just few minutes away for the tea break in day 2. I'm really thrilled, Santosh, that the clouds have gone away and we have action because 98 overs in this day and we have 42 remaining.
Indeed, we're up for some thrilling cricket throughout this day.
Good take. Good take there by the wicket keeper.
Nathan David on that occasion, Rajiv, is a very good wicket keeper. Good glovesman for the P-Trace. He's been playing for a couple of years in this series for the P-Trace. Batted number 3. Scored some crucial runs. This time pitched up, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, I remember the name Nathan David, playing for a couple of years, and he is one of the third-year players for St. Peter's College behind the stumps, and he has scored 200 plus runs, 270 plus runs for St. Peter's College. So right now, we probably might have a minute or two to go on for another over, but it is very doubtful with the fast bowler running in. There's 3 more balls left, so probably this could be the last over before the tea break interval.
In fact, I would like to see more and more attacking fields at Rajiv.
This is what we were talking about even yesterday. Oh, that got the inside edge. interesting. There's Joshua Sebastian doesn't get that pace on the ball. So it is really hard to go for that big booming drives for the batters down there at the middle. So this is what we're talking. Just on the dawn of a break, we haven't seen that kind of a attacking approach by both those two teams. In fact, and when it comes to a lunch break, tea break, there is some sort of a pressure to the batter. You feel it when you're down there. I have been there in my situations down there before. I never doesn't want to have a spin strike in the middle. I always want to be on the non-striker's end.
Yes, usually as a fielding team, we would opt to attack more. And if we are the batsman out there, we would always want to stay at the non-striker's end. Rajiv, spot on that occasion. But it's very disappointing to see both teams making the same mistake with just minutes to go for the tea break.
Yep. We have just like 30 seconds. We have just like 30 seconds to go for the tea break. Let's see what the umpires, in my opinion, it's going to be tea after this ball. Yeah, indeed. Another single for Yenulu Deodosa. The score moves to 78 now. So I'm spot on with the time. It's 2:55. So that's tea on day 2 here at SSC of this 91st Battle of the Saints. St. Joseph's College versus St. Peter's College. St. Joseph's College 78 for the loss of 3 wickets, despite for that first inning imposed score by the Peterites. 243 all out on day 2. We have more action to come. This is good news because the sun's out as well as the guns out. Santosh.
Indeed, Rajiv. A lot of cricket left to come today. Just the second session done. We got one more session with plenty of overs remaining. The Josephians 78 for 3, only managing 56 runs in this session, but the Peterites have managed to pick 3 wickets in this session. So a lot to come for.
Yeah, just 57 runs by St. Joseph's College back. So during this time, they have batted for almost 28 overs. See, 56 runs, 3 wickets. I would say it's St. Peter's College.
Absolutely.
They have done their homework, bringing in a breakthrough bowler, Lashmika Pereira, and picking up another wicket from the seamer, Joshua Sebastian. So this session goes for Peterites because the approach that St. Joseph's College have is just 2 runs per over. And they batted 4 overs prior to the lunch break and just got 21 runs without a wicket falling. And now coming into this post-lunch session, which is the best batting session they were going on, but that negative approach by the 2 openers have that made that downfall of losing 3 wickets in this second session of day 2.
Yes, I felt that yes, the Peterites did bowl well, but the Josephians got themselves into a shell, and as you can see, this is the Josephian scorecard. The Jaivira started well, 23, caught and bowled to Lashmika. Samaj also scored 32 and got a start and didn't really carry on. Senuja, Gunavardhan and Devtusa all at the crease but haven't really started to go on. And just the 6 extras, 33 overs the Peterites have bowled, and the Josephians have only managed 78 runs for 3 wickets. Plenty of batting to come from the Josephians, and they'll depend a lot from these 2 batters.
Yeah, there's plenty of batters. Suravira, Fernando, Dantanarayana, Damian Disvilla, Madhu Bashana can bat. So all can bat, but you need to score runs, isn't it?
Indeed. If you get a start, you need to score big, Rajiv.
Definitely, your bat should do the talking, not the statistics. Statistics are past and history. You need to do it on this occasion, on this day, at this Jopit encounter. The bowling card for the Peterites, wicket taker Sebastian 14 overs, 20 for 1 runs. Was decent with his 6 overs, just gave 11 runs, and St. Vidhu 3 overs, 15 runs. Much to come out from his finger spins, left arm orthodox. And Thamsara 5 overs, 1 maiden, 17. But in the second session, pick of the bowlers, Lashmika Perera, the man of day 2, scoring runs. Now doing with the ball 5 for 11 in his 5 overs. The follow wickets, first was 59 and the second was 62, and the last wicket falling at 71. So apart from that first partnership the 2 openers had, there have been wickets falling in regular intervals. Santosh, the highlights of the second session, they walked in when they were high riding 21 for no loss. There you go, a juicy full toss just after lunch, and Abhishek Jaira making the maximum out of it to get a boundary.
Yes, the 2 batters looked good, the 2 openers looked good, and until they got themselves into a slight shell. There you see once again piercing that gap. They went for their shots, they scored boundaries off the loose balls, and then came Lashmika Perera, the hero with the bat, got that initial breakthrough. And like they always say, 1 brings 2, Rajiv.
Yeah, indeed. So he came into this game and bowling to break that partnership. When he came, it was 59 runs. So he came a little too late. Yeah! That was the last wicket. One of our brilliant deliveries. Fast bowling, dream to get the off stump. Any bowler's dream, Santosh, to get rid of the batter's off stump. That was the last boundary of Yenul Devtu's batter. So Josephians, they have a lot to do in this session. They need to build a partnership, build a score, probably bat on, and hopefully we won't have any interruption. It's all bright and sunny down here. So the bat summary is St. Peter's College, 243 the first innings. Lashmika Perera 58, Thamsara 44 and Tejana 38. Madhubhashana pick up the bowlers for St. Joseph's College, picking up 3 for 77, and Darshan Perera 2 for 50. Yenlo Devtutsa 2 for 58. In reply, St. Joseph's College 78 for 3. Abhishek Shamash 32 and Abhishek Javadar 23, and Nimtaka getting out for 6, and Lashmika Perera 2 for 11, and Sebastian 1 for 20. St. Joseph's College trailed by 165 more runs behind St. Peter's College score. So that's it from the summary. Now we have the chart. Let's see what the production thinks. Yes, we are spot on, Santosh. The last session of the day 2 second session belongs to the Peterites.
Absolutely, I think they stole the show in that session. They got themselves back into the game in that second session, and the game is on, Rajiva, here at SSC. Plenty of action to come in the third session, and let's hope we see an interesting game.
Yeah,
today.
definitely. I like to see a blue column coming in for the third session, Santosh. So let's hope and see what sort of an approach that the batters have. It is the approach. So that's it from the post-lunch session on day 2. We will be back shortly, approximately in 10 minutes time, for the final session of day 2.
ශනික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා හඳුන්වා දෙන Move Spray. Keep moving. Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheesylicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheesylicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
Data wal cool. Celsius සංචක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිතකර පැරබන්, ට්‍රයික්ලෝකාබන් සහ ට්‍රයික්ලෝසන් රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි. පවුලේ සැමට ඩෙටෝල් ආරක්ෂාව. ශනික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා. හඳුන්වා දෙන Move Spray. Keep moving.
රුපියල් 50 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
ලස්සන පල්ලෝකේ කොත්තුමි සර විහිදේ හික්කට සිත බැඳා මාතේ ෆයිනල් ෆැෂන් අපේ
හිටක බදේ වටේ
හොටල් ස්පයිසි ගස් මාතේ රසේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆාම් තමයි
රුපියල් 50 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Watching the Papare, Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel. Today we are here at the Under Armour meet and greet with our very own Sri Lankan basketball star Praneeth Udumalagala. Today he is looking forward to imparting his own experiences and wisdom with a younger generation, being the founder of Impact Basketball and being one of the youngest players on our Sri Lankan national team as well. So let's check out what he has to say.
Started basketball in 4th grade at St. Joseph's College. I was young. It was another sport. I was doing swimming by then, and when I picked up basketball, I just like anything else, I just wanted to do the best. I just wanted to be the best, so I worked very hard. I think the turning point was when we won the under 13 championship in Sri Lanka. As a youngster, I knew, oh, we are good, I am good, maybe I can pursue this in a little more serious way, all the way up to the under 17 championship, and then while playing for the under 19 championship, when I got selected to the national team, I realized, okay, this is something I really want to go forward with. Basketball is a sport that, you know, you get addicted to it, and once you start doing it right, and the game gives you back in return. And I think that school basketball played a pivotal role in me understanding that this is something I want to do.
It has been a setback or a failure that you've had to overcome, or a challenge that turned out to be a blessing in disguise. It may not have seemed like it at the time, but something you can look back at now and be like, I'm happy that happened.
Okay, that requires a bit of a long answer, because I think I've got a lot of young student athletes present here as well. My goal always was to play in college basketball because growing up, there was this, feeling, or rather this mental status where Sri Lankan basketball players are not going much further, and we hadn't had players playing college basketball. So it was my dream and my dad's dream to play college basketball, to go to college level, and that was the goal. When I knew I wanted to do basketball full time, I wanted to be the Sri Lankan kid that is going to go play college basketball. The best thing I did, I'm coming to the question, I'm taking a longer answer. The best thing I did playing basketball was definitely taking care of my studies, taking care of my academics. That was the main goal. That was the number one thing that I did well, because when I got to play basketball in US in Texas Wesleyan, how I got to Texas Wesleyan was a academic scholarship. I got academic scholarship, I made it there, and then I walked on into the team and got my basketball scholarship after that, and that's how I got into playing 4 years of college basketball. And the biggest setback I had, obviously as a basketball player, my goal was to, play in the highest levels of the sport. Professionally abroad in US, obviously NBA was always a dream and goal, just like for any basketball kid who's playing the game seriously. And in our junior year, we won the national championship, and which was a huge deal, which changed my life forever. And then going into my senior year, that was the year that was going to define my basketball career as a professional. Just before the senior year started, I was playing a league in LA, and I got injured. My left knee went through a lot of stuff. I tore my ACL, both my meniscus. Basically, it was a full knee construction that I had to go through, and that took away my entire senior year. So the chances of, trying to play basketball in a high level was kind of limited when I had to go through that injury. And I think that was initially for me was a setback, because I had so much plans and so many goals to achieve as a basketball player.
Where you thought that maybe you could have, or you would have pursued another career path, maybe something like swimming, because you were also very good at that as well. So what exactly geared you to stick to this one, or what kind of prompted that?
I think all the kids here will agree when I say, I'm sure some of you guys are also doing multiple sports, but basketball is the favorite sport, right? Do we all agree on that? Yes, no matter how many sports you do, once you pick basketball, like I said, you get addicted to that sport, and especially if you're doing it right, and if you know you're good at it, there's no going back. It can be as an athlete, or even as a trainer and a coach. Once you realize that you have a gift in this sport, there's no going back. But going back to the question, when I came down from Texas to Sri Lanka, and when I started my own program, and obviously it was a big uphill. There was so many challenges that I had to face in building the program, and as a player playing professionally here and around. There was a moment that I felt like, oh, did I make the right decision by coming down to Sri Lanka, right? There were moments where I was like, should I have stayed in Texas? And then, because especially winning a championship there, and then the opportunities you get after you graduate in that country, I really wanted to pursue my passion, and that's what got me here. So I really told myself, I'm going to come and do what I love to do, and I want to really make a difference here in Sri Lanka. And like I said, again, there was a moment where I felt like, did I do the right thing? But now standing here talking to you, or It's obviously the right thing that I did by coming down here and also just continuing to pursue my dream. What I can say is that no matter what your goal and dreams are, there will be so many roadblocks. It can be academics, it can be sports, it can be anything in life, right? There are going to be moments where it's going to really test you. Are you built for this? Are you built to pursue this specific dream of yours? And if the answer is yes, you will pass that exam. And when I say if you will pass that exam is are you going to give up on that? And if you give up, obviously, you won't achieve your goal. But if you continue to work hard without giving up, that light end of that tunnel is gonna be there eventually. But it's gonna test you so hard. It's gonna really, really test you.
Welcome back to SSC Grounds for the final session of the second day's play, the 91st Battle of the Saints between St. Joseph's College and St. Peter's College. Well, the Patriots this morning were dismissed for 243. They won the toss yesterday and decided to bat first. And the Josephines at tea at the second day was 78 for 3. There you see the summary of the game up to now. 243 for St. Peter's. Lashmi Papare getting 58. Then the Damsara 44. And Teachana getting, that is Adisha De Silva getting 38. Madhubashana finished with 3 for 77. Nushan Pereira 2 for 50 and Yenula Devtusa 2 for 58.
Pick of the bowlers for the Patriots is Joshua Sebastian 1 for 20, Lasmika Pereira 2 for 11, Abhishek Jaivir and Samash played the top innings for the Josephians to make their stand. But unfortunately, St. Joseph's has lost 78 for 3. St. Joseph's College trailed by 165 runs.
Well, Vishen, it will be interesting to see what the Josephians are going to do after tea, because they got to open up the game now. They got to get some runs quickly, back to close play, and it will be interesting to see if they want to really open up the game tomorrow morning, what they're going to do, isn't it?
Yeah, the Josephians are eagerly waiting to retain the trophy once again from the Patriots because the shield is in Bambalapitiya, and the Josephians would love to take it back to them, and so I guess they might give their best session this evening session.
Is the Josephians last won the Morris J. Legog Trophy in 2008. St. Peter's are the holders of by winning it in 2016. I think they won it in 2012 too, the Josephine Patriot encounter. And so it's a long way for the Josephians, 2008 to 2025. That's 17 years ago.
Lashmika Pereira, the star for the Patriot unit this session. Lashmika Pereira would have to do a lot for the Patriots to win the first innings.
Well, yes, St. Peter's batted well this morning. They got up to 243. No one would have expected them to come up to 243 after being yesterday 7 down for 170.
And they lost the trump card, the most successful batsman early this morning as well, Tarin Sanket. Lashmika Pereira, what an inning that was, under pressure, dominant inning by the vice captain of St. Peter's College. Took the advantage when they were not bowling in line and length.
Yes, she did the number 11 batter and went on to complete a half century. Lashmika Pereira batted really well. And the Josephines now 78 for 3. They batted 33 overs.
Do you think that inning will make an impact to this game, Polly?
Yes, definitely. No doubt about that, because he has put the Patriots on top right at the moment. When you look at it now, the Josephians have got to make a match of it. Now, it's 78 for 3. We'll have to wait and see how much they're going to proceed towards the closer play, and then see what they're going to do tomorrow morning, because it will be interesting. They need to win the game, and they need to open up the game.
the two best trump cards in the Josephian batting lineup, Devtusa and Vekunagoda won both Sri Lankan youth caps. Vekunagoda Sri Lankan under 17 youth cap and Devtusa Sri Lankan under 19 youth cap. So more experience on these two players and more expected from the Josephians from these two.
Yes, these two batters you see for the Josephian lineup. These two batters, they got the highest number of runs. Vekunagoda getting to 552 and Yenuda Devtusa getting 515. Yenuda Devtusa a very good all-rounder. That's again, that's Lashmi Pereira.
Lashmi Pereira, one of the greatest bowlers for the Pete Wright lineup this year, and we'll expect a lot from Lashmi Pereira. And it's his day-to-day, Polly. What a day it has been so far for Lashmi Pereira. If he takes a 5-wicket haul, it will be his big match this year.
This has got a very important 50 runs for St. Peter's. Now 2 for 11, his bowling figures. Bowling is 6th over. Well, I think the Pete Wrights should be more on the attack now. They should be trying to get this wicket, which is important.
On point,
these are the two Josephian batters. They need to get this wicket quickly as possible. Should not allow them to run away with the game or put up a good partnership.
Very well said, Polly. That's what the Pete Wrights should be doing at the moment. They should take another silly field and attack Devtusa and Vekunagoda, because these two batsmen are the trump cards of the Josephian batting lineup. If you can take one trump card out of the Josephian batting lineup, the Pete Wrights will have to just take one more trump card again then. Well fielded, very well fielded by the skipper.
So that's the end of that over. 34 overs gone. St. Joseph's still 78 for 3.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. Go 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 go.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
පිටියේ හතර අතේ ඔත්තුමි රැවුදෙන්නේ
Sixer udaya ViU App. Hot hot and pandu atte spicy ude pandu. Fun cup usavi vive. Prima kutumi fun tamai.
Joshua Sebastian is not a bowler who has a lot of pace, but he's a bowler who can swing the ball back into the left-hander. That will be a threat for Vekunagoda.
But I think Vishen, Joshua Sebastian really bowls some very good Yorkers.
Very.
Right, pitching it right under the bat, troubling the Josephian batsmen. Josephian batsmen have been doing good up to now. He has bowled 14.1 overs, just given away 20 runs. Very accurate, keeping it tight for the Pete Wrights. That's nicely played by Vekunagoda, going down towards third man.
I guess Devtusa facing Joshua Sebastian will be a bit of a threat, because Joshua Sebastian has a late outswing, and if Devtusa tries to drive it outside the off stump, there will be a chance for the Pete Wrights, and that's what the Pete Wrights will be doing as well for Devtusa.
Yes, it will be interesting to see how Sebastian is going to adjust with Devtusa's batting, because Devtusa is a tall batter.
Devtusa is the vice captain, if I'm not mistaken, in the St. Joseph lineup.
I think Abhishek Javeri is the vice captain. Devtusa is a very senior player, a very good all-rounder. Nicely played this time, straight past the bowler. That's going towards the boundary, but there is a long chase given, fielded inside the boundary. 2 more runs added to the total. Score moves on to 81.
a strong punch.
Well, what the Peterites should be doing is they should be attacking these two batters. So we were telling earlier they should try to get a wicket of this. And when you look at the Josephian batters to follow, there's Rishma Amarasinghe, then the captain, Kenneth Lianage. Then it's a tail. So Madhubhashana also has been among the runs.
Dunit Pereira as well.
Dunit Pereira also can bat.
He has scored 3 half centuries, if I'm not mistaken, in this season.
That's right. And Nishan Pereira and Tiamin De Silva. So, of course, there is batting to come. But when it comes to the big game, we have to wait and see how they perform.
Especially Vekunagoda is an experienced campaigner in the Josephian lineup. He's the highest run scorer for the St. Joseph's. Very well played shot. Very well played shot by Vekunagoda. Straight back. Joshua Sebastian should be making his line there. Look at the timing. That's one of the hardest shots in the textbook for cricket.
Yes, that's a lovely shot. Beautiful on drive. Coming down from the left-hander. So you see the Josephian batting, the run scorers. Vekunagoda, Devtusa, Avishek Shamash, he's already back in the pavilion. Rishma Amarasinghe and Manasa Madhubhashana. They are the 5 top scorers for St. Joseph this season. So these two batters, a key point for the Peterites.
Into the 35th over, St. Joseph's 86 for 3.
Injection එක. බයද? ඒවටත් බෙහෙත් අපි ළඟ තියෙනවා. ඉඳගන්න.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රස ඇබ්බැහිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්න දැනෙන රස
තව ඉන්ජෙක්ෂන් එකක් ගහමුද?
Well, Vishen, when you look at the Peterite bowling, it's Dylan Damsara and Lashmika Pereira who've been controlling things for the Peterites this season. So, Lashmika Pereira already got 2 wickets in his bag. And Damsara still to get a wicket.
Damsara, we saw some good balls from Damsara in his short spell. It will be interesting if Damsara will be bought in from one side, but it's not sure from which side he should be bought.
You see now, the Peterites are bored in a Silibidov, which is a very important place. They are trying to attack Yenula Devtusa and Lashmika Pereira, getting those 2 wickets earlier. Yes, they see the Yenula Devtusa coming down the wicket and driving it nicely.
Peterites haven't been covering up. We saw 5 runs from the overthrow last time as well, and here as well the single became a double. But a valiant effort there.
Yeah, but it was, the batsman was already in, I thought. Do you see that? Peterites got to control. They should back up also. Okay, attack the ball, try to get that run out. That's no problem at all. But giving those overthrows and giving additional runs for the Josephians, definitely going to cost them.
Lashmika Pereira. Devtusa and Vekunagoda is batting well. There is no chance at any moment. At the moment for the Peterites to get a wicket because they're batting really well. The batting is solid out there.
Peterites got to work on it, Peterites got to, you cannot say no chance and just give it up. Got to work hard for the wickets. That's exactly what the Josephians did when the Peterites were batting. The Peterites did try to hang around there, but that last wicket partnership was very crucial for St. Peter's. which took the total up to 243.
The Josephian kept their stuff tight yesterday than this morning. What do you think about that, Polly?
Yes, I thought the Josephian bowling was a bit loose also. But they got those breakthroughs. They were at one stage around 198 for 9.
Yeah.
And then the last wicket partnership came in, which was very crucial for St. Peter's. That's again a tossed up delivery. That's the end of that over. 36 overs gone. It's 88 for 3.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Luvia V60 design.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip, please. Domino's Cheeselicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
So St. Joseph's 88 for 3 after 36 overs. Joshua Sebastian to continue. 1 for 28 after 15 overs. It's a long spell for him. But he's been very tight, isn't it, Vishen?
He's bowling it really tight for the Josephians. That shot where Vekunagoda drived it for a boundary, that was a very good shot for a very good ball as well. I don't think there was any mistake in that ball, Polly, because Joshua Sebastian is a bowler who bowls in the front and gets a lot of dot balls. Well played there once again.
Again, nicely played in the gap.
Timing into perfection. Very well played, Senuja Vekunagoda. Timing into perfection there. Very well played. Just that gap there, placing everything perfect there in that shot.
So 4 more runs to him, takes him on to 15. There you see that. Nicely placed it between the gap of cover point and extra cover. Running down towards the boundary. Long chase for Tareen. Lovely placed, a beautiful shot by a classy batsman.
He shows his class very much, Vekunagoda. He has proved it a lot of times in this season with the highest runs with 156.
That's again nicely worked away towards fine leg. Well, he's getting his runs quite easily, isn't it, Vishen?
Yes, even we didn't know he had gone to 16. It's like he's batting in his paradise. It seems easy for him to bat, but he should be very careful as well because he's the main trump card in the Josephian batting lineup, and a lot of is on him.
Well, he had a lot of success in that under-17 tour tour. And we're going to go down 16 of 26 deliveries.
Even Joshua Sebastian was a member in the under-17 youth tournament.
This is Joshua Sebastian also, we must tell, has been bowling a good line, good length. Of course, the serve has cost him a little. Lovely boundary coming off the pad of Vekunagoda. The last over 2 got a boundary. A beautiful on drive. So St. Joseph's College moving on to 93 for 3. A lot is expected from these two. They need a good partnership. That's work to be down the leg side. Well, I thought he missed it.
Just 11 boundaries for the Joseph side. They're waiting for 6.
Well, that's like you batting, Vishen.
Yeah.
Every ball trying to hit it over the top.
That's true.
Well, Joshua Sebastian, again, But one thing I should say about this wicket keeping of Nathan David,
yes,
keeping up to Joshua Sebastian. So let's talk about it later. It's 37 gone. It's 93 for 3.
Introducing the Kiehl's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Kiehl's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Combank debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
රුපියල් 50 Melbourne සේවරි පොඩ්ඩු එක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
අවසකට දැනන්න එකපාරක් ගහන්න Gold Dio Spray.
Dylan Damsara brought into the attack from the tennis court 10.
Well, I think Vishen sometimes looks like they're going to give a rest to Sebastian from the other end because he's tiring. Definitely, he has bowled 16 overs. That's a long spell.
Let's get back to Nathan David's wicket keeping, Polly. He's been great. Just the small mistakes by Joshua Sebastian. He's been taking all in grant and keeping really well. It's not easy for a fast bowler to keep in front of the wickets.
Yes, definitely. Pretty impressed with Nathan David. You know, the first time I saw him a couple of seasons ago, I think in the Josephine Pete, right? Last year or year before last, I can't remember. But he batted so well, was very much impressed. The way he played the bowling and his wicket keeping. He has a great future, no doubt. Very impressed with him. Keeping up to the pace bowlers now.
Dylan Damsara should take a break down here for the Pete Wrights.
Well, these two bowlers, Damsara and Lashmika Pereira, has been the highest wicket takers for the Pete Wrights.
The golden arm for the Pete Wrights.
But Damsara has not been successful yet today. But whereas Lashmika Pereira has already got 2 wickets under his name. That's a tossed-up delivery, nicely played by Yenula Devtusa, driving it straight to mid-off.
Dylan Damsara, right arm leg spinner.
That one shot and pulled away nicely.
Very well fielded by Asadisa De Silva there.
So one more run to Damsara. Devtusa takes him on to 11. They see too short, that was. Good bit of fielding by Asadisa De Silva. Cutting a single, most probably. These two batters taking the fight on to the Pete Wright bowlers. And Pete Wright bowlers were trying to dominate things. 95 for 3 St. Joseph's in reply to 243 of the Pete Wrights. One more delivery remaining in the 38th over. That one short and cut away nicely by Vekanagada.
Cut well. Cut for a double. Tarin Sanket.
So that is the end of the 38th over. St. Joseph's College 97 for 3.
ශරික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා හඳුන්වා දෙන Move Spray. Keep moving.
Introducing the Kiehl's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
97 for 3 St. Joseph's College after 38 overs. 26 runs these two have added for the 4th wicket now. St. Joseph's College, they were 59 for no loss and then lost 3 wickets in the space of 12 runs. Now, Senuja Vakunagada and Yenula Devtusa, these two batters, they can be very, very dangerous here, Rajiv. A wicket here is a must needed for St. Peter's College.
Yeah, these two batters are the most top run getters for St. Joseph's College, scoring over 500 runs in this calendar year. So, vastly experienced two batters. When it comes to the under-19 cap, Devadusa, one of the handy all-rounders in the school cricket arena this year, has produced by the St. Joseph's College. So, these two have that responsibility. I'm really surprised the approach these two teams have come out to play this 91st encounter. See, 38 overs. Lakshmi, the run rate is way below than 3 runs per run over.
We're talking about interesting matchups in this encounter earlier, and Melbourne Savoury is another interesting choice for you to have when you enjoy the Battle of the Sails encounter. Feel your cheers with the delicious crunch of Melbourne Savoury. Whether you are in the stands or watching from home, grab your favorite Melbourne Crisco, Melbourne Chick Bits, Melbourne Cheese Bits and Melbourne Snackers and add some extra spice to the match. Melbourne Savoury, the perfect companion for every thrilling match.
So the approach right now, still St. Joseph's College 146 runs behind the first team score. That's could be another boundary. No, there is no firepower in that cut shot by Yanula. Brings 2 more runs to the total, and the Joes 99 for 3.
So a couple of twos in the last few overs now for St. Joseph's College. 1 run away from the triple figure mark for the Josephians. Now 124 runs behind at the moment. 144 runs behind at the moment. St. Joseph's College, 7 wickets in hand.
There's 35 overs left in today's play, Lakshmi. A lot of overs. If St. Joseph's College can go 3 runs per an over, they can go up to 200. So it makes a job easy when it comes to setting up a lead, setting up some runs on board if they can get some runs within the next hour or 2.
Cut away once again by the end of Devadusa. There is a field, the deep 100 up for St. Joseph's College. 100 for 3 after 38.5 overs. The Josephians I think they'll be happy that these two have managed to stitch a little partnership here.
Yeah, that's the electronic scoreboard here at the home of cricket in Sri Lanka, SSC. Beautiful scoreboard. Okay. St. Joseph's College, like you mentioned, Lakshmi, 28 runs in this partnership. Plenty of heavy shoulders for these two batters. They need to build that partnership, that responsibility in the middle, because you need to deliver something, because it's not a wicket which you cannot bat. It's just that you need to have that positive approach to score runs on this wicket.
But unfortunately, both the teams they have been a bit too defensive. And what a delivery from Rashmika Pereira. Some purchase there for him for sure.
So this is interesting with that spinning dot delivery. Hence 39th over, Joe's 100 for 3.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව දැන් සිංගර් වෙතින් Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
Lakshmi, this has been so normal, so natural when it comes to a big match where St. Peter's College are a different team when it comes to the big match. Their approach, they come as underdogs at several locations, but they deliver in the middle on a big occasion. They know how to play the game on a big occasion, whereas St. Joseph's College has not managed to do so. I'm talking with plenty of experience when it comes to the Peterites. They are a different team in the middle in a Josephian Peterite game.
That is something that you mentioned even during the first talk show we had yesterday, Rajiv, how St. Peter's College, whenever they come out as the underdogs at this big match encounter, they come out on top. They are the team that does well. So once again this year, there was some talk that St. Joseph's might be the better team, St. Peter's might be the underdogs coming into this. And again, St. Peter's College, they have stood up to the occasion and they have made sure that they have proven that they are a quality side.
Yeah, because they had a pre-run. They had that pre-rehearsal in the quarterfinal game, and St. Joseph's College managed to win outright by 9 wickets. So that was the back of the mind of the viewers, the supporters, the old boys of St. Joseph's College, that they will repeat the same here at SSC. But different ball game, different day, different wicket. So different approach, and it is Josephian Peterite Battle of the Saints. So it is a different occasion. So there you go. Peters have done a decent job, scored runs, fairly slow from what we thought of. But coming down here, picking up those 3 wickets of St. Joseph's College now, they are struggling to score runs.
And also when we talk about St. Peter's College, they managed to book their ticket in Tier A after winning the Tier B tournament last year under the captaincy of our friend Vishen
have
Halbage.
him here. Vishen Halbage, one of the captains of Peters, who brought them into the Division A, Tier A, from last year's win in the Tier B. So, end of 40, another maiden, slow going, chose 100 for 3.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍යයක තුල ටැන්ක් සිංගර් වෙතේ Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
Galaxy by Gold. Game on කරන සුවඳක්.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
100 for 3 St. Joseph's College. Now going back to that St. Peter's College team from last year, Rajiva, you talked about the importance of having a batter who is aggressive. And Vishen Halbage, who is naturally an aggressive batter, he was the difference during the semi-final. They needed to win that encounter to qualify for the to make sure that they book their place in Tier A. Isipatna College coming back to that discussion, Rajiva. Isipatna College, they won the first innings last year, and St. Peter's College, they were under a lot of pressure, and Vishen Halbage came in, smashed a quick fire 60 or 70 if I'm not wrong, and they won the encounter. That's the importance. That's what an attacking knock can do in a game like this.
Yeah, I know how disappointed you are with that game after winning the first innings last year against St. Peter's. Isipatna College failing in the second innings. Yeah, that is how the approach. Now, these batters need to make. One guy needs to come out and get a valuable problem. Yes, sir. There you go. Driven firmly along the ground. And a good stop there by the fielder. It's SSC. De Silva down there, the long on boundaries, stopping a few runs.
Now the mid-off fielder was unable to stop that, but the long on made sure he did all the hard work and stopped it from going for a boundary. They probably jumped over that Dilna Damsara at mid-off, and I think that was Asadisa, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah, it is indeed. Asadisi, Tejan De Silva. Good effort down there at long on the boundary. Another quick single for Senuja. Coming down the track, defensively played towards that vacant region in the short mid wicket. So that is what some sort of a batter like Vishen Halambage. We need Halambage in the Josephian side to make that attacking mode, that positive approach in the middle.
And Senuja Vakunugoda and Yellow Teutusha, both of them are capable of doing that.
Yeah, indeed.
And that's the danger for St. Peter's College. They need to break this partnership, because if these two get going, things will get a lot harder for them. So Owen Salgado, he needs to make sure that he takes all the right decisions here. Otherwise, if these two continue to pile up the runs for this fourth wicket stand, St. Peter's College, they'll be under a huge amount of pressure.
There is batting, firepower. Okay, you can send a batter likes of Madhubhashana, Manasa or Dunik Pereira. Come in, get some quick runs, get that momentum into the team. It can create some sort of a pressure to the Peter Wrights, because the run flow has completely been on a silent mode. It is just vibrating with the balls coming here and there, but the run flow has been in a silent mode for the Josephians because of this tight bowling by the Peter Wrights.
Talking about Senuja Vakunugoda, he has scored over 500 runs this season and he has a strike rate of 84.53. And Dunik Pereira, he has scored over 250 runs and his strike rate 105.42.
This is what I was talking about, Lakshji. The facts should be delivered down there in the middle. So after 41 gone, Joe's 106 for 3.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Your favorite cheer.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව දැන් සිංගර් වෙතේ. Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
So Joe's 106 for 3 after 41 overs. We're going to see a bowling change. The left arm orthodox Harin Senvidu is coming into the bowling attack from the combox end.
Senvidu, 3 overs, none for 15. Slightly expensive, we can say. Going at 5 runs per over.
He has picked up 17 wickets in the calendar year, 9 games, with best being 3 for 69. One of the freshers into this team, 17 years old, probably have 2 more years left in his bag. It is hard for the finger spinners to get some purchase of this track. The more pace you give, the more faster the ball comes onto the bat. So you need to give some air to get some purchase, some turn off this track. Probably it'll be outside the off stump away. And nothing on the middle of the bat. We saw a piece of a delivery from Damien De Silva yesterday that was spun from the off stump to get rid of Nathan David taking that outside edge.
In this encounter so far, we have seen some very good deliveries, Rajiv. I mean, Manasa Madhubhashana, all the 3 wickets that he took were terrific deliveries.
Yeah, he was bowling stump to stump. So that is what it should be done. He was bowling way short, bowling his heart out, losing his energy most of all on this heaty weather. He would have just ran in and just bowled in front of the stumps. It would have been so easy.
Slightly using his feet slightly there, Devutusa. Single taken. End of another over. 107 for 3 St. Joseph's College.
හැම
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ 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 ගෝ.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල් ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Sixer udaya ViU App. Hot hot danga panduwa, hot and spicy uda panduwa. Fun cup ussa vive vive. Prima kutumi fun tamai.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
So Joe is 107 for 3 after 42 overs. These two batters have added 35 runs for the 4th wicket. So Tarin Sanket, another leg spinner, has brought into the attack by the skipper Owen Salgado. Tarin Sanket has picked up 25 wickets. He has done with the bat. There you go. 14 games, 25 wickets, being 4 for 34, his highest, best figure. And slightly better economic rate, 3.5.
And his average, Rajir, 17.94. It's a very good average.
So he's one of the, probably a partnership breaker, a breakthrough bowler for the Peter Wrights. Interesting field setup. He has 2 boundary riders down there on the leg side, but no one covering the offside boundary, so he has that confidence. Probably he's not a spinner off the ball, probably sliding straight to the stump attacking bowler.
Loose delivery, but there is protection exactly for a stroke like that. Good work from Salgado, the Pete Wright skipper. He has covered all the areas for a delivery like that. With Devutusa, he'll be disappointed that he was unable to pounce on it.
Indeed, Laxis, you're spot on because it was short, a pitch outside the off stump. He had ample time to rock back and cut away through that gap, but he's managed to get no run off that particular delivery.
Once again,
similar kind of a ball, similar shot, similar fielder, straight into the hands of the same fielder.
2 very short deliveries. Devutusa really could have dispatched to anywhere he wanted.
Isn't it an unusual action, bowling action from Tarin Sanket?
Sort of a stop-start action. Here he stops a bit there. Same result. No runs, 3 consecutive deliveries.
It's a hat-trick straight to Dylan Adamsar. Now the skipper is opting to take that fielder down there to the boundary. There's protection in the offside and the sweeper cover region. It was 3 consecutive occasions, similar ball straight to Dylan Adamsar for the 3rd time.
Sanket trying to find that right length here. 3 consecutive short deliveries. Very lucky to have not conceded any runs. Lot better this time, lot better from Sanket, but they will get that single. If you can take a closer look at the bowling action, here it is, Rajiv.
This is the Tarin Sanket. He runs in and stops there. That has that doubt whether the batter should come down the track or rock back on the short delivery. It gives that proper idea for the batter what sort of a delivery that he's going to deliver, because with that stop, that pause he makes at the action creates that doubt.
And I think that sort of action from a leg spinner, we see that very rarely. From finger spinners, we have seen that quite a lot.
Yes, indeed. It shows that probably he has, with that pause, that control of that delivery. And it was short again, straight to the field. So after 43 done, Joe's 108 for 3.
Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. Hamasi takma pipi de, rasa lemon rasa ye. Jeevithayama mihirai. Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. Chill when a lemon.
Flexible as eggs, and I love mushrooms because
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍ය එකතුව දැන් සිංගර් වෙතේ Google TV. අවුලම ආලින්දේ විශ්වයට.
දවසකට දැනන්න එකපාරක් ගන්න. Gold Deo Spray.
St. Joseph's College 108 for 3. Well, they went in for lunch. They went in for tea at 78 for 3, and I think Santosh, looks like the Josephines have come up with some kind of purpose, and they might be wanting to take the score around to about 200 by close of play.
Yes, these two batters have been putting on the performances for St. Joseph's throughout the season. They are the two leading run scorers for St. Joseph's, and it's pretty clear that they are well set, they are high in confidence, and they have built up a very important partnership for the Josephians, and they would just want to make it big and help their team to first go past the 243 set by St. Peter's College, and then maybe declare and make a game out of it.
Well, I think the Josephines, if they try to go past 243, then the Pete Rides will bat it out and the game will peter into a draw. But Josephines need the trophy. They need to win the game, and they got to open up the game.
Absolutely. I think from ball one yesterday, we haven't seen much of the positive intent from St. Peter's and St. Joseph's with the ball. And if we are to make a game out of this, it's a 3-day game, plenty of overs remaining, plenty of time remaining. If St. Joseph's can do that and make a game out of it, it will only do good to the cricket.
I think we're looking at something, the ball is turning a bit. Most probably by tomorrow towards lunchtime, it's definitely going to turn a little, and that will give the opportunity for the bowlers. But normally the SSC Vickers second day is the perfect batting wicket.
Absolutely. Sanuja has scored 552 runs, averaging 50.18 with a high score of 156 Paulina, so he can play the long inning. He's been amongst the runs consistently throughout the season, so he'll be eyeing for a big knock here.
Yes, definitely. Sanuja on 22 and Yenula Devathus on 21. And these are the two main batters for the Josephians. They definitely must be wanting to put up a good partnership and make sure that the Josephians get on to a good score towards the end of play. Well, the clouds have also got cleared. Most probably we will have a full day's play today. It's interesting, we lost about an hour's play yesterday and covered it up for half an hour's play today. Most probably we'll start early tomorrow also, Santosh, to cover that loss of play yesterday.
Indeed, we lost a lot of time last evening, but today seems to be bright and sunny, and we'll definitely get a full day's play today. That ends the 44th over. St. Joseph's in a good position, 110 for the loss of 3.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, providing you with nature's purest. For a truly premium, sustainable drinking experience. Perfect for a single serving. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack.
So St. Joseph's 110 for 3. Bowled 11 overs after tea. St. Peter's and have conceded 32 runs. It's a good partnership between these two informed batters for the Josephians. Still trailing by 133 runs. Sanket, the leading run scorer of St. Peter's College, into his second over, pitched up. That's got a hand to it. The Pete right fielder keep it down to a single.
Yeah, that was hit hard, but a good bit of fielding there, preventing Josephians getting more than a single. Yes, a good bit of fielding there.
That was the attempted googly from Tharin Sanket. So he's got just one closing field. Paulinus, the spinners have got some purchase off this wicket. It's surprising to see that there is no short leg or a silly point field for Tharin Sanket.
Yes, there you see again, Santosh. I think what happens is when the Josephians try, even the Pete Rights, it happened like that. But I'm telling you now because it's the Josephians, when they start to get some runs, they start to look positive. Suddenly the Pete Rights go on the negative mode and try to pull it down. It's a defensive field. That's nicely played this time by those are swept away, going towards the fine leg boundary. Good bit of fielding again. That's good commitment there. Cutting off 2 runs there.
That's top stuff on the field by the Pete Rights. It was definitely running down to the boundary. Saved a couple of runs. Showing some good intentions on the field there, the Pete Rights. But it was a good shot, Paulinus. He knew exactly where the fielder was. He played it fine. Wanted to get maximum use of that loose ball.
These 2 batters look pretty confident, adding runs slowly and steadily. They can get up to another 100 runs by close of play. They'll be very much on top of the game, the Josephians. Swept up Ashley this time. There is a feed down there.
Slight top edge from Deutus on that occasion, but credit to Sanket. He's been persistent with that line and length. He's varied his deliveries. That's Tharin Sanket. That's a pretty unique action, Paulinus. It's a bit of a pause at the crease, and that gives him extra time to just look at what the batsman is trying to do.
And also, Santosh, the batter has to be closely watching that. It's not easy to bat for a deceptive action like that. He has to be watching it very closely. That's nicely played again by Wakanukoda. Beat the cover point fielder. There is a long chase. The Pete Rights are throwing themselves into the ball. Good bit of fielding again. Cutting off 2 more runs.
So runs are flowing for the Josephians. Got 6 runs in this over. Tharin Sanket changing his angle on that occasion. Opting to go for that wrong on once again. Pitching it just a little short. And Senuja is not going to miss out on that.
Yes, definitely the 2 batters looks to be very positive in mind. Getting those shots. Very positive batting since T.
So a change in field this time. Packed leg side field. Tossed up. And it's another dot ball. The Josephians 116 for the loss of 3 wickets at the end of the 45th over.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Combank debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ වැඩිම Google TV මාධ්‍යයක තුල දැන් සිංගර් වෙතේ Google TV අවුලම ආලින්දෙන් විශ්වයට.
So that's a change of bowling. The most successful play for the Pete Reds in this encounter. Lashmika Perera brought into the attack. He's bowled 9 overs, conceded 22 runs and picked 2 wickets for him. This is going to be a very crucial session here from now. The Josephians in a good position. Got a 45-run partnership between these two batters. And Lashmika, just like he did with the openers, has he been given the ball to break this partnership?
Yes, definitely. The Pete Reds want to break through, no doubt. These two batters looks like they're going to set up a good partnership. 45 already between these two, and the Pete Reds definitely looking for a breakthrough. Lashmika Perera, the bowler, got 2 early wickets, been brought back. 2 for 22, his bowling figures, bowling his 10th over now. That's tossed up again outside the off stump.
Lashmika's been good foreigners. He's been good against left-handers, good against the right-handers as well. But against the right-handers, foreigners, he's been bowling just outside off stump a little too much. Maybe try and bowl on the off stump, get the batsman playing. The straighter one will get the edge, he'll go to first slip. The ball that turns, he might get the LBW and maybe create a chance for his team. But at the moment, you see, he's bowling on the 5th off stump line with no much purchase off the wicket. Might not be helpful for St. Peters.
Yeah, St. Peters, you see that there is a short fine leg fielder, Santosh. I think I would have brought him into short leg and try to be more on the attack. The off-spinner bowling, looking for that inside edge.
Absolutely, Paulinus. I agree with you. I think more attacking field set would definitely bring about a wicket, a dismissal, and maybe even help St. Peters break this partnership, because from now onwards it's all about picking wickets for the Pete Reds if they are to get themselves back into the game.
Yes, definitely they need to get this breakthrough. These are the 2 most experienced batters the Josephians have, and they are the 2 highest scorers this season. They need to get this wicket. Well, otherwise, definitely these 2 batters are going to guide the Josephians through to a good first innings total. Still trailed by 127 runs. That's a long way to go. That hit uppishly, but quite safe. Yenula Devtusa coming down the wicket. So that's the end of that over. 46 gone. It's 117 for 3.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. go.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
ලස්සන පල්ලෝකේ කොත්තුමි සර විහිදේ හික්කක සිත බැඳා මාතේ ෆයිනල් ෆැෂන් අපේ හිටක බදේ වටේ hot and spicy guess මාතේ රසේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆන් තමයි.
So 117 for 3. There was 78 for 3 at tea. So they have put on around 40 runs after tea. That's quite reasonable.
Yes, the Josephian batters have dominated this session since the tea break. They have been positive, they've showed a lot of confidence, and they've built a much important partnership for the Josephians. Another bowling change, Sanket has been taken off the attack. Left armer has been given another go to get these 2 batters wickets. Down the leg side, that's a freebie to Devtusa. That is a gift. Another
Yes, definitely that was asking for it, and Henula Devtusa really gave that requirement for it. Gets a boundary that time. You see, very nicely played.
Poor bowling on that occasion from the Pete Reds left arm spinner. There you see, down the leg side, no cover on the boundary in that area, and that's 3 runs for the Josephians. Not what the Pete Reds keeper would have wanted.
Santosh, another good all-rounder in the making, because he's been among the wickets too. He's been the highest wicket taker for the Josephians, 51 wickets before coming into this game. And also a good batter, another nicely driven this time. That's again another boundary.
So back-to-back boundaries to Yenula Devtusa, this time pitched up on the offside, and as he bisecting the gap. That's PO class from Yenula Devtusa.
He's played some wonderful innings for the Josephians this season, been one of the top run getters. Is he firmly driven? But I thought a little bottom hand coming into it, but nicely controlled. Two boundaries, taking the score to 125.
Senvidu has been a bit on the expensive side for the Pete Reds. In the context of the game where we've seen so many dot balls and the run rate being very low, Senvidu has not been able to bowl more dot balls, but rather conceded a lot more runs. That ends the 47th over. St. Joseph's 126 for the loss of 3. So there's one more ball remaining.
Well, according to us, it's completed the over, but anyway, let's wait and see. That's nicely driven this time by Wakanugoda. Straight down towards mid-on, gets a single. So that's the end of that over. So drinks break. It's 127 for 3.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. හැමසිතක්ම පිපිදේ, රස lemon රසයේ. ජීවිතයම මිහිරයි. Maliban lemon puff puff, lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff, Maliban lemon puff. Chill වෙන්න lemon. පිටියේ හතර අතේ, ඔක්කොම රැවුදෙන්නේ.
Sixer udaya ViU App. Hot hot dang pandu, hot and spicy uda pandu. Fun kapusa vive vive. Prima kotumi, fun tamai.
Crystal clear, super stylish. Rugby V60 design.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
Introducing the Keel's Crest Party Platter for all your party moments. Delicious 4 flavors in 1 pack. 9 miris for spicy lovers. Cheese and onion for the cheesy fans. Garlic and chicken for everyone to enjoy. Keel's Crest Party Platter, making every bite a celebration.
උස්වත්ත පවුලින් හඳුන්වා දෙන රසයක් බැයිය චර්පි චිප්ස් රිදෙන්නේ දැනෙන රස.
As the pioneer in Sri Lanka's bottled water industry, American Water has set the standard for over 3 decades, made to be shared between friends. To fuel your next move. For a festive family meal. To help you stay hydrated wherever you may roam. For over 30 years, we've brought the Earth's bounty directly to you, wherever you are, whatever your needs.
Dettol Cool! Celsius සංචක 5 දක්වා සමට සිසිලසක්. සමට අහිතකර paraben, trichlocarbon සහ triclosan රහිතයි. ස්වාභාවිකව ලබාගත් අමුද්‍රව්‍ය වලින් යුක්තයි. පවුලේ සැමට Dettol ආරක්ෂාව.
Life is too short to miss out on pizza this cheesy. Cheesy enough, a cheesy volcano awaits you. Revel in cheesy lava. Top up your cheese and dip please. Domino's Cheeselicious Festival. No one can get this cheesy.
Keep moving. Keep moving. Keep moving.
ශරික වේදනා සමනය ප්‍රමුඛයා හඳුන්වාදන Move Spray Keep Moving.
Welcome back after that drinks break. As you see the match summary as of now, St. Peter's College winning the toss and batting first. Post 243 runs on the board. Top scores coming in from Vice Captain Lashmika Pereira of 58 of 79 deliveries. Dilna Damsar of 44 of 92 and Tejana Asidis 38 of 101. And pick up the bowlers for the Josephians. Mansa Madhubashan 3 for 37. Nushan Pereira 2 for 50 and Devathus 2 for 58. And in reply currently St. Joseph's 126 for 3. Top score as of now in the middle. Devathus 34 of 73. Samash was dismissed for 32 of 72. And Wakanaguru currently in the middle together with Devathus currently 25 of 39 deliveries. St. Joseph's College trailed by 117 runs. As I welcome Dishan to the combox. A very good evening to you, Dishan.
Good evening, Rashan.
It's been a very strong couple of overs from the Josephians. Once again, Devathus gets a couple of runs to the total and to himself. It's been a busy season for us here at the Papare, and we shall just talk about how the experience has been in covering all these games through various platforms on the Papare.
Yes, as of now, we have completed, I think, half of the season still. We are planning to, we have planned to show 30 games. I think about 16 done with this weekend. We are doing 4 games this weekend, including the Joe Pete. So today we are doing one in Colombo, one in Kandy, one in Gaul and one in Mathura.
Indeed, it's been all over the country. The Papare has been involved in covering all these big matches, and it's great exposure for all these players as well, Dishan. The experience they get as games being live telecasted. It's been a collective effort from the group, and just talk us through about that, how important it has been working together.
Yes, Papare always relies on his the strength of the team. We have a very good team. If not, we won't be able to do any of this, and especially I think all of them, I won't say even most of them, I think all of them are sportsmen, have done some sort of sport, so they have the passion and they know to work as a team. So it's actually very easy just to plan and execute.
Indeed, well and surely. Takes a lot of hard work, a lot of behind the scenes work, a lot of hard work as well. Lashmika Pereira, tad bit short on this in this over. Current partnership for the 4th wicket, 58 runs. These two batsmen have been most run getters in the Josephian lineup this time around as well. A loud call coming in from the non-striker.
I think just as you said, the over before the tea break, we saw a couple of boundaries. I think now the message has come to accelerate, because earlier the Joe Pete had a 60 over rule which made the game very interesting, but with the 3-day coming in, it became the normal rule. But I hope next year the organizers will look at making this game again interesting, so that there will be results. I think one of the main reasons for Sri Lanka cricket also to introduce these 3-day big matches for all games over 50 years is to make sure that good cricket is played and to make it exciting. So the season started with a result at the Thurston Isipatana, but and yes, the Royal Thomian, because of a sporty declaration, there was a result, but even I think the games today in Kandy are more one-sided games. So I hope there would be changes next year just to make the games interesting.
Indeed, thought for the authorities as well. Try and get the game more interesting, as Dishan mentioned, to bring in, to add in some more flavor as well. The competitiveness as well. We saw a lot of lack of intent with the bat in hand from both these teams, you could say. These two right now will want to accelerate on the runs as we are just the latter part of day 2. St. Joseph's ideally would like to go into stumps closer to the beat right score of 243, currently on 131. Leverthus at 34. He's got 2 wickets as well in the game. He's backing that bowling performance with a good batting performance as well. He's been among the runs for the Josephians all season. Both these batsmen rather. This partnership will be quite threatening. Pete Wrights would want to try and break it. A white ball on that occasion. Joshua Sebastian have been guilty in delivering those kind of wayward deliveries. Tishan, something to appreciate and talk about is the support Dialog gives to this big match season as well. Without its help, I don't think we could get a game of this caliber out in this competitiveness as well.
Yes, so Dialog, even though tend to provide support a lot of sports, starting from Sri Lanka cricket to all other sports, and even these games, 3 games today, the Joe Pete, the Kings of Dharmaraja, as well as the Richmond Mahinda, all part of the Dialog big match season, where I think their slogan, powering the champions of tomorrow. I think it's all about giving exposure to the boys and Sri Lanka cricket, pushing it to a 3-day game, making sure the gap between the first class and school cricket, when they finish the big match season, they are ready to go to the next level.
Indeed. A lot of praise should go out to the Dialog team as well, who are behind all this great work and great support to the game as well. Game of cricket is a well-watched sport in the country as well, and an opportunity for these youngsters to put on a show at this day and age is quite remarkable.
Apart from Dialog, I must also thank the other sponsors. You see different kind of sponsors. Last week at the Kurunagala game, sponsors from Kurunagala. Today, sponsors from Paul, Mathara. So the sponsors really do help the Papare also to bring these all games live, and as well as the individual sponsors of the school, for example, the Joe Pete, Dialog, Marina Square, Uptown Kent, Colombo, Elephant House, Keels, and all those sponsors really do help to get the game up, so that it helps continue the cricket going forward.
Indeed, and to talk about it more, we'll do a quick commercial break. 49 completed. St. Joseph's College 134 for 3.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Joseph's College 134 for 3 after 49. They have upped the rate we could say. As you see the live coverage map, as Dishan mentioned, all around the island, we have got you all covered. Watch all these big matches on comfort of your own home or even on the go.
Yeah, I think this covers only the games that are being telecasted today. As I said earlier, Colombo, Call, Mathura and Kandy. But apart from this, last weekend we did a game first time from Mahayangane. So we want to take the game to all parts of the country, and we made a decision. Yes, we will take to the outstations as well, and we did a big match in Mahayangane also last week. Apart from that, season started with a match in Jaffna, St. Patrick's versus the Jaffna College. So we have been able to cover most of Sri Lanka.
Indeed, Dishan, I think that's a lot of kudos to the Papare team as well to bring a game up in Mahayangane. Great experience for those players, and against the run of play, Senuja Bakunagoda uses his feet but does not time it as he wanted. A valiant effort in the field as well, as the two batsmen will cross over for just a couple of runs. I'm sure that experience at Mahayangane would have been an experience to remember as well, Dishan. We cover most of the games in international cricket stadiums, and then when you go out to Mahayangane, it's a whole different experience, and an experience to remember for a long time, and hopefully a relationship we built with them that to cover their games for the next few years to come as well.
Yes, so the team there was like covering the centre wicket of the Royal Thomaian going into a dust bowl in Mahayangane. So yes, next year we are trying to add some more schools. I think we are done with 50 overs of the Josephian innings, 136 for 3.
රුපියල් 50 මැලිබන් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
St. Joseph's College 136 for 3 after 50 overs. Devatusa and Wakunagoda both in their 30s. 35 for Yenula, Senuja on 33. Batsmen just upping their rate now, which is positive signs from the Josephian camp. And Dishan, it's not being only about the cricket on the Papare. When rugby action has been in quite a full flow, we have been covering the whole club rugby season throughout the last 6 to 8 months. So the final game of this MasterCard Club rugby season is also coming on Sunday up at Nittawala. Kandy taking on CRNFC. Just talk us through about how it is a challenge that covering two sports at the same time in the channels we have and on our platforms.
Yeah, cricket and rugby are the two key sports, but we do cover most of the events. Apart from cricket and rugby as well, we were able to do football, basketball, mercantile basketball. We covered about 2 months back. So it's all about, as I said, powering the sports, making sure we give the maximum visibility to the sports. And as you said, Kandy playing CR to finish the club rugby season. But don't forget, April 25th, we are starting the schools rugby season. And before that, Sri Lanka will be playing Malaysia. The Sri Lanka national rugby team will be playing Malaysia. And after that, there's a very interesting rugby tour coming up the New Zealand under 85 kg team. It's the All Blacks team, but who weigh below 85 kilos. So I was talking to the organizers of the concept. They are saying, now everybody is over 90-95 kilos, even the figures to everyone. So they want to make sure that they give opportunity to everyone. So they have come up with this concept for under 85. Sri Lanka has been given the forwards up to 105 because of safety reasons, but Sri Lanka doesn't have actually a weight restriction. So hoping to see a good game there as well.
Indeed, that would be some occasion up in Nitolana. The race goes on May 4th and May 10th. All Blacks team touring Sri Lanka will always be special and a moment to remember as well. As we see now, the partnership is 66 runs, and all those rugby international games will be covered on the Papare Malaysia game, and the two under 85 kg All Black teams who will be touring Sri Lanka will be all live telecasted on the Papare. 51 overs completed. St. Joseph's College 138 for 3.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor Noodle. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
To see that possibly full quarter of day will be played. 98 overs to be played. So well and surely will probably get all 98 overs. Lashmika Pereira will continue, the vice captain of St. Peter's College. Left alone, a brave leave from Senuja. Fall of wickets for St. Joseph's College. They did lose wickets in a cluster. First one fell at 59, the second one at 62, and then the third one at 71. It fell in regular intervals, but then these two have steadied the ship well for the Maradana school. So once again, a booming sweep shot from Senuja. We did see Avisha Samaj getting out, playing that stroke. Brave from Senuja as well. Just looking to rate that up, rate the score. I've seen Wakanagoda showing some signs of aggression. Saw him come down in the previous over as well, come down the track and try to hoist it over mid-off. St. Joseph's College still trailed by 105 runs. Way behind the Papare, 243 runs. Tossed up delivery once again, going for that booming drive. Questions are being raised at Wakanagoda, and Pereira making that ball talk back in safely. Good glove work from David as well, Nathan David, with the gloves in hand for the Patriots. Keeper hiding Lashmika ball at that off stump, but finally Senuja manages to get off strike. Just played with some venom, but well fielded as well by the Patriot field on that occasion. Jason Fernando, if I'm not mistaken. Chandler Devath was a handy all-rounder from the Josephine outfit. He's been among the wickets, among the runs. And another over comes to an end. Just the one run in it. St. Joseph's College 139 for 3 and they still trail by 104 runs.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ. හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. ගෝ 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 ගෝ.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
Probiotics හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් Anchor New Deal. ගට් එක ready කරන්න.
ලස්සන පල්ලෝකේ කොත්තු මිසර විහිදේ හික්කක සිත බැඳා මාතේ ෆයිනල් ෆැෂන් දපේ හිටක බදේ වටේ hot and spicy guess මාතේ රසේ ප්‍රීමා කොත්තුමි ෆාම් තමයි.
Joe's 139 for 3 after 52 overs. Devath, he's on 36 and Sinajo Wakanagoda on 35. So these two have added some runs, some recovery. 67 runs for the 4th wicket. And that is what the Josephians need at this kind of a situation. They were 72 for 3. And now we're seeing a fast bowler. The light is fading away. It's 4:40 almost here at SSC. And there is another 22 overs left. Good evening, Jehan.
Good evening, Rajiv. Yes, some semblance of stability and confidence building into this partnership as the Pete Wright skipper decides to change things up, bringing back some seam. Rajiv, we've been at one point, it didn't look like we'll get this far in the day with overcast conditions and light fading and some rain on the cards. As we see schoolboys and the prefects enjoying themselves, and the crowd and the cricketers indeed have been able to play on without interruption, although to your point, light seems to be gradually fading away again.
Yeah, indeed, Jehan. Light seems fading away. 22 overs left. Today's play is going on until 5:45. So I doubt whether the team, St. Peter's College, could bowl that 22 overs within the time frame of 1 hour 5 minutes, because the over rate from both these sides has been below par.
And consistently so since day one, hasn't it?
Yeah, indeed. Yesterday as well. Because when it comes to that short of the 2 hours of play, we saw 26 or 25 overs were bowled in the first session, and then it was 53 something overs calculatedly during the second session. And all in all, we had a lot of play coming in tomorrow as well. It will be 98 overs if I'm not mistaken, because we'll have some short of overs even today, with the likes of a fast bowler continuing 1 hour 5 minutes. The umpires can continue until 5:45. So talking about Keel's Crest, why settle for one flavor when you can have 4 in one pack? There's Naimiris for that spicy kick, garlic for bold flavor, cheese and onion for cheese delight, chicken sausage for classic taste. 40 cocktail sausages, 10 from each flavor, Jehan, is the perfect for the parties, gatherings and birthdays. This platter is the secret for celebrating with your loved ones. More than sausage, it's celebration. Find it at your nearest Keel supermarket island wide. I love that cheese and onion, Jehan. It's always available in my refrigerator.
Good call, Rajiv. And it's been a celebration here at the SSC. And I think the crowd's been out here. Schoolboys the first half of the day, and then of course a lot of old boys continuing to party in the different stands. cricket has been a little slow, but Sands have definitely been lively here at the 91st Battle of the Saints.
Action on the two-day encounter last year, because it's a 60 over format, it was more lively because there were plenty of boundaries. Because it's a 60 over, you have to declare, you need to make a score. But coming into the 3-day format, it is getting a little boring out here for me, for as the commentators as well. What do you think about this?
We've been talking about that quite a bit. I think the 60 over limitation in the 2-day format brings in multiple dimensions into play. A lot of tactics involved. The game, we'll come back to that as it sees the end of the over, the end of the 53rd. St. Joseph's 141 for 3.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
නර්වස් වෙලාවට අපිට පුෂ් එකක් දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල්. ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
රුපියල් 50 මැල්බර්න් සේවරි පොඩ්ඩෝ එක්ක මැච් එකට සෙට් වෙන්න.
Open a savings account at Commercial Bank and get your Comback debit card to make fast and convenient payments across the island.
So 141 for 3. So we were talking about the situation, the run rate that both teams are having. So like we were discussing, Jehan, the format has changed. Both teams, in my opinion, are on the back foot. They don't want to take that step ahead to go after the bowling, or probably have that attacking positive mode on they are at the middle, because they don't want to take that one step ahead, because they are probably in a situation that probably in two minds what sort of a decision they should make when it comes to a big match. So I think both teams are playing defensively.
Pereira starts new over. Yes, Rajiv, I completely agree. Perhaps it's the lack of familiarity with the format itself. Just unsure at which place, at which pace the game needs to be played. You saw that with the Peterites. They were very circumspect. They pretty much batted at 2.5 runs and over throughout their innings.
Yeah, John, credit goes to the Peterites, because they came out here after losing in that quarterfinal game. So they came as the underdogs. But St. Joseph's College need to come out here. We will have probably, I don't think the play will go on till 5:45 with the light fading. So probably another half an hour's time. Get some quick runs. St. Peter's have fielded for 53 overs right now. So probably tired legs.
Yep.
And then get some runs, at least 3 runs and over. By the looks of it, St. Joseph's College are slightly behind 3 runs and over. They should be somewhere around 159 if they want to get 3 runs and over. But from the looks of it, now there is 3 boundary riders of Lashmika. If Yenolo can get on top of that ball, just drive it along the ground, get it off strike, and take that scoreboard ticking. So that is my opinion, what the Josephians should do. Because tomorrow when you come out, you have a huge task. You need to get the first inning score of St. Peter's College. Then you need to build up another lead. So probably St. Joseph's College have plenty of work to do in the last day. So that makes it more difficult for any team out of these 2 teams to bring out a result when it comes to the 3-day format. And most of the viewers, most of the old boys thought that there could be some sort of a decision when it comes to a 3-day format. Now it shows as it's completely different.
Well, I'm inclined to agree. I would have thought the Josephians will come out with a little more intent, perhaps looking to score at 3.5, 4 runs and over. Batting conditions are beautiful, aren't they? No terrors in the wicket whatsoever, and I think you made a good point there, Rajiv. It's not about coming out looking to score boundaries all the time. It's about keeping that scoreboard ticking, just making those, getting those 1s and 2s and just keeping the scoreboard ticking along. like he did on that occasion. A single for Deotusa, end of the 54th, it's 142 for 3.
So after 54 overs, we have Sajani down there with one of the guests. Over to you, Sajani.
I'm here with Damien De Cruz, the head boy of St. Joseph's College. So from your end, how is it like being you a part of this match?
So I believe as prefects, 3 days of duty. Pete Rides are hosting this time. They're doing most of the duties pretty well. We're giving our assistance wherever we can. Obviously our boys are enjoying it in the ground. Pretty sunny these days, but it's more hype and more anticipation than a 2-day match in comparison.
Yes, and my next question, the significant difference of having a 3-day match as opposed to a 2-day match, what does that mean as a student?
So I believe first day is a little cut short with the 60 overs per innings. Peter's batted a long innings this time, and kind of the dragged on 2 innings makes a lot. It's a more anticipating for the 3rd day. So I feel like there'll be a bigger crowd tomorrow. These 2 days there has been a decent crowd, especially with the school students. So bigger crowd, bigger expectations. So hopefully we'll see a result tomorrow.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sajani. That's the head prefect of St. Joseph's College. He's asking for a result. There's plenty of a huge task, plenty of action. It should be tomorrow, but a huge task for both teams to bring out a result tomorrow, Jehan.
Well, it looks unlikely from where we stand today, but cricket is a funny game. Anything can happen. But yes, one of these two teams, can't help but feel, has to take the initiative and push the pace along.
What I thought that St. Joseph's College could or manage to anything to get close to this 240 by end of the day. But right now they're 100 runs behind, exactly 100 runs behind if they have to surpass this score. In that case, if they could have batted tomorrow with 15 overs and get a lead of 50-60 runs, that can make a difference. But I don't know what sort of an opinion, what sort of a planning that goes on behind the scene.
Yeah, so Rajiv, the way I looked at it, I think there was about 70 overs left for St. Joseph's. And at the point they started to bat, about 70 overs left in the game, and 240 was a run rate of 3.5 runs and over, really. And all it required didn't require any sort of over aggression, just positive intent and just playing good cricket with the Josephian, and with this Josephian batting order as well. Such a wealth of resources in the batting department.
Yeah, I completely.
You expected them to back themselves to get that run rate or better.
Yeah, because comparatively, the strike rates of the Josephian batters are all above 80, 70, 90 compared to the Peter Wrights. So I was expecting more from the Josephian bat to score a pretty fast run rate than what it is right now. So talking about Hank Newdale highlights the importance of gut health for overall well-being, immunity and mental focus, especially for athletes. The gut is linked to the brain and influence mood, anxiety and performance. Hank Newdale offers a new range of products including yogurt, drinking yogurt, milk pouch, DR20 probiotics and flavored milk, all designed to support gut health. Customers can experience these in a fun way with Hank Newdale stalls. Hank Newdale, keeping your gut ready for fun. Another single whipped away towards the fine leg region for Senuja. And these two batters have added 74 runs for the 4th wicket. Valuable runs, good partnership, but how many balls they have faced? That is my question.
It'll be interesting to see if they do switch gears at some point, Rajiv, with still some overs to go, and give themselves a shot at getting closer to that target and leave themselves less to do tomorrow.
Sean, 104 47 balls in this partnership. So they have batted for almost 25 overs. But going on for, there you see the partnership, 75 runs on from 148 deliveries. So after 55 gone, Joe's 147 for 3.
හැමදේම පටන් ගන්නේ ගට් එකේ.
හරිම ඩිසිෂන් එක වෙලාවට ගන්න හයියක් වෙන්නේ ගට් එක. go.
දිනන ගැම්ම දෙන්නේ ගට් එක.
ප්‍රෝබයෝටික්ස් හා අත්‍යවශ්‍ය පෝෂක පදාර්ථ ඇතුළත් ඇන්කර් නිව්ඩේල් ගට් එක රෙඩි කරන්න.
Joe's 147 for 3. Johnson Joseph College won the last encounter of this Joe Pete Battle of the Saints under the captaincy of Ruanta Fernandopulle in 2008. Mind you, St. Peter's were all out for 76 in the second innings. So that is the advantage when you have a first inning score of lead. And the game was over somewhere around at 2 o'clock. Ruanta Fernandopulle, one of the brilliant captains, because when he was captaining, they won the under-17 championship Division 1 as well. He had a brilliant side. Cesar Pereira, Roshan Silva, Shami Ravira Singh, Chandran Kumar, those were one of the high-riding names. Even Dimut Karunaratne, he was the deputy for Ruanta Fernandopulle in that year. Since then, there have been ups and downs for Josephian St. Peter's, winning thrice after that and having that trophy back at Bambalapitiya.
Did you play that game, Rajiv, in 2008?
I was done in 2007. There was a time that we would have won as well when Lahiru Pires was the lifeguard for the Peterites, because when I gave the follow-on, there was 153 runs of a lead, because we managed to get St. Peter's all out before that follow-on, because it's 100 runs, because it was a 2-day encounter. But Lahiru Pires, Anuk Silva getting runs. He got a brilliant 100. Pires was 111 not out, and I think Anuk Silva got something 70-80. So it was one of the good memories down the lane, being a Josephian.
Yeah, I remember that knock from Lahiru Pires, real rear guard action, saved the game for St. Peter's. Yeah, you're right, Rajiv. Great memories indeed. And having a great season this year is Yanula Deotusa, who's accumulated 500 plus runs at an average of 51. Speaking of strike rates, it's just about 58. So it's not bad for, I suppose, a 2-day format. It's been going about a little less than that today.
Senuja, he has a strike rate of over 80. Senuja Owekunogoda. So these two batters can go after the bowling. My question is, Jehan, probably these two want to go for a big ton, and probably they will have new plans, new ideas coming into the game tomorrow, with the game goes on for another 98 overs. So if the Josephians can come out here with a brilliant performance, get a lead tomorrow, and third inning, it's going to be really tough for the Peterites if they have a lead of 50 runs. So after 56 done, Joe's 148 for 3. And the light is little fading, so umpire's having a little chat down there at the middle. I hope they could continue a little bit more. So we'll have a break.
Change of voice in the com box as say thanks to Rajiv and Jehan as I welcome Michael to the com box. Not a good looking signs
from the umpires, but the ball is given back to the Patriots skipper Vince Salgado, who will continue to play on, and the light is good to go.
Well, I think it's certainly much better than yesterday, so they will continue because they'll have to take yesterday's reading. Now it's a matter of what the Patriots would prefer to do. They'll continue with the spin.
Indeed, spin will be the word go for the Patriots. Yenlo Devatu's 43 of 101 deliveries. He's well set in. These two batsmen have held the fort well for the Josephians. They lost some quick wickets, Michael. The first three went in a quick time, and now these two have steadied the ship quite well.
Well, the opening partnership was pretty decent, and then the two openers went quickly. And then Gunawardhan also followed. Since then, Yanula and Senuja Kunugwada and Devdusa have steadied the ship. 148 for 3, 56 overs in this innings. Quite a lot of overs to be bowled in the day. I'm sure we're not going to get all that, maybe about 18 overs left.
Indeed, the scoreboard shows 80 overs completed for the day.
Well, they have to, the number of overs was 98 for today because of the early finish yesterday. But I don't think they'll get all those overs in.
The Patriots as well taking their time.
Well, definitely they bought the fast ball in, so definitely Patriots want to go in, don't want to consider any more runs.
Played on the onside for a quick single. Ransilake had to do is the fielding of his own bowling as well.
A matter of time that
Maliban lemon puff. Is the game getting too intense? Don't sweat it. Grab a Maliban lemon puff and chill. Maliban lemon puff made with real lemon, no artificial color or flavors, are the perfect way to feel you refreshed. Grab a lemon puff and chill with lemon.
You like those lemon puffs, don't you?
Indeed. Now it's a great time. If we could have one of those up here at the Combox. Evening time. Cricket is on full flow. Josephians have held on to a good partnership. Once again, the Patriots just taking their time as the umpire will have a word with skipper Vince Salgado. Not what you want to see when the light is dipping, Michael. The players will have to get on with the game. And just had a reading as well, and Patriots have opted to go with the base bowlers. Ransilake once again just angling it away from the left-hander Senuja. He's been on 37 of 65 deliveries. Plenty of it was expected from him with the bat in hand for St. Joseph's. Well and surely he's putting on a good show. He will want to continue the good work as well.
The problem is the Rashford. They bought the fast bowlers hoping that they'll get the bad light, but I think they missed a trick. Ransilake needs to go short. A few short deliveries might get the umpires talking again if that's their reason, because looks like that's the only reason that Ransilake would come in at this time to bowl.
Indeed, once again a dot ball. Dot balls are piling up now. We saw a phase of play where these two batsmen showed some acceleration, but since then nothing much in it. Senuja Wakunagoda this season, 14 innings, over 550 runs, average of 50, strike rate of 84, high score of 156. He's among the runs as well, Michael. He's that big wicket for the Patriots if they are able to get. And likes of Wakunagoda, one for the future as well, not only for St. Joseph's but for Sri Lanka as well. Represented the under-17 national team.
goal against the Bangladesh under 17s. Three players deep feature from both these teams. Jason Fernando and Joshua Sebastian were the ones from St. Peter's College. And the non-strike those as well represented the Sri Lanka team in the under-19 circuit, where he toured the team in that Asia Cup up in the Middle East. Once again, Wakanugoda straight at the bowler. Well, and surely the runs have been intact. And we have Sajani with another interview down there. Over to you, Sajani.
I'm here with Rashid Abesundra, the head boy of St. Peter's College. So from your end, from a schoolboy perspective, how is the anticipation for this big match?
So in my perspective, I can see that since this match actually turned out to be a 3-day match, we can see much more anticipation from every single school student as well as the public. And we can see that since we used to play 2-day matches, it was most likely to be a draw, but since this time they introduced the 3-day match concept, we can see that there is a high probability of having a winner. So we can see that the crowds also are really very anticipated, like very waiting, anticipated to see whether we will have a winner. So I'm also excited to see what will happen.
Yeah, and from your end, how is the whole, promotion? How is it like getting people for this one event every year?
Well, in my perspective, I think that the big match is one of the biggest events that is held between any school, and actually the Battle of the Saints is also a reputable event, and we see that all the school students as well as the public always turn up to watch this battle.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sajani. Once again, a big, slightly long over break. Ovin Salgado marshalling his troops, as you see on your screens. The skipper of St. Peter's College bringing on the pace attack from the other end as well, Michael.
So definitely the Pitrites looking at the umpires wanting to go in. The umpires getting together again. Both sides you see the pace coming on. This is not the way to do it. I think the crowd's coming to watch cricket, not to watch umpires walking off a bad light. So let's see what they have to say. I'm sure they'll have a discussion with the skipper, and he'll want to go in.
Indeed,
unfortunately.
Michael, looks like a play has been halted for bad light. Prior to that meeting in the previous over, the two umpires, the spinners were in operation. But just after that reading of the light, the Peterites opted to go with pace. Once again, the light reader is out. And looks like the umpires are showing as well, if you operate with the spinners, we can get on with the game.
So let's see what the coaching staff have to do. I'm sure maybe they want so the batsmen basically are walking off, Rashwan. Yeah.
Indeed, Senuja and Yenula will be quite disappointed. They've done a decent job with the bat in hand. They are applauded by their teammates as well. Coach Lakmal De Silva as well having a chat with Yenula. Petrite team having a moment for themselves.
So basically play has been halted for bad light. Don't think see them coming on, because I don't think you'll see light coming on again. So basically around 5 or 6 minutes past 5, play could have gone on till 5:15, and then the extra half an hour. So we lose about 14 to 17, 16 overs.
17 overs once again this evening as well will be probably lost, as the Petrite team will walk off, led by Ovin Salgado. Devathus and Wakanugoda will be unbeaten on 44 and 38.
St. Joseph's as well reached that 150 run mark for the loss of just 3 wickets. The steel trail to the Pete Wrights 243 runs. The umpires and the reserve umpire having a chat in the middle. Just not the scenes you want to see from the
I'm
SSC.
here with His Lordship.
It's been a good day of cricket, but because of bad light, play has been halted here at the SSC. Positive signs are the umpires have remained in the middle, Michael, but highly unlikely that play will restart again.
Well, they gave the indication that if you can continue with the spinners, they're willing to stay out because it was not really bad light, and there's no signs of rain. Unfortunately, the clouds gone hidden the sun. I see it pretty unfortunate because you try to play as much as possible. This is a big match, not to just sit inside the dressing room.
Indeed, and during this time of the day only that competitiveness and all the action start to come. But the Pete Wrights thought otherwise, Michael. And prior to that light reading, the spinners were operating from both ends. And since that reading, Pete Wrights brought on the 2 fast bowlers from the Vidya mouth end and the tennis court end. And when the 2 batsmen were set nearing those milestones as well, heading back is not the ideal answer as well.
No, it's not about milestones or anything like that. You want crowds to come in to watch the big match, not to come in, watch covers coming on or no play. Unfortunately, that's how the game has been disappointing. I think both teams have to take the blame for this. Even yesterday, you saw Rashwan, the Josephians bowling, taking their time. He's bowling 71 overs.
Indeed. Today as well, just the 81 overs, so not much of a difference from yesterday. Just 10 more overs. As you see, the match summary of the 91st Battle of the Saints. St. Peter's College, after winning the toss, batted first, post 243 runs on the board. Top scores coming in from vice-captain Lashmika Pereira, 58 of 79 deliveries. Really took St. Peter's to a very competitive first innings total. Pick up the bowlers for the Josephians: Manasa Madhubhashana 3 for 77, Nushan Pera 2 for 50, and Devathusa 2 for 58. And in reply, St. Joseph's College currently 150 for 3 as Yenula Devathusa on 44, unbeaten, with Senaja Wakunukada on 38, unbeaten as well. Samash, the batsman who was dismissed for 32 of 72 deliveries. And pick up the bowlers for the Pete Wright team. Once again on top, Lashmika Pereira, the vice-captain, 2 for 31, and Joshua Sebastian, the medium pacer, 1 for 39. St. Joseph's College still trailed by 93 runs. This play has been officially called off here at the SSC for the 91st Battle of the Saints. That's day 2 done and dusted, and well and surely a disappointing ending for day 2, Michael.
Yeah, definitely. There could have been a bit more cricket played out there. The light is not really bad, but unfortunately they have no say in this matter. It's up to the 2 teams, especially the fielding side, deciding to bring on the fast bowlers. So clearly showing them the play has been called off to bad light. We'll have a look what has happened today. Moment, the wickets coming off, so most probably play has been called off. see the wickets coming off, and you see the covers also coming on. It says, yeah, they called off due to bad light. Well, we'll have early start at 9:45 start again tomorrow.
Indeed, there's the two umpires will walk off officially for day 2. What a disappointing end, Michael. Then tomorrow, if a result to be on the cards, these two teams will have to play their heart out. First ever 3-day encounter at the Battle of the Saints.
Well, we've lost quite a lot of time and overs. More than time, I think the overs have been lost. So clearly, both teams. There you see the batting card, the Josephians, Samash 32, Jaivir, the vice captain, 23. There was a good partnership there. And then Gunawardana, the third to go for 6. Magodogoda, 38 not out. Devatusa, 44 not out. Just the 7 extras, 57 overs, 150 for 3.
And interestingly, just Nimthaka Gunawardana has failed to get onto double figures, Michael. All the other batsmen have got starts. These two have surely got on a good start. As you see, the Pete Wright bowling card. Ransilage, none for 20 in his 9 overs. Sebastian, 1 for 39. The only fast bowler from Pete Wright to get a wicket. And Sen with you as well, none for 27 in his 6. Dilna Damsara, none for 21 with 2 maids in it. And Lashmi Pereira, who did the bulk of the bowling, 2 for 31 in his 15 overs with 3 maidens as well. And Tarin Sanket, just the 2 overs for him, none for 7 runs. At the fall of wickets, 1 at 59, and the second one at 62, and third one at 71. 7 extras been conceded by the Pete Wright bowlers inside these 57 overs. They have conceded 150 runs for loss of 3 wickets. Once again, a shortened third session here at the SSC for the 91st Battle of the Saints. Senuja Nyanula stays unbeaten as they went into tea, and they did play their strokes, so we saw some acceleration in the runs as well, Michael.
Well, as the game progressed, they got confidence and so some nice shots. They took their time, but also the bad deliveries were punished. Let me see. Chat and having a look at the light meter, so they would take those readings, carry it forward for the next day.
Indeed, as you see the match summary once again. St. Joseph's College trail by 93 runs. St. Peter's post 243 on the board. And in reply, St. Joseph's College currently 150 for 3. Devatusa 6 runs away from the half century mark. Wakunagoda as well, not far from out. 38 not out. And plenty to play for tomorrow as well for these two batsmen as they are nearing those half century mark. Pleasant evening out here in Colombo, and talk you throughout the day. We have Laxi City Silva down there with the post-match discussion together with Santosh Gunathilaga.
Welcome back everyone to the studio. The second day of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter came to a premature end just like yesterday, and at the moment St. Joseph's College in a very good position. The 4th wicket partnership between Yenula Devatusa and Senuja Vakunagoda, they have managed to give a good momentum to St. Joseph's College in this encounter. They lost 3 quick wickets. They were 59 for no loss, and then they were 70 odd for 3 wickets down in no time. But these two, they have managed to settle the ship once again. So to talk about everything that happened during day number 2, joining with me once again is Santosh Gunathilaga. Welcome to the show once again, Santosh. So Santosh, before we talk about that final partnership, let's talk about Lashmika Pereira. It was a great knock today morning. He batted with the tail, added some important runs. He scored 57 out of the 67 runs that St. Peter's College scored today morning, and I think it was a phenomenal knock from him.
Yes, I think the Pete Wrights were in a spot of bother when Lashmika came to bat yesterday. And early morning today, they lost the wicket of Tarin Sanket. And Lashmika just took on the responsibility and took his team to a respectable total rather. because from where the Peterites were, they were in a spot of bother, and then to where the Peterites are now, or at the end of the first innings was. Credit to Lashmika, as you can see, he played all around the park. He had shots all over, and he took on the bowling when it was needed. And there you see, that was another slog that he had. He got to a half century when the Peterites needed the most. So he was well composed as a batter. And when it came to bowling as well, when the Peterites needed the breakthrough, he was able to not just pick 1 but 2 wickets and bring the Peterites back in the game.
He didn't just stop after scoring that 58, as Santosh mentioned. He took 2 crucial wickets to give that momentum back to his school. And Lashmika Perera, these are his wickets. 1 return catch to Lashmika Perera, and then the second wicket he took was a top edge while trying to sweep it away. Almost a collision there, but no harm done at the end. So Lashmika Perera, for sure the hero of the day for St. Peter's College. And if you talk about St. Joseph's College, that opening wicket stand was a good one. Santosh, they started off brilliantly for St. Joseph's College, but after those 2 dismissals by Lashmika Perera, the 3 wickets that they lost in quick succession, they needed a solid partnership, and that's exactly what Yenlo Devatusa and Senuja Akinigodu managed to provide for the team. Let's talk about their partnership as well.
Yes, credit to those 2 batters. They are incidentally the 2 leading run scorers for the team for St. Joseph's. They have been putting the consistent performance for their alma mater in this season, and when it was needed for them to raise their hand up and take responsibility, they did what the team needed. As you can see, the beautiful shots they played, both of them. They built the partnership. Initially they started slow. They made sure that they got themselves in, and with the assist of the wicket, they went on big, and they are at the moment unbeaten.
St. Peter's College, when we think from their point of view, yes, they did take those 3 quick wickets, but unfortunately they were not able to break the most important partnership of the St. Joseph's batting lineup. Yenla and Senuja, 79 runs, now they have added for the 4th wicket. So 94 runs behind now St. Joseph's College. St. Peter's still with 94 runs to play with. Tomorrow the game will begin at 9:50 AM, and there will be 93 overs remaining in the day. So Santosh, the plans for day 3 for both the teams. Let's start with St. Peter's College. 94 runs to play with. What sort of a start do they need tomorrow morning?
Yes, it's clear. I mean, the first half an hour to 1 hour is crucial for the Peterites. They need to strike early. They need to pick wickets. It's all about picking wickets now if they are to come back into the game. They got only 93 more runs to defend. Plenty of batting remaining for the Josephians. So if they strike early and break this partnership, they'll be back in the game. Talking about the Josephians, I think they would want these 2 batters to carry on, bat for the first 1 hour, survive, then bat till lunch, put on a big score, and then declare and try and make a game out of it.
And that's how Santosh thinks that things should pan out on day number 3 of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter. The wicket, the next wicket, the 4th wicket, the most important thing for St. Peter's College when the action begins tomorrow. So once again, a rain interrupted session. Santosh, what do you reckon? Which team had the better advantage? I think St. Joseph's College probably had the better say in that session, didn't they?
Indeed, they scored runs and they didn't lose a single wicket in that session. So the session is definitely belongs to the Josephians. Yes, the second session went to the Peterites when the Josephians were bogged down and lost 3 wickets, but these 2 batters came out to bat with a clear plan, and they made sure they got their team on top.
So that's how the second day looks like. The first session was shared, the second session won by St. Peter's College, and then St. Joseph's College with a strong comeback to win the 3rd and final session of day number 2. So that's the news from SSC at the moment. 150 for 3 years St. Joseph's College, the second day of the 91st Battle of the Saints encounter. So throughout this big match season, it has been a great pleasure to bring the live action to all of you. We started from the Thurston versus the big match encounter, then the Rohito, and now here we are at the Joe Pete. A lot of people who work behind the scenes have put in a lot of hard yards to make sure that all of you get the best pictures possible, all of you get the best experience possible, and we hope that all of you enjoyed the live broadcast on Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare. a lot of people behind the scenes, as I mentioned earlier as well, the technical crew, the cameraman, the video editors, the graphic designers, the media team, everyone putting in a lot of hard yards to make sure that you get the best experience possible. And we are not done yet. We have one more day of action coming up from the SSC, and tomorrow we really hope that the action will get even more intense and we will be able to bring you a lot of great action from two great institutions which have produced so many amazing talents to Sri Lanka over the years. So to wrap things up after the talk show, Santosh, thank you very much for joining with us. So hope to meet with you tomorrow morning as well with the last day of the 9th Battle of the Saints encounter.
Thank you.
So before we head to the main control center, we have to remind all of you about the sponsors of the talk show. We will start off with Move Spray. Move Spray, the instant pain relief specialist. Move Spray, keep moving. And then we have to remind all of you about Dettol as well. That's when Dettol Cool steps in with its revolutionary cooling technology, delivering an instant burst of refreshing menthol coolness up to 5 degrees cooler. So once again, a big shout out to Move Spray and Dettol. So once again, thank you very much everyone for joining with us. Make sure to join with us tomorrow morning at 9 AM for the live broadcast of the 91st Battle of the Saints Day 3 action live from the SSC. Have a very good night.
Stand by for opener.
Sri Lanka's #1 sports channel, ThePapare.
3, 2, 1, roll.
ඉතින් ශ්‍රී ලංකාවේ අංක ක්‍රීඩා නාලිකාව ThePapare සමග.
Welcome back to ThePapare.
Welcome to the live broadcast from ThePapare.
Good luck, guys. Good luck, everyone.
ThePapare, Sri Lanka's #1 television sports channel.